And I know that there's a lot of people out there that have got their struggles with this show. I know there's a lot of people out there that don't feel like the hype is quite there for this event. But for me personally, I am very hyped for this show. I think that the card genuinely doesn't look bad. If anything, you could make an argument it's probably a match or two light. I could, see that as a criticism. But actually, the matches that we're going to be getting tonight, I do think are very, very interesting. So, with that being said, it obviously makes sense to kind of start where we always start, and that is by jumping over to the breakdown, having a look and seeing exactly what it is that we've got on deck for tonight. So, let's jump over, go to we're going to go to the Wikipedia page. The reason why we're going over to the Wikipedia page is because of the fact that if you go to the website, it's just got all the matches. It doesn't tell you what day the matches are actually taking place on. So it makes sense to go here because you can see night 1, night 2. So night 1, we've got Liv Morgan against Io. I have put that in the chat because for me, that's quite a close match. I don't know which way that's going. I think you can make an argument for either way. For example, Liv could win because she lost at Queen of the Ring. So are they going to have her lose twice? Plus, it could be that Liv wins, Judgment Day start beating up on Io, and then Stephanie comes and makes the save. That then sets up Liv versus Stephanie for Money in the Bank or something, right? So you could go that way, or you could have it so that Io wins, and then obviously Liv begins her crash out, because Liv is obviously the champion in Judgment Day, the top women's champion. If she loses that belt, Raquel is the only person that's got a title outside of, say, Dominic with his AAA belt, right? So that could be obviously a bit of a wedge that's kind of driven between Raquel and Liv and Roxanne. We could really start the split between all of those. So I don't know. I think there's an argument to go either way on that one. So that's why in the chat I've asked you, what do you think? Prediction-wise, I've already done my predictions. I'm going to say Io wins, just because I don't know what you do with Io if she loses. I don't know what Io moves on to. She's done a lot of tag team work with Rhea, and we're clearly not going to be doing any more of that. So if she's not going to be champion, what does Io Sky do? I mean, does she go to the mid cards and go after Raquel? I don't know. What does Io Sky do if she doesn't win? I think it's a fair question to ask, and I don't have a brilliant answer. I suppose she could get into a feud with Becky if Becky came back. Io-Becky feud could be really good. So, I mean, there is that. We haven't seen Becky in a little while. Becky could, make her presence felt. I don't think she'd return on this show, but worth bearing in mind. Oba Femi against Brock Lesnar. I think Oba wins. I think Brock retires. I don't know that he stays away. Obviously, there's been big rumors that he might not stay away and that he might come back next year for WrestleMania. So, I don't know. I think Oba wins. I've always felt like Oba was winning this. I think he gets the better of this feud. Then we got CM Punk, Cody Rhodes. I think CM Punk retains. He's not long had the championship. So I think he retains. Maybe Randy getting involved. Either a clean win for CM Punk, or it's going to be Randy gets involved. I know people want the heel turn for Cody. I don't see it, just because Randy, I think, is due to come back soon, and he's a heel. And surely we got to carry on with the Cody-Randy story. So CM Punk retains. Then we got LA Knight solo, Royce Keys against Bloodline. Is there going to be a betrayal? If there is a betrayal, who's doing the betraying? Is it going to be Royce Keys? Is it going to be Solo? What's going on? So I think Bloodline win. I think they should win. Their family, they hang around with each other. Are they really about to lose to LA Knight, Solo, and Royce Keys? A very thrown together group. Is that what we're doing? I'm not sure I'm crazy about that idea. So I would go Bloodline picking up the victory. But more interesting, will Solo turn on his teammates? Will Royce turn on his teammates? That's what we're keeping an eye out for in that match. Then the match I'm most excited for. If you need a reason to be excited about today, it is this match. Gunther against Nick Aldis. Let's go. To be honest, I don't give a flip about anything else, right? I think the card looks fine. I mean, EO against Liv, I'm happy to watch it. Oba against Brock, I'm happy to watch it. CM Punk Cody, I'm happy to watch it. Even Bloodline with LA Knight Solo Royce, I'm happy to watch it because there's potential for betrayal and a bigger story. But the match that I do not want to miss, if they said you can only watch one match today, what is that match? It's Gunther Nick Aldis. That is the match I'm most interested in. Maybe across the whole weekend, actually. Because I like Gunther. I think he's a brilliant in-ring worker. Nick Aldis, as we know, brilliant wrestler who WWE just didn't have a need for, or they didn't feel like they had a need for. But they took him as a general manager, right? I'm sure some people put in some good words. He used to work in TNA. Obviously, you've got like LA Knight around. You've got Bobby Roode around. You know, you've got Abyss backstage. Bruce Pritchard used to work in TNA as well. Don't know if he was there at the same time as Nick Aldis, but I'm sure there was people putting in good words. Nah, he's a good person. We should bring him in and find something for him. And so they did. But it was just the general manager's position. And this is his one shot. Yeah, this is Lose Yourself by Eminem. This is his one shot. You know, his palms are sweaty. Yeah, knees weak, arms are heavy. He's nervous. And this is because this is his one shot. This is one opportunity. This match has got to go well for him. He doesn't have to win, but he's got to put in a performance that gets everyone kind of... Do you know what I mean? Everyone clamoring for more. That's what he wants. That's what he wants. He wants to put in a performance. So anyone that says this match doesn't matter or anything like that, tell them to shut the up, right? Because it matters. It really matters. Because Nick Aldis is looking for a performance that's going to make you want to see more of him. This is his one shot. This is about as real as it gets in wrestling, right? This is about as real as it gets. Doesn't need the win. He can't really control that. Obviously, it's booked by creative, and I expect him to lose. So it's not about the win, but it is about the performance. And do you know what? There is a world in which this is his only WWE match. There is a universe out there where he only has this match and doesn't have another one. And I just hope this goes so well for him. I hope that this is a massive success. I hope that we're talking about this as a match of the year. That's what I hope. And might sound crazy because obviously Nick Aldis has been out the ring for so long, but you've got someone there that can work, who's going to give everything, who's taken on the ring general in Gunther, who's a brilliant in-ring performer. There's a reason as to why he was chosen to be John Cena's final opponent. He's a reason why AJ Styles decided to retire facing Gunther at the Royal Rumble. Like, these things don't just happen for no reason. So, you know, Gunther is a fantastic in-ring performer. We've seen multiple 5-star matches, 4.5-star matches out of Gunther. Gunther's going to want to do his best and play his part. Nick's going to have to play his part. This match is unmissable. Unflipping missable. So super excited for that, right? That is honestly carrying a lot of my hype for today. But as I said, the rest of the card looks fine. There's nothing here that's like dragging my hype down. It's just that one's the one. And then the final match, Bellas and Paige taking on Fatal Influence. This is probably the match I'm least hyped for, but again, not a chore to watch. I am a Fatal Influence fan. And to be honest, I don't have any bad vibes for the Bellas and Paige. I know a lot of people out there feel like they are reminiscent of Total Divas and that's like a cringe period and we should all kind of turn our nose up at it. I don't get that argument at all because I think if you're a WWE fan, you want WWE to be successful. You want WWE to be the best version of itself. And, you know, in the Total Divas era, the women were not getting much opportunity in the ring. You know, there wasn't like loads of TV time for them. There wasn't loads of competitive matches. If they were getting matches, it was a throwaway. And actually, a lot of their PLE matches ran the risk of being cut. It was not a fun time to be a woman in WWE. And I know people might point to now and go, well, it's not much, but it is. Trust me, it is. You know, they've got a Royal Rumble every year. They've got a War Games every year. They got Money in the Bank every year. They got regular TV time. They got mid-card championships, tag team championships. Where we are now with the women's division compared to where we were going back, say, 15 years ago is absolutely unrecognizable. So to not acknowledge the improvements would be disingenuous. So where we are right now is miles ahead of where we were back in that sort of Total Divas era. And so, you know, the women were kind of doing these sorts of projects and brought in a load of new fans. I mean, there are people in our community that discovered wrestling thanks to Total Bellas, Total Divas, and this kind of additional content that WWE was putting out. Might not have been to your taste, might not have been up your street. You might not have watched a single episode of it, and that's fine. But I wouldn't dismiss it as just cringe and, you know, all this kind of stuff. Like, the WWE fan base is wide and varied. It's male and female, young and old, and everyone is welcome. And obviously this catered more to the female sides and was more that reality TV stuff. And I get it, people don't quite rate it, but it did have an impact. It did mean something to a whole demographic of people. So I don't have any hatred for the Bellas or Paige or anyone. I just, you know, I'm a big fan of Fatal Influence, so not a chore to watch. Kind of old school versus new school. And I think they go, well, I don't know. They probably should go new school, but they might want feel-good vibes and they might go old school. So it might be Bellas and Paige and whatnot. But for me personally, I would go new school, put the new kids over. I don't think Bellas and Paige need the win. I think they'll just be thrilled to have a match at SummerSlam, to be honest with you, considering back in the day, you had to really fight for such a thing. So there we go. That's the card. 6 matches. Great. I'm not down on this. So, but give me your thoughts. If you are down on it, let me know why. I know that the build for some of these matches could have been better. I agree with that. I think the build for some of these, you know, I mean, what we saw from CM Punk Cody last night, I was not impressed with it. I got a comment, right? I think was it Very Evil that sent the message in saying it felt like 2 kids in a playground, like, you know, Dukes up kind of a thing. That was in our opinions video last night, and do you know, I thought, yeah, you've nailed that. That's exactly how it felt. It kind of felt a little bit like you're someone's like said some names about you at school, and so all your mates are like egging you on that you've got to stand up for yourself and have a fight. And so you kind of go up to the person and you're like, I ain't standing for what you've said. And that person doesn't want to back down either because their friends are egging them on. Neither of them really want to fight. Like, you know, you could just talk about it and it could be sorted. But, you know, your mates are sort of egging you on to, you know, for it to get physical. Because, of course, everyone wants a fight. And that's how it felt last night. Kind of felt like it was a nothing really issue between them where they'd exchanged a few words. And then it was like Cody was being egged on to make it physical. And he's like, do you know what word really bothers me? The word tomorrow. That's what bothers me. It's like, well, don't use that word then. If the word bothers you that much, don't use the word. What are we doing today? I could just imagine his mates behind him go, go on, Cody. Yeah, go on. Don't let him off the hook. Yeah, throw the first shot. It just felt so forced. It just, I was not a fan. So I do agree that some of the builds could have been a lot better. Radiated Zombie said, I noticed yesterday the difference in NXT stars that are women compared to men that they've brought up with Trick and Oba. They're miles better and they're pushed than the women. Why do we think that is? So, okay, that's an interesting question. To be honest with you, I think that it's a case that they are... I think the aura's greater. I think anyone that watched them in NXT would probably agree that when Trick came out and we had whoop that Trick chants from the crowds, or when Oba came out with his, big theme and then, the strut and everything, the aura, even in NXT, was far exceeding anything the women were bringing, right? I think the women are probably, in general, better performers. Actually, I'm not saying the Oba and Trick. I just mean if you're going to put women against men and just, say who puts in the better performances, I think it's widely agreed that it's the women, actually, that put in the better performances. But for some reason, we haven't quite managed to find a way of presenting the women yet where they are badasses, where they are, I think the most aura that we've probably found with a woman outside of, say, China, is maybe Rhea. I mean, Rhea, when her music hits and she comes out, she's, she's got a good size to her. She's well built. She's obviously got that goth kind of heavy metal rock chick vibe. And I think there is like an aura that's there. You could say maybe with Charlotte at times in the past with her robes. But by and large, I don't think we've managed to sort of find the aura for the women yet. That could be a fault of creative. It could be a fault of, the people that create the presentation. I mean, I think there's obviously putting the music together, the graphics together, all of these elements together. I don't know whose job that is, actually. I mean, I know that, like, say, Sean would have final sign-off, but I don't think Sean is sat there picking bits of music and picking graphics and all this sort of stuff. So I'm not sure whose responsibility bringing all of that together is. Obviously, Sean would have the final sign-off. And actually, when you look at when people get called up, you don't see changes so much in the music. Trick's still got the same music. Oba's still got the same music. A lot of people that come up still keep the same music. And actually, if they do give them new music, it tends to go backwards, tends to get worse. So I think that Trick and Oba nailed it in NXT with their presentation, with the just aura that they had when they came out. I don't think that was there for the likes of Stephanie or Jordan or Julia or any of those girls. And to be honest, by the time you get to the main roster, I don't know, have we got a long list? Have we got any kind of list of where the main roster has actually improved someone's presentation compared to NXT? That's a hell of a question. That's an amazing question to ask. That's a really great Wrestle Feud question. It's a quiz that we do with our members. But what a great Wrestle Feud question. Give me a superstar whose main roster presentation was better than when they were in NXT. I don't even think I could give you a name at the moment, honestly. I mean, the first name that came to mind was Bo Dallas. I think that Uncle Howdy and Wyatt Six and the entrance and all of that, I think that was better than when he was doing the Bo Leave. But I mean, that's not really in line with what we're talking about. We're talking about people being in NXT and then coming to the main roster and being repackaged. You don't really see it. Don't really see it. I'm sure if we give enough thought, we could think of some names, but most tend to come up with their NXT theme and their NXT presentation. So I would say it's more at the NXT level where we're letting the women down in regards to that. There's a couple of women that are coming through, though, that I am excited for, where I think their aura could be something special. First one would be that Mika Lockwood is her name, hanging around with Vanity Project. She's kind of trending at the moment because of comments made by Maven. I've not seen that video, but I saw Jackson Drake come out online, kind of blasting Maven for these comments. And she is someone that's already starting to kind of get a bit of attention. They're putting her in spots where she's marking some of the guys. She's big, she's strong, she's powerful, she's chucking guys around. If we get the presentation, she's still very green, so we haven't seen her come out on her own. I don't know what her music's going to look like. We haven't heard her cut promos. I don't even think we've seen a singles match out of her yet. That's how early she is in the process. So she's someone that's worth keeping an eye on. And then there is another one, which is called The Unknown, who hasn't even shown up in Evolve yet, but they're doing these vignettes, which are very, very interesting. Some of the most interesting things going on in WWE right now, actually, where she is very pale. She's got like this black line, I believe, that goes down here that's painted on. And she calls herself The Unknown. She's got a first name beginning with V. I can't quite remember it. Venter The Unknown or something. We haven't even seen her make her debut, her official debut. She's just done house shows at the moment. But she's very mysterious. Very mysterious. They're very much... I don't know why they've selected her for a gimmick, right? There's not many gimmicks that get handed out these days. But they've given her a gimmick. And again, you can sort of start to see that could become something. I suppose it takes us back to like Alexa, when she was Dark Alexa. The only thing with Alexa was she would come out normally quite fun, like playground Alexa. I don't know, there was too many occasions where she came out with aura, right? She came out kind of skipping her way down and being all fun and everything. So... but she's quite dark from what we've seen of The Unknown. So she's interesting. So a couple of girls there that kind of spring to mind that could have some aura. But honestly, for me personally, I think it's the NXT level where we need to, really try and improve the presentation and the aura. Because by the time they get to the main roster, I can't think of a long list of examples of names that have had their presentation improved. If anything, it goes backwards. If anything, the music gets worse, right? Trick Williams is basically the same. The only thing they've given him on the main roster is that turntable and told him to just keep wearing the white coat. And they've given him the furry United States Championship. To be honest, the key thing for him is whoop that trick, the entrance music. He had all of that in NXT. Oba had all of his stuff in NXT. So for me, it's the NXT level that we need to improve. It's a good question, that. James said, happy Nick Aldis Day. Same to you, buds. Same to you. Connor said, here are my predictions. CM Punk, Oba, Gunther, Jacob, Usos, Io Sky, Fatal Influence. Those are my picks. Let's go. Stuart said the match between Gunther and Nick Aldis should have been a stipulation. If Gunther wins, he gets a shot at the title between Cody and CM Punk. If Nick Aldis loses, then he should retire. I don't know. The problem you've got there is that we've already got a number one contenders match. That is Sami and Finn, isn't it? So they're already battling to be the number one contender. In regards to Nick Aldis should retire if he loses, I think you're boxing yourself in with that because I think Nick Aldis loses. I don't think we should expect Nick Aldis to come back after like 3 years away from wrestling. He's been doing GM stuff, but he's not been actually wrestling. He's just been a general manager, right? For him to come back and get the better of Gunther, honestly, would not strike me as good booking. I don't think there's much of a chance of Nick Aldis winning. And to be honest with you, I don't think he should. Because I think that inactivity should be a factor. I think that inactivity, we know that it's a problem in MMA. We know that it's a problem in other sports. If you're not active on a regular basis, we know that, your skills decline. You're not sharp. So for me, Nick Aldis he should look really good in this match. And I would even have the commentators saying, if he had been wrestling on a more regular basis, if he just had that little extra match sharpness, he might get the better of Gunther here, right? And actually leave the crowd wondering, man, what would he have looked like if he had been not GM, but actually wrestling over the past few years? Would he have had just that missing piece to have got past Gunther? But ultimately, I think Gunther should win, because Gunther is someone that's retired John Cena, retired AJ Styles. You know, he's someone that's been knocking on the door for a world championship. To lose to a GM that's been out the game for 3 years, nah, that doesn't strike me as clever. That doesn't strike me as good booking. I would not go that way at all. I would definitely be giving Gunther the win. I would definitely be having Nick Aldis look like $1,000,000 where he comes close on several occasions. And I would definitely have my commentators banging that drum of, could you imagine if he hadn't been GM for 3 years and if he had that extra match sharpness? I mean, he's had what, in storyline, a couple of weeks to get ready. If that, you know, that's it. In storyline, he's coming in underprepared. And you can use that as an excuse. A clean win for Gunther. We've got loads of excuses as to why Nick Aldis couldn't quite get the job done. But actually, I would even have Gunther not shake Nick Aldis's hand, because he can't stand him, right? But I would afterwards just have Gunther look at Nick Aldis and just sort of nod. It really just somewhat subtle, because you know the internet will pick up on it. But just have him look over at Aldis and just nods. And then go. Just like, I don't like you. Nothing has changed. Our relationship is still in the toilet. It's still a dumpster fire, but damn. You just put in one hell of a performance. Nod out the ring. That it's got, surely. It's got to be. That's, to me, this is booking 101. There's not even a debate to be had. This is how you book this match. So I'll be shocked if they give the win to Aldis. I will. I'll be really, really surprised. It's not the direction I would go. So if you have the stipulation that if Nick Aldis loses, he has to retire, that's why I'm saying you're sort of boxing yourself in. Because then, you know, ideally, if he puts in an amazing performance, we can then get him wrestling on a regular basis, get him out there, get him some reps, picking up some wins. And who knows, a rematch with Gunther next year, where it's a Nick Aldis that's been regularly wrestling, and, you know, he could finally get a result, couldn't he? Tim, shout out to you. Love the channel. Hope we could collab someday. I do think this SummerSlam will be better than WrestleMania. Do you agree? I think that there is potential, but until we've seen it, it's hard to say. Sometimes you can look at cards and you can sort of figure out if it's going to be any good or not. But sometimes you can go in with low expectations and actually the show massively exceeds those expectations. Sometimes you can go in with really big expectations and sometimes it can really underwhelm. So I think it's very difficult just looking at the card to say. What I will say is I like the cards. I know there's criticism out there. I know there's lots of negativity that's out there. I don't care about that, right? I'm someone that can make my own mind up. I've watched wrestling for decades. I don't need the IWC to tell me how I should feel or think, right? And neither do you, right? Certainly if you're with us now, hours and hours and hours before SummerSlam, that would say to me you're a pretty big WWE fan, a pretty big wrestling fan. Chances are you've been watching for a while, and chances are you can sort of make your own mind up. So I agree with you. Looking at the cards, I think it looks really strong, and I think there is tons of potential with this actually being better than WrestleMania. But we honestly won't know until it's, you know, been and gone. Look at Jimmy versus Jay at WrestleMania 40. I'd have put good money that match would have banged, because the Usos are one of the great tag teams in WWE history. They're brothers. You know that they've been wrestling against each other in backyards and all this stuff. You know, they're hanging around each other all the time. They can easily put a match together. It's not like they're, you know, only meeting up at the shows. You know, I'm sure they're hitting each other up on the phone with ideas. And in my mind, brothers, the chemistry that comes with that, the experience they've got with wrestling, the communication, the fact they talk all the time, constantly, every day, they're either around each other or I'm sure they're chatting with each other. And certainly if you're building to a WrestleMania match, there's nothing there that would say to me, oh, this is going to be a massive letdown. And unfortunately, that's exactly what it was. It was a massive letdown. Scores for it from our community, from Cage Match, from all the reviews I was seeing online were, really low. So you just never quite know when you're going in. Things can underwhelm, things can exceed expectations, but I think this card looks good, mate. I'm here for it, and I think, I don't want to go in with an expectation it's going to be better than WrestleMania. Certainly, I think we can beat Night 1. Night 1 of WrestleMania was quite underwhelming. Night 2 was better, and that main event between CM Punk and Roman was amazing. If we can get something on this show that can match that, we've ate well. We've ate very well, because I think outside of Mask versus Mask, that CM Punk Roman match has got to be in the running for match of the year in WWE. Obviously, Mask versus Mask in AAA is currently taking that honor. If we were to remove that, Roman CM Punk is probably the next match that would come to my mind. So if we could get something in that ballpark, fantastic. Okay. I had a thought. Okay. What if we use Oldest to help the Authority? If there is a wrestler that is difficult, Randy could use him to wrestle on their behalf. I don't know what that word's meant to be. If they use Oldest to help the Authority. We don't have an Authority, do we? Unless you want to bring an Authority back. But at the moment, Nick Aldis is a babyface. A red-hot babyface. One of our most over baby faces. I mean, that interview with Chris Van Vliet went viral, of him breaking down in tears saying this is his one shot. So, apparently the highest or most viewed, most liked segment from last night's SmackDown was Nick Aldis and Gunther brawling, apparently. So he's a red hot babyface. So we don't really have an Authority situation. If last time we did, they were heels, and Nick Aldis wouldn't quite fit into that. So I feel like there's quite a few missing pieces in order for us to kind of get to, I think, where you would like it to get to. I don't mind an Authority story. We were talking yesterday about how we could do with something a bit bigger in scale than what WWE have been giving us recently. So I don't mind kind of going down and venturing down those types of roads. But normally an Authority story sees them as heels. And Nick Aldis at the moment would not fit that, obviously. Gary Scott's Roger, shout out to you. Radiated Zombie, shout out to you. Chris Morris, shout out to you. Appreciate everyone joining the members side. Obviously, we do member streams Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We've got a full week of streams coming up next week. Should be a good week as well, because obviously there's going to be so much fallout coming out of SummerSlam. I mean, Monday is going to be so exciting. And Monday, we've got Big Cass coming back. So we know that Monday's got something juicy going down. But we've got SummerSlam day 1 today, SummerSlam day 2 tomorrow. Then, of course, we've got Raw on Monday. NXT, we do that every week on a Tuesday. So, I mean, we are on a bit of a run here with some streams, and I wouldn't want it any other way, to be honest. So, yeah, if you have joined the member side, welcome. Make sure you don't miss out on those streams. They tend to air at either 5 Eastern or 5:30 Eastern. It's one or the other, right? I'll get them set up so that you know. And that is 10 UK time or 10:30 at night. So just so people know, I don't know where people are. Robbie said, on SmackDown, Aldis implied that he's not going to return as GM, says Robbie. Well, we're just going to have to wait and see, aren't we? I mean, I was told the other day that it was mentioned that, or implied that he was. So if you're telling me now it was implied that he isn't, it's just basically leaving me confused. I do wonder if it's going to come down to how this match goes. the way that he got so emotional on Chris Van Vliet, it does make me think that they have given him this match because we need something for Gunther to do. Because, rumors were that Gunther was originally going to be facing Brock at SummerSlam. But obviously that's turned into Oba. So we need something for Gunther to do. And I don't know how we've ended up getting to this Nick Aldis match. I'm glad that we have. But the way that he reacted, it made me feel that he's been told that obviously we need to see how this goes first. We need to see how his body holds up, what the performance looks like. It feels honestly a little bit like a trial. Feels like a tryout. So I don't know. I don't know what the long-term plans for him are. I'm sure if this all goes well, they would love to give him more matches, more opportunities. I mean, this is a massive opportunity. He really does need people buzzing about his performance after this. It's one thing to have a decent match and be like, yeah, that was all right. But other things get spoken about after. He needs to be one of the key talking points from today. That's what he's looking for. This is what I mean, I don't want to be dramatic, but I'm going to be. This is what his career, I'm not going to say his whole life, but this is what his career has built to. This is the moment. This is it. Right here, right now. This is it. He needs a performance that's not passable or acceptable or okay. It's got to be something that people are buzzing about after, not just tonight, but tomorrow. When we look back on SummerSlam, he needs a performance where we go, man, that Gunther Nick Aldis, man, they've got to have him wrestle again. He is too good to be a general manager. That's what he needs. Whether he can achieve it, we're going to find out. And that's what makes this match unmissable. John O said, who's on the wrestling card tonight? We ran through the match at the card at the beginning. I'm happy to just quickly blast through the match card, but we did a more detailed kind of run through at the start. So you can just skip back to that and you'll be able to kind of hear all the thoughts. But it's Liv Morgan against Io Sky for the Women's World Championship. It's Oba against Brock for Hell in a Cell. And we think Brock may retire. CM Punk, Cody Rhodes for the undisputed WWE Championship. It's LA Knight, Solo and Royce against Bloodline, which is Jacob, Jimmy and Jay. Gunther against Nick Aldis, match we were just talking about. Bellas and Paige taking on Fatal Influence. So there you go, John O, shout out to you. Man with the red face. I like your profile picture, by the way. It just looks classy, does stand out. I wonder if there will be a big surprise or shock tonight. Yeah, so surprises for this weekend. People are talking about the likes of Naomi. They're talking about Kevin now. I mean, Kevin's come out of nowhere. So Naomi, could she come back from pregnancy? Kevin, could he come back from injury? Not one that I had been considering, to be honest. That would be a great surprise. Ilya would be fun. We haven't seen him in a little while. Could it be that Gunther is beating up Nick Aldis after the match? Ilya comes down. That means that Gunther's got his next feud sorted. It's a feud we've been waiting for. Could we go in that direction? I think technically they're on different shows, but I mean, they could always move Ilya. Plus also, it's not like we haven't seen people switch brands or whatever, so... there's a chance for him. Stephanie definitely has got a chance of making her presence felt. She hasn't been seen since WrestleMania. Same with Randy. Drew, I don't know what he's doing with his film projects, but if he's available, maybe Drew is in the mix. So those are the kind of names that we're expecting. Swerves would be people like Vince or Shane or, someone along those lines. That would be like Brock from last year, where he came back and I didn't see anyone predicting that. I certainly didn't predict that. So for me, that would be like, oh my God. I mean, again, we've been talking about, could you imagine? I would probably go with Shane, but like Shane saying that he wants what's rightfully his, he was brought up expect him one day to be running this company and it's all been took away from him. And so, you know, I feel like there's an opportunity to tell a story there. You could start planting the seeds now and have it pay off in some manner at WrestleMania next year. So, I mean, I'm not saying that that's going to happen because, I mean, there's no word on Shane coming in. But with the Vince case sort of now going to private arbitration, so we now know nothing else is really going to come out in regards to that. I wonder if there'll be a bit more leeway to sort of, do you know what I mean, lean into a story like that now. Because it would be really hard to have a McMahon, even if it was Shane, coming in talking about how this is meant to be mine without people thinking or talking about Vince. So I think they've kind of stayed clear of all that. And I don't even know if Shane would want to do that, to be honest. He might be quite happy to just be like, you know, I've got my money, I'm out the game, you know. He's got a lot of other ventures that he's doing as well. So, I don't know. I wouldn't be expecting anything too big. I know people are going to point back to Brock last year. But, I mean, that really was an exception. You don't really get things of that magnitude at SummerSlam. You get returns and moments. I mean, we had, like, Bayley, Dakota, and Io, didn't we? Damage Control a few years ago. We had the return of Becky, I believe. She came back. Didn't she beat, like, Bianca really quickly after she came back a few years back? So, I mean, she came back as well. We had Roman return when it was Cody against Solo. So, I mean, you know, Kevin would be epic. Naomi would be a big deal. Those are the kind of things I would be thinking. Connor said, Days, if we want to keep Brock around until Mania, could that mean we do Gunther Brock at Mania? Yeah, that would be the expectation, yeah. Robbie said there's no first hour on ESPN tonight or tomorrow. I think that's good, isn't it? I mean, I know that it might have got new eyes, fresh eyes, but I'm sure they've got enough data now to know if it's worked or not. And actually, the criticism has always been that for those that actually pay for the ESPN Plus, they're only getting 4 matches. So at least now, if you do subscribe to that, you'll get in 6 each day, rather than just the 2 that are aired on ESPN for everyone, and then the 4 that kind of go behind the paywall. So it strikes me as better, to be honest. But I don't know. There probably was. It probably was worth a try. I mean, I wonder if they could have gone with 1 match tonight. You know, I wonder if they could have done 1 match rather than the 2. I don't know. They don't have to do it. It's not like anything we've ever been doing previous. So they've tried it. I'm sure they've got some data from it. I think a lot of our American friends are going to be quite pleased that, you know, they're getting all 6 matches now rather than 2 of them just being given away. Would we say that Hell in a Cell should be the main event tonight, or is there another match that should main event? Yeah, for me, it should be Hell in a Cell. I've never really doubted that. I don't know what the main event is tonight. I don't think the run order has been released yet, but I've always felt that it should be the Hell in a Cell. And the reason for that is because the alternative is CM Punk Cody, right? And for me, I just don't care for the builds. I don't mind the match, but I think it's quite obvious CM Punk's winning because CM Punk's not long had that belt. I don't think they're putting the belt back onto Cody here. So I feel like the results feels like one of the more obvious results. And I think as well, you know, these two have main evented a lot of shows. Obviously, you hear that criticism all the time, certainly of Cody, that he's main evented a lot of shows. Whereas Oba has never, you know. And obviously he will go on to main event a lot of shows in the future. But I just think you've got a genuine opportunity here to do Oba versus Brock in Hell in a Cell, which, if booked correctly, should have a bit of time, should be violent, should have weapons, right? So for me, there's, you know, that should be a match that isn't just 5 minutes or anything, right? 7 minutes. I mean, if they do that, then what a disappointment, yeah? this to me should be something that has big entrances. I think with it being a bit darker, it should look better as well. Cage cell being lowered, as we said, weapons, shenanigans. I could see Oba getting his hands on Heyman at some point. All the bells and whistles. Do you remember going back to 2022, Brock drove that tractor down to the ring? Now, I'm not saying that they should do that, but that is an example of them really, really thinking outside the box, you know, making a big statement. And it was so much fun. I mean, actually, in reflection, we were lied to, because that was Triple H's first pay-per-view. And he closes the show with Brock during his entrance driving down with the tractor, picking up the ring, and the whole match just having to be done in that environment. I mean, wow, what a statement. What a way to kick off your reign as head of creative. And pretty much everything else that's followed has been pretty slow-paced, boring, repetitive, beige, you know, lots of criticism. I mean, you know, don't get me wrong, 2023 was good. You know, 2024 was good until we got to the back end of it, where I think it started to lose its way. But that, for me, was where, you know, the decline happened. A lot of people, myself included, feel like the decline starts at WrestleMania 40. We kind of peak, and really it's been downhill since then. I personally think we're seeing some green shoots now. I know it might not feel that way after Raw and SmackDown this week, but I do feel like, big picture, we've got a great roster. I think that there are some good matches that we can make. There are some matches people want to see. Certainly Roman Oba in particular is obviously a big match people want to see. And there's other very exciting matches you can do. Certainly if Kevin comes back. You know, CM Punk versus Kevin. Let's go. You know, that could be an amazing feud. Amazing feud. So I think there's lots, and Sammy, I think, is doing quite interesting work at the moment. I like Lyra's character as well. I think that's quite interesting. They're building Trick. We will get back with Braun. It's just called off at the moment because we don't really need him for SummerSlam. If it feels like, you know, he's a busted prospect, that's because he is. But it doesn't mean he has to be busted forever. It just means that, yeah, sorry, we gave up on him for SummerSlam. Yeah, that's the truth. I mean, really, he should be in a high-profile singles match, and he isn't. So, yeah, it's true. You know, someone somewhere has said, this isn't working. Let's focus on other things for SummerSlam. We'll pick this up further down the road. That's fine. We can do that. That's absolutely fine. And he'll be fine. I've got no doubt that, you know, he'll find his way. But, yeah, just in the short term, just for this SummerSlam, you know, I get it. I understand. I hear the criticism. But I think that I can't blame him for it because it wasn't working. Bron Breakker was not connecting. The aura wasn't hitting. So I think they made the right call in focusing on other things and then trying to come back to Braun afterwards. So I look at anyway all the options as to what should be main eventing, where we are right now, and I think that Oba, Brock, and certainly if Brock's going to retire, I know that doesn't carry much weight because he's already faked his retirement, and people, even if he retires, won't quite believe it because, of course, next year WrestleMania in Saudi, they'll probably throw money at him. But I just think we've always heard this is where it was going to end. And I've got to think that that's what we're going to see. I'll be surprised if he doesn't retire tonight. And I think that, yeah, it doesn't. We shouldn't have done the WrestleMania one. I still don't know what that was about. Because could you imagine if he hadn't have done the WrestleMania one, but he did it tonight? It would carry a lot more impact. So, yeah, for me, I would close with that. I think it's more interesting than CM Punk Cody, personally. I'm not down on watching CM Punk Cody. I think the match could be really good, but I don't have much doubt that CM Punk's winning. And for me, I don't need it in that main event slot. I think I'll be more excited by the violence, hopefully, of Oba and Brock. I'm really looking for Oba Brock to be like Drew against CM Punk. That's what I'm looking for. Do you remember that match a few years ago? Hell in a Cell, one of the best matches of, I want to say 2024. Amazing. And they showed how far they're willing to go when it comes to bloods and violence. I don't see any reason why we can't get to those levels again with Oba Brock. And if we do, then we are talking about a match of the year contender, regardless of the fact we know Oba's going to be winning and that Brock's lightly retiring. I would still put it in that end of the night spot. Yeah. Days, if Kevin does return tonight, would we say that that'll be the biggest pop of all time? No. No, it won't be the biggest pop of all time. You've got people that, Kevin's been away for like a year and a half. I mean, it's not going to match the return of, say, Edge, who came back at the Royal Rumble, being out of action a hell of a lot longer than that, I mean, it'll be a pop and it'll be sizable. But I don't think it's going to rival the biggest pops of all time. Tyler said, what are excitement levels like for tonight? For me personally, I am pretty hyped, said Tyler. Well, Tyler, shout out to you. Good to hear it, buds. Yeah, for me, I don't think I've progressed. I think that I'm still about an 8. I think that I've been pretty much looking forward to this show all week. I don't think last night did a great deal to kind of improve on that. I think I'm just at the point where I'm ready to get going, So I'm feeling about an 8. As we said, a lot of that being carried by Gunther Nicoldis. I am, and listen, people can say you're an idiot. It ain't going to be that. But I am hoping that Oba Brock is going to rival CM Punk against Drew. And it's going to be that sort of a match where, do you know what I mean? They really go for it. And if this is meant to be Brock's last match, I mean, why do 5 minutes and go? If this is it, let's go out with as a greater performance as you can muster. Leave it all in the ring. So my expectations are quite high for that, to be honest with you. CM Punk Cody, I do think will be a good match. I mean, both of them can work. CM Punk is in a great place right now. He put in that brilliant performance against Roman at WrestleMania that Dave Meltzer gave 5 stars to. So CM Punk against Cody can work. If Cody's got the right dance partner, he can put in great performances. CM Punk, same. Predictable, I think, as to who's winning. That's the down, but should still be a worthwhile match that's, going to deliver and should be really fun. So not down on that. Liv EO should be fun. I'm not expecting loads out of that. I could see it being 3.75, maybe 4 stars kind of range. But again, should be worth watching. Interested in Bloodline, Royce solo. Are we getting a turn? That's the big question there. Match will be okay. Loads of moving parts, probably quite chaotic. But really, it's about, is Royce going to turn? Is Solo going to turn? Like, we're looking out for that. We're looking out for how does this play into the bigger story. So we're looking out for that. So there's a reason to sort of get excited about that and a reason to be intrigued. As I said, that only leaves the women's 6-woman tag, which if you're down on that, yeah, fine. This could main event SmackDown or something, the fact that this is on the SummerSlam cards, it's not filler because I think we're right to be promoting Fatal Influence. I also think Bella's are legends, so is Paige. So actually, that kind of old school, new school dynamic is quite nice. I'm not down on it, honestly. I get that it's probably the least intriguing, but overall, as a package, I think there's enough there for today. I think there's enough there. Could it be better? Sure, of course it could. I mean, I think CM Punk Cody could be better if CM Punk had been champ all year. If CM Punk had not lost the belt at WrestleMania and was, I know this is a different belt, but if he had not lost the belt at Mania, carried it to SummerSlam, and maybe Roman had picked up the WWE Championship after WrestleMania, and so he was defending the WWE title, CM Punk was defending his World Heavyweight title, he'd been champ all along, and actually it felt a bit more like, oh, he might drop it tonight to Cody, you know. He might drop it, this could be where it ends. I think if it had a bit more peril to it, if I genuinely believed that Cody could get the job done tonight, maybe then I would feel a bit more into that match. So could this card be better? Sure. Yeah, of course. There are ways that it, I mean, you know, you could have Roman on this night rather than being on night 2. Roman's obviously a massive star, but I think there's a fair bit on night 1 to be excited for. The good news is there's a fair bit on night 2 as well. I mean, Sami Finn, if anything got me a bit more excited for their match yesterday, it was that. So Sami Finn, I think, will be a banger. I'm really looking forward to that. I think the women's ladder match, I know that people might not be crazy about everyone that's in the match, but we are going to crown a new interim women's champion. And so we are guaranteed a talking point. We are guaranteed. It's not going to be that every champ retains, no one returns, you know, and there's no new champs, or what the hell do we talk about? We are guaranteed a new champion tomorrow as we do a ladder match, and they're pretty fun. A ladder match for the interim WWE women's title. So tomorrow, Sami and Finn, the ladder match, Penta Gable, should be an absolute banger. I mean, honestly, that could steal the weekend. If on Monday you told me that you'd already watched this and it was Penta Gable that was match of the weekend, I would believe you. It is a shame it's face versus face. I understand that. I agree. I wish that Chad was going up against like Gunther, and we had like a heel Intercontinental Champion, you know, Drew or someone like that was Intercontinental Champion, and Chad was going to try and get the belt off them rather than it being someone we really like who's doing a great job. So that is the down, but it should still be a great match. And then, of course, the main event, Roman Seth. I don't know how people feel about that. I'm more into Roman Seth than I am into Punk Cody. Roman Seth, to me, they haven't faced that many times in big high-profile matches. And if you think about their history, you know, the fact we're going to see them two going up against each other, it does feel like Macho Man Hogan to me. Macho Man Hogan didn't have high-profile singles matches much. You know, WrestleMania 5, I know they did face outside of that, but I mean, there just wasn't as many PLEs, of course. We tended to do a few a year. That was it then. So there wasn't really like loads of times where they would actually face off in like high-profile matches, certainly not in singles matches. So it feels a bit like that, where actually, surprisingly, Roman and Seth have not faced on PLEs much. There's not I think this might be their 4th meeting ever on a PLE. So, and their last one being at the Royal Rumble in 2022, where Seth actually won. So I think Roman retains. I don't think there's much chance of Seth winning. That's a bit of a down, but no, I'm honestly into it. I know there's others out there that are like, I don't care, but like, I don't know, man. These two have got such a rich history. What with being in the Shields, and you know, I feel like, again, a bit like Gunther Aldis, there is some reality here, because I do think that Seth feels that Roman has kind of prevented him from achieving more, because he has. If Roman wasn't around, Seth would definitely have main evented WrestleMania more than he has. You know, he definitely would have had more title reigns. He definitely would have had more spotlight. He definitely would be a bigger star if Roman wasn't around. Roman is the Hogan of this generation, the Cena of this generation. And Seth has to try and play second fiddle to that. And, you know, that's all been talked about in the builds and whatnot. The fact that two of our biggest stars that actually, all things considered, rarely meet in a singles match at a PLE are going head-to-head for the World Heavyweight Championship tomorrow in the main event. I'm not down on it. I'm not down on it. So I think there's things to look forward to tomorrow as well. Okay, let's try and get to some of these super chats, shall we? Because I've done a pretty rubbish job. TJF, shout out to you. Said, days ready for the biggest party of the summer. 2 years. TJF, shout out to you. TJF, been a member for 24 months. Very impressive. Very impressive. Carlin Gareth, though, trying to eclipse. Straight away coming in. 62 months. Gee, Carlin Gareth. Shout out to you, my friend. I mean, to be honest, I didn't even know we've been doing the members side for that long. But 62 months. Incredible. But TGF, 24 months, you know, I ain't taking nothing away, right? Anyone that joins us on that side, really do appreciate. But some amazing long time members of the channel here. And Carlin Gareth as well, sending in some super chats. Really do appreciate that, buds. Really do appreciate. Obviously, it goes in some capacity back to the channel. I did show actually the other week I had to buy another monitor. I've actually now got 4 monitors around me. I got like one for the stream, one for the chat, and obviously keeping an eye on like social media. I've got one I watched the show on, and I had to buy a new one because obviously we've started bringing back the reaction clips and everything. So I need a screen for the reaction clips. So I've kind of got that set up over here now. So yeah, in some capacity, it goes back into the channel. So I've just had to buy a new Wi-Fi adapter actually, because I think I can improve that as well. So I literally just bought that last night. Anyway, Carlin Gareth, shout out to you, my friends. Says, have an amazing stream days. Thank you, buds. Thank you. And as I said, I massively appreciate the support, my friends. So I hope you enjoy SummerSlam as well. I hope you all enjoy SummerSlam. Dormouse said, happy SummerSlam. Much love and respect from the Dormouse. Yeah, if you want to chat with Dormouse, head over to our Discord. I know Dormouse and Sunny, they both run the Discord for us, do a brilliant job. I know there's lots of people that have a great time over there where you can chat away and everything. And, have a lot of fun. And so if you enjoy the community, and if you enjoy the community minus me, right, which is the best way to enjoy the community, to be honest, the Discord is very much for you. I don't get a chance to go in there too much. Rarely am I in there. I just try and get in like once a month or something. But I've said before, it's by the community, for the community, for you guys to interact with each other, get to know each other better, chat away, you know. If ever you're at a bit of a loss, you can always just jump in, see who's around, or even grab, hit someone up and go, are you around? Do you want to jump in that Discord? Bring such and such. And I know there's some fun stuff that goes down in there. So link in the description, and shout out to Sunny and Dormouse that kind of look after all of that. Michael said, do you think we'll see The Rock tonight? I do, says Michael. I'm going to lean to no, but that only because there's been no rumor, so there's no reason for me to think we're going to see him. I don't know how confident I am that we're going to do Rock Roman next year. I would like to be confident. And if we get The Rock tonight, obviously that would go into the category of Shane, Vince type stuff. We haven't seen The Rock in a little while. In fact, I don't think we've seen The Rock, have we, in WWE since Elimination Chamber when John turned. I don't think we have. So, yeah, I think it was that. It's been quite a while now since we've seen The Rock. The only reason I think we would see him would be in connection to next year. So, obviously, it wouldn't be today. It would be probably the Roman match tomorrow. But I don't know. I'm not sure. I think if they want to send a massive message and statement of intent, if they really do want to, try and get the train back on the tracks, they want to get the rocket flying in the right direction, then, that would be a way of doing it. They have sold 35,000 tickets. There'll probably be a bit more that goes today. But actually, the ticket sales over the past few days have not been good. I think they've sold about 900 tickets in 2 days. So, I mean, you'd want that to be in the thousands. 900 is not good. So, I don't know. It's hard, though, isn't it? I mean, I do think that this current economic climate is challenging. We all know about gas prices and stuff like that. And I'm not trying to make excuses for WWE. We know the booking has been poor, even though I feel like I'm seeing some green shoots. I don't think they've actually shown themselves enough yet where it's going to really make an impact on tickets and viewership. Just because I think that there's a few decisions that have been made, like dialing back on the vision, I think is a good thing, because I don't think the vision is working. So dialing back on that, I think, is a good thing. Going back to Roman and Bloodline, I'm not going to say is a bad thing. I actually think that could be a good thing. Even if it's not as good as the first time around, it could still be better than a lot of the things we've been trying recently. Going back to Rhea as champion is, in my opinion, a good thing, rather than Tiffany or Jade. But the problem is Rhea's injured. So we're not seeing the fruits of that, right? Having the whole CM Punk situation, Sammy crashing out, I've enjoyed that, right? But again, is there enough there where it's actually going to show itself in ticket sales right now? Just because I think there's been some good things that have happened recently. Well, clearly no, is the answer. Clearly no. 35,000 tickets sold in a stadium that can hold 70,000 is not brilliant, is it? There's no two ways to kind of beat around the bush. It ain't great. But, so I don't want to let them off the hook. And I did put a tweet out earlier saying, hopefully, if it hasn't happened already, this is going to result in some tough questions being asked. Because I think some tough questions do need to be asked. So hopefully this is going to result in some tough questions being asked. Like, why is the creative so bad? Or why has it been so bad? What are the future plans? Are they big enough? And, let's have a look at all of those things. Why were the ticket prices so high for so long when it was clear they were not selling? I know they dropped in price, but they only dropped the other week. So why did you leave it so late? I mean, when they weren't shifting, and I think people have learnt as well, like, you can get tickets quite late. These shows are not selling out anymore. So you'll always get a ticket for WWE. And chances are they'll be cheaper if you leave it later. Because the way it seems to work is TKO tried to charge high price when they first go on sale. The tickets then don't sell. And then they mark them down. And so I think people have got the message that actually just wait and you'll be able to get them cheaper. But don't forget, it's just been the World Cup. I don't know how many of our American friends decided to go to a game or spend some money on that. Has that kind of, made it a little bit that there's like less money in the pocket? We know about the economic challenges. We know that tourism is down in America. We know ticket prices were too high. We know the creative has not been good enough. I mean, how many more reasons do you want? So if they want to really shake things up, bringing The Rock in would be obviously a way of doing that. I don't think that he'd be doing much now, though. I think it'd more be a message, wouldn't it? For like, I see you. And then people will speculate, does that mean next year it's going to be Rock Roman? So not impossible. If we get him, I think it would be tomorrow after Roman beats Seth. Rock could come out. So not impossible. I don't know how confident I can be that we're getting that match next year. There's been no word on it whatsoever. I know they've approached him, but we haven't heard anything more. And you know what his schedule is like. He's getting film offers all the time. He's got projects all the time. He would specifically have to turn things down, prioritize the wrestling, prioritize WrestleMania. And listen, the numbers are not great at the moment. And maybe that's enough for him to feel like, no, I've got to go back. It's not just a case of, do I want to, but I've got to. Because don't forget, he's got TKO shares. He's got a lot of TKO shares. So it is in his financial interest that WWE succeeds, because this is hitting his share price if, the shares go down. So, he at some point could start to feel like, no, I have to go back. So I don't think it's impossible. I can't sit here and say yes, because there's absolutely no word it's happening. But that's kind of where we are with the Rock situation, in my mind. Michael asks, do we think we'll ever get the Shield again? Oh, it's interesting you should say that, because obviously Roman and Seth are facing in a big match on night 2. And actually there has been chat of people saying, Dean's coming in. Yeah, John's coming in. No, I'm not expecting that. I don't think too many people are expecting that, because obviously we don't know 100%. We're just going off information that's come out. But information that's come out is that his contract is not up with AEW until 2027. He's not free. He's an AEW superstar. He's under a deal with them. So he cannot appear on a WWE show. So no one is talking about this in regards to a Sean Ross Sapp or people like that, right? There's no chatter of maybe, nothing, right? The only people that are talking about it are people that aren't thinking about contracts, right? They're just looking at Roman and Seth in a match thinking, do you know who's going to get involved? It's going to be Dean Ambrose, right? So not expecting that, of course. But it is quite timely to ask about a Shield reunion, because obviously there has been that chatter. I think that they will definitely go in the Hall of Fame. And I think that Dean will be there, hopefully, when they go in, right? I can't see him turning that invite down. We have seen it before where AEW stars Billy Gunn were actually inducted. I don't think, was he? Yeah, he was there, wasn't he? He was there. He was at the actual DX induction, even though he wasn't working with WWE at the time. I don't know if WWE would do that when it comes to the Shields. Who knows? It might not even be a problem. I don't see the Shield going in anytime soon. So, we might be talking 5 years, 10 years down the road, and, John, Dean might not be with AEW at that point. I don't think that's what you're asking, though. I think what you're asking is, will we get a run? And I think that's less likely. I think that's less likely. I genuinely think that Jon Moxley, Dean Ambrose, much prefers being in AEW. Because, and we've spoke about this before, but I think he is a deathmatch wrestler. If ECW was around today, he would want to be in ECW. He's an ECW guy. He is someone that likes blood, violence, pushing boundaries, going to war. He likes that aggression. I don't think he vibes with a PG product. I don't think WWE was ever the right fit for him. I think that if anything, he was selling his soul so that he could make it in the wrestling world. But I think his true passion is being the guy he is in AEW and the guy that AEW let him be. So I don't think he's sat in AEW waiting by the phone, hoping that WWE are going to call. I do not think that for 1 second. I think he is absolutely loving life in AEW. So this is what makes it hard. Why is he going to give that up to come back and do a Shield run? And once that Shield run's done, maybe like some solo work, which is going to be very family friendly, very PG. I'm sure the money will be good, but I'm sure the money's good in AEW. And I don't think he really cares about the fact WWE is a bigger promotion. I don't think he cares. I think he's more interested, and fair play to him, honestly. I think he's more interested in just enjoying what he's doing. fair play. I got respect for that. Do you know what I mean? I got respect for that. Yeah, you could be on a bigger platform and you could have more eyes on you. But if you're happier doing something else, yeah, respect, you know? So I think a Shield reunion is less likely than him showing up to the Shield going into the Hall of Fame. I wouldn't say impossible, because it could be one match. Do you know what I mean? And I'm sure he would come back for a match. But a run, again, starts to get less likely. So I think, will we see the Shield again? I wouldn't lose hope. It may be one match, one final run of the Shield, one final appearance for the Shields as they take on whoever at some show in the future. So I certainly wouldn't rule that out. I think Hall of Fame is likely. Anything more than that, I think the likelihood starts to decline. So that's where I think we are at the moment with Dean, John, and that situation. Not expecting him this weekend. David said, what's everyone's SummerSlam snackage tonight? Well, I'm popping caffeine pills, which is a regular for me. They just keep my energy up. Obviously, I don't tend to eat during the streams, which is quite good, actually. If I was to snack during these streams, I might not get out this chair. So, I'm not getting those sugar hits. I'm certainly not getting sugar hits off the water that I drink. So caffeine pills kind of tick the box for me. Water and caffeine pills. Yeah, that's the name of my autobiography. Super Pony said, if we get Kevin tonight, what is he going to do? I'm not sure that I would expect him tonight. I think I'd expect him more tomorrow, Sammy and Finn. If he came back tonight, well, he ain't going to get involved in the Bellas match. So if he came back tonight, could he stop Gunther from beating up on Nick Aldis? There's an option. Would he get involved in Bloodline? Well, he could do if Bloodline add another member. Let's say Royce betrays, and then it means it's LA Knight and Solo. Royce has betrayed them. They're getting beaten down. They need some help. Kevin could be someone, right, that could help. You could bring someone down first, just like, I was going to say a Carmelo. We need it to be more of a mid-card sort of Raw person, don't we? So, I don't know, would you bring down a Rey Mysterio or, someone along those lines to try and even up the numbers, and then you bring out Kevin Owens? Because obviously it would be Jacob, Jimmy, Jay, and then say Royce or Solo that's betrayed. So that's 4. On the other side, you got Solo and LA Knight. So you would need 2 to kind of come down to make it 4-on-4. So one person would have to be just a Ricky Saints type person. And then you could have Kevin come down being that 4th person. Or just that Kevin on his own could come down, and just the sheer presence of Kevin could drive the Bloodline away. So, I mean, there's a way of bringing him in for Gunther Nick Aldis. There's a way of bringing him in for the Bloodline story. I don't think you bring him in Brock Oba. That wouldn't feel right. You don't bring him in for Livio, of course. So the only other one would be CM Punk Cody. And I don't know if you bring him in there, to be honest. I mean, you could have him cost Cody. A lot of us think that it's going to be Kevin. It's going to be Randy that's going to do that. It could be Kevin. It could be Kevin that costs CM Punk. So that would set up a CM Punk Kevin feuds. The belt would go to Cody. And then you've got CM Punk versus Kevin. So there are ways of bringing him back. I don't know what the most likely would be. I mean, to be honest, it's only yesterday we heard that he might be returning. So I've given zero thought to where he actually lands. But, I mean, just naturally, you kind of think Sami Zayn, what with their friendship, kind of think that if he's going to come back, it might be that match. So I think I'd expect him more there. But I could find a way, if I had to, of getting him into Gunther, Nick Aldis, or the Bloodline story, or CM Punk Cody. The only one men's match today I would struggle with is Oba Brock. That'd be the only one I might struggle with. Just because he's coming back from a big injury. I don't think you want to put him in with those two monsters. Because they're going to chuck him around, and I don't think he should be getting chucked around after coming back from what he's coming back from. That just seems like the absolute worst feud to put him in. So that's not a direction I would go, to be honest. Isaac, shout out to you, my friend, said, Days, I do hope we see Kevin after the Punk match. Also, I do have a feeling that Aldis and Gunther could be 5 stars. Here's £5 for you to get yourself a coffee. Thank you, my friends. That will probably go on drugs. And by drugs, I mean caffeine pills. So, Highland, High Life, thank you, my friends. Really do appreciate the support, and I hope you enjoy SummerSlam. I hope you all enjoy SummerSlam. We have been doing a poll. I feel like we need to get a new poll up, actually, because this one's already over 700 votes. Who leaves as Women's World Champion? 63% of you think that it is going to be Io Sky. So you lot have decided that Io Sky is the community selection. Okay, in regards to our next question, who will turn tonight? So, are we going to see Royce Keys turning on his team, joining up with Jacob? Don't forget, there's a lot of history there. They were really good friends. Could it be that he actually turns on his team and aligns with Jacob, aligns with Jimmy, Jay, Roman, joins up with the... That would be huge for Royce Keys. I mean, that would be absolutely huge. Will it be Solo that does that? Could Solo actually betray his team, right? I think that one might be even more likely because he is Bloods. So that one feels like it might be even more likely. I'll put LA Knight as an option. I don't see that happening personally, but there's only 3 people in this team, so you might as well put all 3. And then I'll put the option of no one. No one turns. Perhaps you're thinking, no, it's just no one's turning tonight. It's just going to be a match. And listen, that might be the option that wins. That might be the pick. So do you think Royce Keys is going to turn on his team? Do you think Solo's going to turn? Could LA Knight turn? Or is no one going to turn? That's going to be our next question. So you lot have voted that Io Sky is the person you're expecting to see win tonight. She might do, she might not do, I'm not sure. She is my prediction, but I do think it's very close. I do think it's very close. So there we go. A new poll for you to get your teeth into. Michael said, I could see Judgment Day turning on Liv, right? So you think that Judgment Day could turn on Liv and then that could result in Io getting the win? Yeah, I'm totally with you. I mean, in my official prediction, I went with Io. To be honest, the reason why I went Io wasn't so much to do with Liv and Judgment Day. I just don't know what you do with Io if she doesn't win. Because if she doesn't win, in my mind, she's away from the title. She isn't in a tag team. So what does she do? She's got to go into a feuds, or she's got to go after a mid-card belt. And you could have her go after a mid-card belt because the champ right now is Raquel, who happens to be in the Judgment Day. So, I mean, you could quite easily get Io away from one Judgment Day member into a feud with another Judgment Day member, right? For example, it could be that Raquel helps Liv. That upsets Io. Io then wants revenge. And then on Monday, we start the ball rolling towards Raquel, Io around the mid-card title. Yeah? So we could do that. But I don't know. That is an option. Will they take that option? I don't know. I think it's an option, and this is what makes it so hard, because Judgment Day, you're right, they could end up costing Liv. I mean, at some point, I think Judgment Day are coming down, but genuinely, I am not going to know which way that's going to go. Are they going to try and help Liv and end up actually costing her? and then we start, the road towards a Judgment Day breakup? Or are they going to try and help her and succeed? And then maybe Io ends up going into a feud with Raquel. It's flip a coin. I think it's really hard to know which way that goes. So another thing to keep an eye on, honestly. Another thing to just be keeping an eye out for tonight when it comes to the show is Liv and Io battling away. I think at some point Judgment Day come down. And then the question is, when they get involved, are they going to succeed? Are they going to actually be able to help Liv? Or are they going to end up costing her? So, yeah, interesting. I like that's it's an interesting match, that one. Right, I think Liv retains, and I think that Roxanne and Liv are going to belittle Roxanne for not... I think Roxanne and Liv are going to... I think you mean Raquel. Raquel and Liv belittle Roxanne for not having golds. ACH2MT, shout out to you, buds. Absolutely. Yep, we could go that way. Sean said, how do we think Roman Seth is going to end? Do we think that the steel chair... Oh, God, I hope not. I do not need that flipping steel chair being involved. I understand that it's a key moment in the history of WWE, the breakup of the Shields. And the way they broke up was Seth hitting Roman with the chair, trip. They'd literally just fought against Evolution and beaten them, right? I think it was the night before. And basically on the Raw, Triple H came out and said, I don't think you understand. There's always a plan B. And that's when Seth had the chair in his hand and wallops Roman with the chair. It's a big shocking moment. No one saw it coming. I get it. But I feel like that flipping moment gets called back to on a very regular basis, right? Very regular basis. I do not need that as a callback in the match again. I just don't. I really don't. So, will there be a steel chair involved and that moment involved? I hope not. I'm done with that moment, right? It's iconic. It's amazing. We do not need to keep calling back to it, right? I mean, we did it, wasn't it? The Monday, Roman went and got a chair, and Michael's kind of making out that it's a callback to that moment again. I feel like, no word of a lie, I feel like I could probably find 5 examples, if not more, where we've called back to that moment with a chair involving Roman or Seth or, whatever. So, yeah, no, I do not need that being a part of this match. How do I think it ends? Well, I think that's tricky, to be honest, because it's hard to see people getting involved. I actually don't think people should really get involved, but then saying that, I don't think Seth should necessarily lose clean. Seth has always been the thorn in the side of Roman. So Roman could really do with a clean win over Seth. But is there going to be something that just distracts Seth and then it results in Roman getting the victory? If so, what would that be? What would it be that would distract Seth, that would just allow Roman to get the victory? You could say bloodline, but I feel like that's a little bit... I feel like that would be a little bit... I mean, do you have the Shield music play towards the end of the match and the crowd start getting excited that Dean's about to show, and actually it's just that Roman is kind of in advance? That could be a distraction for Seth, who could just momentarily turn around, look to see what's going on, and actually, as he spins around, Roman spears him. And it was, Roman basically set that up as a bit of a plan B. I don't know how that would land with people, to be honest. Because the downside with that is that you're teasing something. People are getting excited because they're thinking that Dean's about to come walking down. And actually, you don't pay it off, do you? It's just Roman trying to get an advantage, knowing that Seth is that one person that he can't quite get a victory over. And so he's having to kind of... But then it does protect Seth. It gives Roman the win. I don't know. That's the kind of finish I don't think would land well with people. But I think you got to keep Seth protected. Seth has not got the same amount of championship reigns as Roman. He's not had the same success. He's not had the same WrestleMania main events, right? The one thing that he has got is that he has always been that thorn in the side whenever they faced. I don't think Roman's ever won. And so Seth has always had Roman's number. I think it will be a real shame to see that go. And I think if it is going to go, and if Roman is going to win, like I am expecting him to, then it would make sense that if it ever gets brought up in the future, Seth has always got a way of saying, yeah, but you had to do this in order to get it. You know, you needed your bloodline, or you needed a distraction, or whatever, in order to get the win over me. You know that you've never got that clean victory over me. I know it. You know it. The fans know it. But the problem is, any sort of screwy finish will just be seen and felt as being a bit cheap. So, it's a hard one to book, honestly. It's a hard one to book, because you can't have Dean. You're not getting Dean. Do you bring The Rock in? Does The Rock get involved? If you could get The Rock, is it a case that his music hits, that distracts Seth, Roman gets the win, and just when you think The Rock has come out to help Roman, he then makes it clear he is not there to help Roman. He's actually there to send a message. And, it could be, oh, God only knows what he'll do. Yeah. We've had all this, haven't we, before? So, who knows what hand gesture he could send. That one would be more palatable, because the problem with the Dean one, if you play the Shield music, is you are teasing something that you then do not pay off. People go, oh my God, that can only mean one thing. It's Dean Ambrose. And as we've said earlier, it can't be. And so, of course, he doesn't come out. But at least if you play The Rock's music and The Rock comes out, you're not teasing something that you then don't deliver. So that might be more preferable, actually. The only problem is, can you get The Rock? Can you get The Rock? Because that would at least work a bit better. I feel a bit better about that one. At least you're playing some music and actually delivering. So, and of course, the talking point is not going to be, oh my God, Seth lost, Roman won. It's, oh my God, did you see? They've teased next year's WrestleMania match. We're getting Rock Roman. That'll be the big talking point then. So that would be the better way. But I don't know. Can you get him? I have no idea. Moxley, he had maybe the worst match I've seen lately. He got beat up outside the ring, said Charlie. His opponent got into the ring. He rolled in the ring and did a moonsault splash onto himself. Oh, that sounds confusing. Adam said, I really hope that Nick Aldis gets the night of his life. I'd imagine he gets a lot of nights of his life, considering he's married to Mickie James. He deserves it. I doubt he wins, but I hope he gets a great match and it's not a squash. I agree. Days, is there a chance that we could get the return of Stephanie tonight during the Liv match? Yes. Again, no word on the street about it, but is there a chance? Yes. Nathan said, isn't The Rock doing a new Jumanji movie? I didn't even know a new one was coming out. Probably. I don't keep up with what projects he's working on, so I honestly couldn't tell you. But yeah, would that shock me? No, that wouldn't shock me. I think there is every chance that he's going to be working on, various projects. I've said before, the thing with wrestling is that it's always there for The Rock. I know there's a conversation around, well, at some point you won't be able to work, but I think over the next few years, it's still there. He doesn't have to work next year. He can do the year after, maybe the year after. I don't know at what point we have to say, no, your body just can't do it anymore. But it still feels to me, considering he wrestled at WrestleMania 40, which was only a couple of years ago, in quite a lengthy tag match, by the way. I still feel like he's got the ability to get in, right? So the thing is, he could do Mania next year, but if he doesn't, I don't think it's the end of the world for him. But with film projects, you either take them or you don't, and that's it. There's no going back. You know, if you want to do a certain film project, you can't turn it down. It's not going to be there for you in the next year. So this is where it's difficult. You know, live action Moana, for example, he can't turn that down. There's no film, really, if he doesn't do it. So I don't know what he's got up his sleeve. I don't know what projects are being offered. I don't know how easy it's going to be to turn some of these things down. And that does make it so challenging. Really hard to know if he's going to be available. So I wouldn't hold your breath that we see him this weekend, but equally, I would say it's not impossible. James said Roman can't beat The Rock, but Paper can. Very good. Nice. Jumanji is already done, said Robbie. It comes out in September. He does have a few projects, though. Fast Forever begins next spring. Right. Okay. Saudi will pay. I think this will be the one, said Toby. Well, it is true. I mean, I've heard, and I'm sure you've heard as well, that the money being offered is the most money that has ever been offered to any wrestler for a single match. Don't know what that number is, right? I would imagine it 10 million plus for one match. I mean, I don't even know what the highest number is. I don't know that that's ever been made public, but we're talking millions, definitely. So, you know, for one match, I suppose the thing is, though, it's not, I know you say one match, but like for someone like The Rock, it's going to take him months and months and months to get ready for it. It just sounds like you rock up on the day and do a match. But I mean, for him, it's about getting into ring shape. When he did that WrestleMania 40 match, he had like 3 rings in various locations. He had Gallus fly out so he could train with Gallus. And they would actually work with The Rock, like locking up with him, hitting the ropes. And do you know what I mean? Like putting him through his paces. Because it's one thing to be in shape. It's a completely different thing to be in ring shape. And so, yeah, it's not just, oh, thanks for the money, rock up on the day. It is like you really need January, February, March off, don't you? In order to like just be putting the work in. And probably you need it off for the build as well, so that you're on the show and actually helping to build the match and build the excitement. So yeah, it would be a lot of money, of course it would. But yeah, it's not just as simple as getting in the ring. I'm going to try and bring some facts, said William. Okay. Wrestling is best when you have one guy that can wrestle and the other guy can wrestle. Sometimes one woman can wrestle another woman that can wrestle. Those are facts. It is good when you've got 2 wrestlers that can both wrestle. You can say what you want about that comment from William, but it does make sense. Kaylee said, is there a high chance of Kevin and Randy returning? Could Randy come out if Cody wins? And when is Enzo's return? Yeah, so rumours are there are high chances of Kevin and Randy. I don't know if that means this weekend or if it means within the coming weeks, but certainly it feels like they are both due return soon. In regards to Enzo, there's no words on Enzo other than he is still believed to be coming in. It's never really been in doubt. He was the first one reported. The first report I saw on Enzo was that he was at the Performance Center and there was a bit of chatter around that he was coming back and the NXT and all of this. Then the conversation moved forward that actually Big Cass was coming in as well. And the conversation was then that they're going to be used together. And so when they started doing the Big Cass vignette, this is where we thought, okay, they're starting it. We're starting with Big Cass. And we're going to then, next week do Enzo. So we do the Big Cass vignette. Next week, we'll do Enzo. We ended up with 3 weeks of Big Cass vignettes and no Enzo. So Big Cass is coming in on Monday. And I don't know if the plan is that, you know, maybe Enzo needs a bit more work, or who knows, right? Perhaps there's a delay in that regard. Or maybe Big Cass is going to get into a story in a situation where he needs some backup quite soon. Might be like a month down the road or something, where he's in a feud with someone, he's getting beaten up, he needs some support, everyone's going to be cheering for Enzo, clamoring for Enzo, and we're going to pull the trigger that way, right? So, you know, it could be we're just saving Enzo back for a moment. Rather than going, hey, he's on the show on Monday, let's bring Big Cass in, because that'll be, you know, interesting. A moment to a degree. I think people are interested to see the presentation, what he looks like, the music, the graphics, all of this sort of stuff, right? Get him going. And then maybe he finds himself in a situation where he needs some backup, and then we bring Enzo in. There is another theory as well, though, and that is that actually, yeah, Enzo, Big Cass will be together, but not yet, and not this year. And actually, could you bring Enzo in as a solo person for NXT? Because NXT, it's in a better place now, but it does still need some help. It does still need some support. Because we lost Oba, we lost Fatal Influence, we lost Javon, we lost Trick Williams, we lost Ethan Page, we lost Ricky Saints. We lost a lot, actually. We lost a lot. There was a lot of talent that went from NXT. Women's side is fine because that's deep. That roster is deep. The men's roster is not. So we got Evil from New Japan. We just got Mike Santana, Cruz Montana, from TNA. Literally the other day, we had Grayson Waller pop up, which was awesome, right? I saw Brian Alvarez going off on that, actually. He was not impressed. I disagree with him. I thought it was great. But, you know, he's then in NXT. It does still feel like we could do with one or two more names down there, and Enzo could absolutely be one. So I haven't heard any words on Enzo. There's no reason to not believe that he's coming back or that anything has changed. I haven't heard that the situation has soured, or, you know, they've decided to not bring him, but I haven't heard any of this. So I still expect him to come back, but no word as to when. Pat said, look at the God of War filming. They've had to recast 2 main roles because Ryan Hurst tore his bicep and the kid will be much older after recovery. They have now got to scrap everything that's been filmed. Oh, really? Connor said, would you have liked Bailey Lyra if we'd have added that? Because both have had great match at Saturday night's main events. Would I have liked that match at SummerSlam? Yes, I would have took that match for SummerSlam. This is quite interesting, though, actually. You've touched on something. So would we have liked Bailey Lyra to have been added? And actually, I think this is where you might get into conversations around should Sol Ruka Raquel have been added to this card as well? Should the Vision have defended their tag titles on this card? Maybe should Damian and R-Truth against War Raiders have been on this card? Maybe we would have got like a proper winner, right? Rather than the screwy finish that we ended up getting. Perhaps we could have had a proper winner instead. But I think for me, the truth, and we've spoke about this the other day, the truth is that Raw and SmackDown are seriously in need of matches. And when I say matches, I mean like high quality, meaningful matches. I don't mean just 2 people chucked together, good luck, right? We do that as well. But we need championship matches. We need a reason to get excited for a Friday and for a Monday, even when it is a PLE. Because nowadays, the money for Raw and SmackDown is considerable. It's a lot of money. And actually, it is one of the main financial contributing factors to WWE is the amount of money they get for Raw and the amount of money that they get for SmackDown. So you can't just take everything out of those shows and put them onto the PLEs and leave Raw and SmackDown with just bare bones. You've got to still keep some exciting stuff on those shows. And listen, we obviously have seen some very, very underwhelming shows recently, but those shows would only have been worse if you'd have taken the Raquel title change off Raw, and if you'd have taken, I don't know, the Rey Fenix match from SmackDown. Maybe you had Rey Fenix defend his AAA championship at SummerSlam. Well, if you took that match off SmackDown, then, one of the only good things on SmackDown would have been removed. So you've still got to make sure that you've got things that are being built and stories that are being, playing out away from the PLEs. I think when it comes to Bayley, there is a feeling of frustration that it's always her that misses out. She misses out a lot on shows. And so, yes, I would have liked Bayley Lyra to have made its way onto this show, right? I don't know what we would have took off, because if the conversation is, well, if you put that on, you've got to take something else off, it becomes tricky then, doesn't it? Because, we don't have loads of women matches at SummerSlam. There's obviously lots more men's matches. You wouldn't want to take off the women's ladder match. You wouldn't want to take off Liv Io. I think then the only other women's match that you've got is the Bellas. And do you want to take that off? Because Bellas, Paige, Fatal Influence, it's obviously good for all of them to be on that SummerSlam card. There are Bella fans. There's a Bella army, right? Fatal Influence are a group that I think are going to be quite important in the future. I think JC has got, in fact, all three of them could be future women's champions. I wouldn't be shocked to see Lainey be a future women's world champion. Same with Fallon Henley. I think first up will definitely be JC. But that's quite an important girl group, and I do think they deserve the spotlight. So if you put Bayley Lyra on, you're taking a potential match away from SmackDown or Raw, putting it on a PLE. You are then going to struggle to figure out where it fits. You probably would have to, take off a men's match. But again, what would you take off? You can't take off over Brock. You can't take off Punk against Cody. You can't take off Gunther Aldis. Do you want to take off LA Knight Solo, Royce, Jacob, Jay, Jimmy? That doesn't seem right to take that off to put Bayley Lyra on. You can't take off Roman Seth. Do you want to take off Penta Chad? Chad's coming off Mask versus Mask. And, I suppose that would have to be the lead. That'd have to be the one at the moment that I think you take. Either that or you take the Bellas off. Danhausen, I think, has got to be on because of his popularity. But perhaps you could take him off and just do a segment instead. Perhaps that would be the answer. Perhaps you take Danhausen, Dominic off. You put Bayley Lyra on, and perhaps Danhausen has a segment instead, rather than a match, because that does feel a little bit like we don't need it. I wouldn't take off Sami Finn. You could take off Trick Barron, but listen, we've said I think Trick's a big project. So, yeah, I think that would be my answer. I would take the Danhausen match off. I would put Bayley Lyra on, and I would have Danhausen just have a segment, like, announcing the attendance type thing. I would do that instead. But I do think there's still a big talking point around the whole, not putting everything onto SummerSlam and keeping some stuff for Raw and for SmackDown. Okay, I need to get back to some of these super chats because we are running out of time. Time is getting away from us. So Michael said, rumours of a sixth woman in a ladder match. Rumours of a sixth woman in a ladder match. Where from? Are these good rumours? I think where the rumors come from are just as important as the rumors themselves. So if you can tell me who's saying it, then obviously we'll know whether it's something we need to be really paying attention to. If it's coming from a WrestleVotes, Sean Ross Sapp, PW Insider type place, interesting. If it's not, and it's coming from, you know, John from down the road. So, yeah, you'll have to let us know. Michael said, does anyone save Paige if Nikki turns? I think AJ. I'm not sure about this turn thing, to be honest. You could do it, but I don't know. I'm not sure. Do we need the Bellas turning? I suppose it'd make it a bit more interesting. So, could make it more interesting. If Fatal Influence win and they turn, I don't know that I would... I suppose you could. I suppose you could. And I suppose she would be backstage anyway, wouldn't she? Because today is Cody CM Punk, so not crazy to think AJ's backstage. I suppose the question would be, why would she be backstage? That would be the question, you know. So Nikki turns on Paige, AJ comes down. Why was AJ there? But that can be explained because it's also Cody against... I think that's quite interesting, actually, Michael. I think that's quite interesting. I cannot give you a good reason as to why we wouldn't do that. The only thing I'd question is, do we need Nikki and Brie turning heels? But I don't know, it gives you some options, doesn't it? There is a lack of heels just in general, so I don't hate it. I don't hate it. AJ comes down, helps Paige. I suppose the only thing I would question is, would the average fan care for Bellas against Paige and AJ in 2026? I mean, we did that match at WrestleMania 31. So would people be down for... I mean, just don't bother me. You know, I wouldn't be against it. Yeah, maybe there's a chance. I can't give you a good reason as to why we wouldn't do it. But of course, there's, you know, I haven't heard any word that AJ's definitely going to get involved in this show, so I can't give you a good reason that we are doing it. So, well, something else to keep an eye out for. So, Michael, thank you. Interesting. Got me thinking. Kenneth said, I hope that Cody turns heel tonight. Well, I'd say there's an outside chance, only because I think there is a chance of Randy getting involved. And if Randy gets involved, he'll be the heel. And I think we might pick up from WrestleMania. So I'm not going in with the expectation of Cody becoming a heel tonight. But again, is there an opportunity or a chance? Of course. Of course there is. I mean, Randy can come back and not go after Cody, you know? It could be that Cody turns heel and actually Randy goes after someone else. Randy doesn't even have to come back tonight. I mean, there is word that he's coming back soon, but it doesn't have to be Cody that he goes after. So, again, there's a chance. Because of the Randy returning rumors, I think it's more likely he goes after Cody than someone else. And if that's what we're doing, Randy's the heel. So for that reason, I would say it's leaning unlikely for me. But not impossible. Just like a lot of these suggestions that people are bringing up. You know, I am giving them some thought to see if there's anything more. Because I don't want to sit here and just go, oh, yeah, I don't know. You know, that's a bit dull, isn't it? I don't want to sit here and just go, yeah, no, I haven't heard anything, boring. So is there anything we can dig into there? And I'd say with the Cody one, I'd say it feels like Randy most likely comes back, goes after Cody, which would mean that it's unlikely Cody turns heel. But again, not impossible. Junk Wax Obsessed said, no matter what, you just can't please everyone. It's sad, says Junk Wax Obsessed. Well, yeah, it's true. It's part of life, though, isn't it? I mean, I think WWE's challenge right now is, no, you can't please everyone. You never will, right? And you will always have people moaning, okay? Even when we were peak Bloodline, people were complaining because they were saying, I'm so tired of Roman. I'm tired of him always winning matches with cheating. It's funny how all of that is now forgotten. And instead we look back on Bloodline as being this just perfect magical time where records were being broken and the shows were engaging. But actually, you know, we all lived through it. We were here week in, week out throughout it. I mean, it would be crazy to paint a picture that those shows were perfect and that everything was hunky-dory. I mean, that's just not true at all. It's not even that long ago. So, you know, yes, business was booming. But, you know, there was still a lot of reasons to be frustrated. And there were still things happening that, you know, they were not perfect shows. Do you know, I've done a bit of work, actually. It leads me nicely onto something else. I've done a bit of work, which is I've actually jotted down all of the Raw scores from the 90s in a spreadsheet. I think I've got up to about 2005. And I've got the data from Cage Match. Now, yes, Cage Match is not brilliant because you only get like 20, 30 responses for each show. And so, you know, this is not the gospel, right? It's not like the scores on Cage Match are the correct scores for every show. But it's a guide, okay? It's a guide. It just tells you if it's a good match or a good show or a bad show, right? It might be that they score it a 4, but you thought it was a 6, right? Or they score it a 2, you thought it was a 5. That happens all the time. But by and large, I think it gives you a guide. It gives you an idea. And I'd say it's probably the best historical document we've got. Because, I mean, I don't even know where else you would go if you wanted to look at scores for every episode of Raw. I don't know where you would go. And certainly not, you know, you can pretty much on Cage Match, there's like 10 to 20 votes on every show. I mean, you might be able to find someone that's watched all the shows, like, you know, Wrestling Bios or whatever, who I know does like Reliving the War. He might have gone back and watched episodes and scored them all. But I mean, that again, that's just one person's opinion. Whereas at least with Cage Match, you get in 10, 20 people, right? So it's not perfect, but I can tell you that the average score for Raw during the Attitude Era was about 6.6 out of 10, according to Cage Match, which I think will surprise a lot of people, actually, because when you think about the Attitude Era, you always think about mind-blowing, peak, just so exciting, edge of the seat, thrill ride, chaos. The fact that the average for 98, 99, 2000, the average for each of those years is like 6.6, 6.8, 6.6. It's kind of that ballpark out of 10. I think that might surprise a few people. There's plenty of shows in there in the 5s. And the shows in there in the 7s and 8s. But there are plenty of episodes, even during the Attitude Era, where it's not scored well, right? And, I mean, let's be honest, there's loads of stuff in the Attitude Era that sucks. There's loads of stuff in the Attitude Era that has not aged well at all. In fact, you can go back to a lot of pay-per-views, and yes, Stone Cold and the main events are all exciting and have got, like, loads of stars and loads of high ratings. Have you seen the rest of the cards? Have you seen the dumpster fire that's the rest of the cards? Some of that undercard stuff was not good. Granted, there was some good stuff in there as well on the undercard. I'm not painting a picture and saying it was all garbage, but I am saying that you're never going to please everyone. You couldn't please everyone during the Attitude Era. You certainly couldn't please everyone a few years ago during Bloodline. So WWE does not need to try and please everyone. It will never succeed with doing that. But it's got to find a way of putting on a product that people still want to see what's going to happen next with. And I think that is where we're lacking at the moment. We're lacking in a few areas. We're lacking in match quality. You know, that needs to improve drastically. I think we're lacking with, building new stars successfully. I mean, Oba was a gift from God because he came ready-made. They didn't have to do anything. I mean, God, if WWE had to try and build Oba, let's say Oba came up pretty flat from NXT, I don't know that they would have got him over as much as he is right now. I mean, the reason he's over like he is right now is because he came out of NXT ready-made, fully delivered. It's like ordering a cake from the bakery and you get it made, right? If they just had ingredients, I don't know what we would have ended up with. I really don't know. I don't think I've got much confidence in that main roster creative team. You could give them all the ingredients, and I bet the end result don't look like the picture. But with Oba, he came ready-made in the post, all set up, good to go. Same with Trick Williams as well. So, I mean, they're very fortunate that Sean and NXT team have got their act together in that regard and just gifted them this absolute monster, So, I think what they need to do is they need some stories that have some twists and turns where you want to see that next chapter. You want to see what's coming next, some cliffhangers, what does this mean for... It'd be good, wouldn't it, if the show ended with that sentence a few times? What does this mean for whatever? Make sure you join us next week, blah, blah, blah. So that you want to see what happens next. Normally there's just normally it's like a match is made and then we just do a few weeks of promos where they just sort of flesh out why we're doing the match. And it's not really a story that you need to tune in next week for, So there needs to be improvement with the matches. There needs to be improvement with the tuning in next week, the reason to tune in next week. They've got to improve that area as well. Creatively, I mean, I know there's so much frustration about people sitting on the sidelines and missing out. They've got to improve those. They've got to rotate better, I don't know what system they've got at the moment for rotating talent. And actually, with social media, if someone's injured, why not tell us? If Jordan Grace has picked up an injury, it might be better to just put something out on Club WWE. I mean, if you're looking for exclusive reveals, then why not start telling us about why we're not seeing certain people? Certainly if they're injured. I mean, if Jordan's got a little injury or something and we don't know about it, why not let us know on Club WWE? Be the first to find out. At least then people aren't going to be pulling their hair out going, where's Jordan Grace? If it turns out she's injured herself training and she's out for a few weeks. I mean, it might not be that big of a deal. It might just be a few weeks. But at least people know, I think I don't even know if there's a single area that doesn't need improving. I feel like all areas need improving, but yeah, you should never try and please everyone. You're never going to succeed with that. And actually, if we look back historically, you can see that we've never done that. We've never been able to do that. Even Attitude Era has not achieved that. So I don't know what lessons they take away from the build for SummerSlam. I mean, we would really have to sit down and go into the weeds much more than I want to right now and look at all the builds and look at the shows and, get into a massive conversation, which I just do not want to do. I want to keep this bouncing a bit more even than it is at the moment. But I don't think there's a single area that doesn't need improvement. I think the creative team need to really look at themselves in the mirror. I do think there's green shoots right now. I keep saying it because I mean it. I do think there are things I can point to that feel stronger than this time last year, but I don't think they are big enough to be making any sort of impact right now. Just because we watch the show week in, week out, and we can see some positive improvements, it's got to be something more drastic than that to really send a message. And at the moment, the green shoots I'm seeing, they're not drastic. It's just enough for me to confidently sit here and say, I do think we're in a better place than we were this time last year. I will happily have that argument with people because I do genuinely think we're in a better place than where we were this time last year. Outside of that, I don't think the green shoots are big enough to really be driving substantial ticket sales or an improvement in viewership or an improvement in confidence in the current product. They got a lot of work to do. And listen, this weekend could be huge for them because they could send a message this weekend. They could send a statement, just like they did 4 years ago at SummerSlam 2022 when Triple H took over and we drove the tractor down to the ring and we picked the ring up with the tractor. We brought Dakota Kai back into the fold. We called up Io Sky. Bayley returned from injury after being away for a long time. You know, there were several things that went down on that show that felt like this is a new era. It was one of the only times where Triple H could say it, and I believe it. Anytime he said it since has been rubbish. But him taking over and that show landing in 2022, SummerSlam, I believe that was a new era, and it felt it as well. And I think we're at a place where we could really do with a big relaunch, reset, big seismic message that just really shakes WWE. Are we going to get that? Probably not. I don't want to get your hopes up for something that I'm not sure is coming, right? But, I mean, I'll take a solid show this weekend. I'll take that as a starting point. But if we could go bigger than that, then I think that would be ideal. Island High Life, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. And Michael said, did we see that Punk posted a picture of the arena chairs saying that his match was a street fight tonight? No, but if anything's been kind of going down today, then it's not been on my radar. I've literally got up and I've been chatting with you guys, and I've not been sat here scrolling through X. So I don't know, perhaps originally it was intended to be a street fight, but we just changed our minds, decided to make it a standard match. Perhaps the feeling was that it was kind of colliding with some other stuff that was similar. Perhaps because it's on the same night as Oba and Brock, the feeling was that it would just take away from that. I don't know. So, you know, maybe they're about to make it a street fight. But I wouldn't be shocked if they had plans originally and those plans changed. And as a result now, it's just a normal match. Oh, hello. Spoiler. Saturday closing match reveal. Do people want to know? WWE has loaded up the card for SummerSlam Saturday, but it looks like one match has officially been chosen to send fans home. While CM Punk Cody Rhodes for the Undisputed Championship seemed like the obvious choice, that won't be the case. According to PW Insider, WWE has internally slated Brock Lesnar, Oba Femi to close out SummerSlam Saturday. If those plans hold, the blockbuster grudge match will go on after every other bout, including the Undisputed Championship match. Lesnar-Femi's rivalry has become one of WWE's biggest attractions after the Beast returned and attacked the King of the Ring winner before he could cash in his guaranteed world title opportunity, blah, 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 blah. Well, there we go. If it does go that way, I think they've made the right choice personally, but it's not the biggest thing in the world. It's not going to change if this show is successful or not. So, you know, it's not important in that regard, but I do think that's the right choice. That's the choice I would make if given the option. Okay. So Michael, shout out to you. Let's go back to the chat. Netforce, hello buds, said maybe WWE could do some kind of poll of their audience in each city to see what they like. Then enough data would be collected to put on a little bit of what everyone likes. I don't know how you would work that, to be honest, because you're going to poll people in... I mean, obviously you've got the show booked in advance, and by the time the audience are coming in, by the time you've done the poll, you've already got the show planned. So, you know, you might get answers from Florida, about what that specific crowd is interested in, but you're not going to be able to implement whatever feedback they provide. You're not going to be able to implement that until, I don't know, weeks down the road, potentially even months, depending how far they've got the shows booked out in advance, you know? So you can certainly collect data and get feedback. Implementing it is going to be difficult. It's going to be hard to kind of get it in. And to be honest, I don't know if feedback is a problem, because all they've got to do is look online. They could jump into this chat and read what you lot are saying, and boom. Do you know what I mean? You lot are firing in your thoughts and opinions. They can watch one of our opinions videos, and they'll see all your thoughts and opinions. So I don't think they're necessarily struggling for feedback. I think they're struggling for the general consensus. That's the one thing you never quite know, is what's the majority looking for, because you can read what John 265 says, but that's just John 265's opinion, just like you could watch my breakdown. That's just my opinion. How do you figure out what the majority, the masses, are looking for? This is where you start looking at, say, trending topics. That's obviously of interest, because if so much trending, that says the majority of people are talking about it. And this is where you look at Google searches, and this is where you look at merch sales. And you don't just look at merch sales because it's money, but it's, you know, people are spending their money to buy a shirt of a wrestler they clearly feel a connection with. Like, they clearly like this wrestler so much they're going to spend their money to get that shirt. That's one of the best indicators you've got, is merch sales. I mean, that if you want to know what the majority are into, how are the shirts selling? How's the merch doing? Because that is people parting with their cash to tell you, I really like this person, I'm going to buy their merch. So I know things like merch sales are really boring, and people are like, no, merch sales. But, you know, WWE are looking for those big indicators. You know, you can read till the cows come home what people say. And I got to tell you, a lot of stuff on social media is a load of rubbish. There's a lot of stuff that people say that's just waffle. That just, if you thought it through, a lot of what gets said is just, it doesn't stack up. It falls apart under interrogation. You can, you know, I'm sure you've seen comments where you're like, that's stupid. Why would we ever do that? Or we can't do that because of this, this, and this, that the person that wrote it doesn't know about. Because the truth is that if you get into wrestling and you've been watching for a month or two, and you've got opinions, you're going to want to share them. But your opinions, no offense, are not going to carry the same weight as someone that's been watching for years and years and years, because the knowledge of someone that's been watching years and years and years is so much greater than someone that's been watching just for months. And so the person that's been watching for months is going to suggest things that may have already been tried in the past and not worked, or are not going to have all the information that other people are going to have. I suppose the point I'm making is, yes, everyone's got opinions, but it doesn't mean that all the opinions are necessarily equal, because they are coming from, you know, kids who haven't been watching long, or, you know, don't quite understand how the real world works. You know, my opinions when I was a kid were probably ridiculous, you know, and probably just like, you know, I'd cringe at some of the things I would, you know, suggest when I was a kid, because, I mean, that's what you do, innit? You just like, you love the wrestlers that you love, and to hell with everyone else. So I think in regards to like trying to get feedback, you can look online and read social media. I don't know how much that helps. I do agree with Nick Khan. I think that is fruitless to a degree, because I think he pulled out some comments of like, Roman sucks, I don't know why we waste our time. I mean, Roman's generated WWE God knows how many multitude of, you know, tens of millions. I mean, I don't want to say billions, but he's probably made WWE like, you know, hundreds of millions. Heyman will tell you billions. but he's made money on a level that's just crazy. So you read stuff like that and you're like, this is just dumb. You know what I mean? This doesn't hold any merit whatsoever. This is just someone that doesn't like Roman, which is fine. There's loads of people out there that don't like Roman. But they backed him and they were right to back him. And he's repaid it by being one of the biggest stars we've ever seen, shifting tons of merch and, driving WWE to a level of popularity that we haven't seen in a while, quite a while. Obviously, we've declined from that now, but we'll always have 2023, eh? So, yeah, I think it's hard to get those big general consensuses. So getting feedback from people in shows, you can do it. You can have a suggestion box, but I don't know if that's not just the same as the millions of individual comments that just live on social media anyway, and whether that's going to give you... I mean, I don't know if anyone's done a software that can sort of look at X and go, there's this many positive messages about LA Knight, there's this many negative, there's this many positive about, there's this, do you know what I mean? With the power of AI now, could there be an AI script that gets set up that scans, anything that's got WWE in the comment and then immediately breaks it down into positive message, negative message, looks to see what wrestlers are mentioned in the comment as well, or if there's an image attached, and can then filter down and give you a big overview. I mean, I would say that was impossible a few years ago, but with the power of AI, I'm not sure it is now. I could see AI, and certainly AI that works at big business level, not the sort of common AI that we use, but like AI, the industrial kind of AI that, they charge serious money for because businesses will pay to get that advantage. I wonder if there's something in that in the future. I don't know. Where you can get big, maybe there could be AI that kind of reads all the comments and gives you the top 10 biggest frustrations. How about that? That, I mean, to my knowledge, that's not something X is doing right now. But what if there was an AI that could do that? That would be very, very valuable to a company like WWE. If you're looking for a multi-million-dollar business idea, it might be that right there. Set up an AI company, set up some sort of bot that can scan social media, read comments, and then give an accurate top 10 as to what the 10 biggest frustrations are and stuff like that. Probably not possible. I mean, my knowledge of AI is very limited, but I don't know. It doesn't feel like we're a million miles away from something like that being done, Reese said, Days, how are you today? How's the voice holding up? Well, we've only just started, to be honest. I mean, we're only 2.5 hours in, so we're doing good. I mean, we're getting into a few topics, which is what you would expect. It's what we always do. So we get into a few topics and just chatting, really. I mean, there's obviously a lot to be excited about and optimistic about. Voice is feeling fine. Obviously, we're getting closer towards the pre-show. I actually don't know when that pre-show starts, the countdown, so I just thought I'd better go and check that out. So countdown will be starting relatively soon. And I'm doing good. I hope you're well. Hope everyone's well. Shout out to everyone that's joining us. So yeah, we're half an hour. We have got half an hour to go, and then the countdown begins. I don't know if it's a 3-hour countdown. It might be. So, yeah, I don't know if it's a 3-hour countdown, but we need to start getting our head a little bit more into the game here. So, yeah, that starts in 28 minutes. Kind of get your thoughts in. I'm going to try and I'm going to try and be quicker. I'm going to try and blast through as many as I can in this half an hour. That is my promise to you. Timmy said, the fact the last man standing with Kevin Owens, where the ref had to stop counting because he couldn't get the keys to work. That was at Royal Rumble, wasn't it? Could we not ask Rock to do that with X posts? Said A5E. I don't know, but it maybe. I mean, maybe Grok has got the ability to do that. It honestly, like most things, I don't necessarily think of these away from the streams, but just I've said this before, like a lot of people I think sometimes can get frustrated with the length of answers that I give. The reason why I try to give those answers are twofold. First of all, it's because I think a lot of the topics that get brought up are topics that other people are thinking about. Quite often, I'll see people asking about the same piece of news. So, you know, for example, Kevin and Randy, there's probably a lot of people that want to know what's the latest on that. And obviously a conversation where we dig into where are they likely to land, what would it look like. That doesn't feel like a silly conversation to spend time on, because I don't feel like I'm just speaking to the one person that asked it. I feel like I'm speaking to everyone that's probably curious about the same thing. So that's why, for me, with those sorts of topics, I don't mind spending a bit of time on it. The other thing, though, is that it can lead us somewhere where even I don't know we're going to end up. So, you know, the point was made about should we get feedback from the live crowds and get suggestions from the live crowds? Not something I've ever thought about. Thought it was a good shout by NetForce. But we dig into it and we go, right, okay, where's the pros? Where's the cons? I know that they're looking for big picture. And of course, ultimately, it leads us to a conversation about social media, AI. Is there a way of doing it? I've never thought about that before. So could Grok do that? Not sure, to be honest with you. Something that's worth looking at. And actually, could be some great content in that as well. If you use Grok to scan through X and get some big trending topics that become visible to you that maybe are not visible to other people, you know? You might start seeing some stuff that other people are not seeing because they've not thought to ask Grok that question, just like how I had not thought to ask Grok that question until we went on that journey we just went on. So, don't know, give it a go, see what comes back. WWE need to turn up tonight. The build has been awful, said JMB. Connor said, I expect to see a damn lot of blood in that Hell in a Cell match between Brock and Oba. Kaylee said, Rhea Ripley is coming back. Well, I don't think she can come back this weekend because tomorrow we're crowning the interim champion. So she can't really come back tomorrow because of the fact that what's the point? Why was she not wrestling? Or, you know, why? No, I don't think it'd be a good look unless she's going to be at ringside. She's all right to be out there, sit out there and watch a new champion be crowned. But like she's weeks and weeks and weeks away from actually competing. So I wouldn't be expecting Rhea this weekend. If she was going to be around, the question obviously would be asked, why is she not wrestling? WWE checks opinions of live crowds, or at least they used to. The last WWE show I went to, by the merch stand, there was a group of us that were asked to do a survey, and I did it, said Hogan Kerr. Interesting. Sean said, I'm going to run through the questions in the last half an hour. Daisy's first question, a 5-minute answer. I love you though, Days. Never change. Well, I got to your comment, Sean. Even though you roasted me, I still got to your comment. Jacob said, what would be the best? Cody turning heel or Randy return or KO return? KO return for me. If I could choose one, I'd take a KO return. I know people want Cody to turn heel, but they've wanted that for quite a while. And I am honestly a fan of keeping it in my back pocket. If I was in charge of creative, I would also be delaying it because you definitely do it one day. But I think when you do it, it's going to be a massive moment. And you could do it at SummerSlam. Or you could do it next year at WrestleMania. I mean, there's no shortage of shows to do it on, right? So for me, I'm looking at the fact that I think Randy's coming back. And I would imagine he'll go after Cody. So to me, I need to wrap that story up first. I need to do the Cody-Randy feud that we should have had earlier this year, but got derailed largely thanks to Pat's involvement. I want to do the Cody-Randy feuds. I want Cody face for that. So I would keep him face for the Randy situation. But I am at the point where people have been asking this for a little while now. I'd be willing to pull the trigger on it if I was in creative, but equally, I'm also fine with the fact we have not done it yet. I'm fine with it. So yeah, for me, Cody and Randy, they kind of cancel each other out. Kevin Owens' return would be a lot more exciting for me. Days, surely if Brock Oba is main eventing, Cody won't turn heel and Brock's retiring. Yeah, I think both of those things were things that we expected. So we expected Cody to stay face. As we said, I'll be shocked if Randy doesn't get involved. And I think we expected Brock retiring because word has always been that this was the show that was going to happen on. The only thing I would say is I think he retires, but I also think there's a chance he comes out of retirement next year for WrestleMania. I do not believe that if they hit Brock up next year and say, listen, do you fancy another match this time? We'll have you go up against Gunther. If the money's good, I don't see why he turns it down, because he ain't bothered about if you're upset that he's come back out of retirement. Do you for 1 second think that Brock Lesnar's going to give a flip about how you feel? That you're upset that he's come back for money? No, not for 1 second is he going to give a flip. So I think that in that regard, I don't know how emotional it's going to be tonight. I mean, plus we've already had it teased at WrestleMania. So the retirement thing, I think it'll happen. I think we'll, applaud and once again say, fair play, thanks, hell of a career. I don't know how history's going to remember him. Probably a bit kinder than it would have if that Janelle Grant case had been heard. I think he'll probably be remembered a bit fonder, but I don't know. It's all still a little bit awkward for me, to be honest. I was shocked when he came back last year. I was not crazy about the fact he had come back last year. I think as time has gone by, the way they've used him has been really good because they've used him in quite a positive way. They didn't at first when he murked Cody. And obviously there was a lot of people down, and not Cody, John Cena, sorry. He murked John. In one of John's matches, it was a squash and it was a throwaway, and people were really down on that. You might remember last year. But actually, his feud with Oba, which has obviously dominated this year, has helped put the spotlight on Oba more. There has been a benefit to Brock being around. I mean, that build for their WrestleMania match was incredible. So much excitement around that. And then, of course, the shock of the retirement. I didn't like him coming back out of retirement. I also didn't like him beating Oba. But I don't know. I could see him retiring tonight. It looks like him and Oba are about to main event. Oba's first main event. It's going to be Hell in a Cell. I hope it's a banger. I hope it gets plenty of time. I hope there's violence. I hope it's a match that we're chatting about and talking about and getting excited about and all of that stuff. And yeah, for me, it'll be respectful. It'll be like respect. I don't know how I should be feeling about you. I don't know like what you've done. I know there's people out there that just don't want anything to do with him and don't care. There's people out there that just think, I don't care what he does in his personal life. It's the beast. It's Brock. I will always love him. I'm just sort of like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to feel. I mean, I've just been watching. I do think the way we've used him has been good. So my plan is to watch, enjoy, be respectful, and move on. And that's it. I'm at the stage where I don't need Brock. It's a good stage to be, actually. I'm at a stage where I don't need him. I'm all right with him leaving. I was all right with him leaving at WrestleMania. Thanks for everything. You've been great. Respect. Done. I don't know what you did in your personal life. I'm a bit concerned, if I'm being honest, but whatever. You know, in regards to in-ring, you know. So I think we could see him going, and that will be my stance on it, right? There'll be people that, you know, feeling I'm in the middle on this. I'm not an extreme. I'm not going to be like, I hate him. I'm glad he's gone. I'm not, I love him. He was the best thing ever. I'm just, cheers. Thanks. You know, I had some great times watching Brock. Appreciate it. I'm in the middle. Is that a cop-out? I don't know. That's how I feel. If Brock, Oba, Hell in a Cell, does it mean that CM Punk Cody would kick off tonight? Well, I would have it kick off tonight. I'd have Cody and CM Punk open the show, yes. I think you want to start with something eye-catching. You know, at WrestleMania, we started with Oba Brock. So this is SummerSlam. I mean, yeah, you want to start with something big. I wouldn't be down on starting with CM Punk Cody. I wouldn't. I'd quite happily start with that. Or you could start with the Bloodline and actually start with... Or you could start with the Nick Aldis match if you want to give that a real spotlight. But I'd make people wait for that. I think people are really excited for that. I think I'd make them wait. You could open with Bloodline because it's going to be quite chaotic. So, and I'd imagine quite fun. Bodies flying everywhere. Jacob and what I actually predicted if there was going to be a first hour that was going to be free, then CM Punk Cody and Bloodline wouldn't have been a bad two matches to have put on the free thing. The only downside would be that you're moving the women's 6-woman tag into the 4 matches you have to pay for. And I could understand some grumbles there. So actually, you might have to put that next to CM Punk Cody. Because to be honest, I think the women's match is the one people are least hyped for. So make that match as chaotic and fun as you can, with bodies flying everywhere, quick tags, loads of action. Open with Cody CM Punk. Then go into the women's match. Make sure that the men's tag match isn't next because you don't want 2 big chaotic tag matches together. Maybe then you go into Gunther Aldis, or you go into Liv EO. Probably Gunther Aldis, actually. I'd save the women's match. Then I'd probably do the women's match. Then I would do Bloodline and all of that so that it's a good distance away from the women's tag. And then you wrap it up with Oba and Brock. I'd probably structure it along those lines with, you know, a logic as to why everything is where it is. So yeah, I would open. Jacob said, fair enough, Days. I appreciate you reading out my comments. I agree. Kevin should return. Jacob, shout out to you, buds. Hogan said, a small online minority want Cody to turn heel. That's one reason why they don't listen to Xbox accounts, spamming and social engineering to try and sway public opinion. Do you know, it's really interesting you say that, actually, because there was a crazy stat. I'm gonna have a look now, actually. So I've got the best numbers I can get. So bot accounts. So independent research estimates that about 10 to 15% of all accounts on X are bots. Isn't that crazy? 10. That means every 100 accounts that you see, 10 or 15 of them are bots, are just set up software programs that are just running, and there is no human behind it, and it is just pumping out whatever. Isn't that mental? That is crazy to me. Because to me, I would always think, I mean, I'm just naive. I mean, sometimes you can sort of recognize if something doesn't read right or look right. You can sort of recognize, right? But in my mind, I might think that I encounter, you know, I don't know, a handful a day or something. I'm just naive, right? But to think it's that scale of 10 to 15%. And this is the answer you get if you put that into Google, by the way. Independent research comes back. This is the Google answer. 9 to 15%. So X reports that there are 560 million monthly active users. This percentage would mean that 50 to 84 million accounts are bots. It's an excellent point, isn't it? Because I don't know about you, but I go through X and look at X. And you see everything, don't you? You see good points, bad points, interesting points, whatever. Rarely do I sit there and think that I'm not seeing it coming from a person. But you just don't know, do you? You just don't know. You don't know when you're reading someone's take. I mean, you just don't even know if it's genuine. If it's coming from a person. It's crazy. Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, we didn't touch on that. World Live Cena fan said, Days, EO needs to win. Then we could do EO against Rhea at Crown Jewel. And then finally, Rhea can beat EO. Also, we should do a poll about the Bellas turning on Paige. Okay, we can do that. I feel like this poll has run its course for a bit. With another 700 odd votes. So this is our second poll that we've done. Who's going to turn tonight? So no one got 32%, but people are thinking Solo at 33. So actually, people are really split. 1/3 of you think that no one is going to turn in that Bloodline match. 1/3 of you think that Solo is going to turn. And then the other third of you are split between Royce Keys and LA Knight turning. Very, very interesting. Very interesting. Will the Bellas turn on Paige? Will the Bellas turn on Paige? That can be our next poll, which takes us into our countdown show. That countdown show, as we said, starting in just 10 minutes now. Stuart said, what do we think about Bronson Reed returning at SummerSlam? Stephanie returning. I think Stephanie's got a chance. Bronson's got a chance, but it's hard to see where he's going to land. We don't have a Vision match, do we? So where's he going to land? Where's he going to make his presence felt? Could it be that he comes back not in the Vision? I mean, no one says he's got to come back and be a Vision member. Could it be that he actually comes down and gets involved with LA Knight, Solo, Royce, Bloodline? I mean, putting a Bronson Reed in that pot could be very interesting. So is there a chance yet? Is there any rumours of a return for him? No. I don't think he's out injured. I just think that, again, we don't know when he's due a return. So possible. But I have to go back to the point I made the other day, and that is, you know, people are obviously getting excited about Kevin and Randy and Stephanie. And, you know, there's this long list of Naomi, right? AJ Lee's been mentioned. Now we've got Bronson Reed getting mentioned. Stephanie, as we said. You're not going to get all of these. You're probably going to get 2 or 3, maybe 2 over the weekends. I don't think it's going to be a never-ending parade of people returning. I think you'll get a couple. I mean, that historically is how it is. You don't get this, like, every match has got someone coming down, getting involved or coming back or whatever, you know? So, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what they do end up giving us. I think there's lots of options. I would be shocked if we don't get anything. I mean, I'll be really shocked if we don't get anything. But, yeah, I'm expecting us to get some stuff tonight. And I'd expect something tomorrow. But over the weekend, 2-3 things. That's probably where my expectation is. Days, Carmelo Hayes has retweeted a tweet from me last night, said Big Time, with words of encouragement. Of all people, I was the one that he retweeted. Well, congrats. Congrats. Words of encouragement, big time. To be honest, it's not the retweet that surprises me. It's the words of encouragement that's surprised me. Yeah, no, goods. You need to climb that mountain, no matter how difficult it is to get up there. We believe in you. Goods. Really goods. Congrats. Always nice to get a retweet, to get a mention from a wrestler. So very cool. Bronson Reed is going to be a guest at a real sports bar and grill in Canada for SummerSlam, so there won't be a return from him. Oh, that's good. That's good info. Chaos Wrestling, thank you. Well, there we go. Ruled out, but you know there is a potential for a return. Soon down the road. Mr. Rotella, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate Mr. Rotella joining us. Always joins us for these big streams. An old friend, and I mean old in every sense. Old friend of the channel. So, Mr. Rotella, shout out to you tuning in to watch Nick Aldis, yeah? Used to watch the NWA, and Mr. Rotella, who's obviously got his own Rumble channel in the Dome, he used to watch NWA as well. We used to chat all the time about Nick Aldis and Thunder Rosa and all the kind of people that we were watching in NWA. Ricky Saints was in NWA. LA Knight was in NWA at that time as well. Yeah, they had a really good roster, you know. Had a really good roster back in the day. So, yeah, it's special, man. Tonight's special. To see Nick Aldis in action, if I could only watch one match, as I said earlier, it would definitely be that. Big Time said, Days Julia has got a good head above her shoulders after that tweet, because I wouldn't have been surprised if we woke the next day hearing she'd requested for her release. Well, maybe, but I honestly don't think wrestlers are, well, I can't say that. I was going to say that wrestlers are not hot-headed like fans, but some wrestlers probably are. But, fans see Julia getting like squashed in a couple of minutes and immediately they're like, get out, leave. And it's like, what are you on about? I mean, like, are you being serious? I mean, honestly, is that where people are? Because I don't know how you live in your lives. But I've faced many challenges in my life at work where things aren't going your way. You don't just drop tools and walk out. I mean, I don't know how you get anywhere in life if you take that approach. Something hasn't gone well. Things haven't gone your way, so you're going to quit. I mean, that's an easy thing to say online, isn't it? That's an easy thing to say online when it's not your life. But if it is your life, then, well, I don't know. Are we honestly saying that's what people expected her to do? I think it's mental. That's mental to me. That is absolute madness. Sometimes, with stuff like that, I really do feel like I'm just completely disconnected from the IWC. That just does not make any sense to me. No one should be like disrespected, but I don't think they've done it to disrespect her. I mean, I think that personally, my feeling is that they were running short of time. If we look at the next segment, we can see that Cody never got a full entrance. CM Punk never got a full entrance. They both very quickly got to the ring and started cutting a promo. In fact, they got into their promo so fast, they sort of skipped over their signature entrances, and then they had to sort of drop them in the middle of the promo, which did not help because it just made the thing feel very unstructured. And, I would have just not done it at all. I don't think we needed the "Isn't it great to be alive on a Friday night" line or Green Bay, what do you want to talk about? I don't think we needed either of those dropping into the middle of those promos. It felt really unfocused, unstructured. But we got to the promo so quickly because of the time constraints. that I really would not be shocked to find out that the reason Lash legend Julia got 2 minutes was not because there's some master plan, and certainly not because they want to disrespect Julia. I mean, you see nonsense online, don't you? There was someone that put a message out that was like, if you're not 40 years old and a woman, don't expect much out of Triple H. Someone actually put that online last night. And rightfully, people were like, well, can you explain Liv Morgan to me then, please? Can you explain the opportunities we've given Tiffany Stratton? You know, can you explain why we put IC belt onto Sol Ruka so quickly, or why Stephanie Vaquer was world champion last? Like, what the hell are you on about? Some people get these ideas in their head. They sort of convince themselves that what they're thinking is the truth, and that there's these conspiracies against their favorite wrestlers and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, you are quite detached from what's actually going on. To me, what's gone on there, and unless I'm told otherwise, is we were pushed for time. Segments have overrun, which should not have overrun, and that is definitely something that needs to be looked at. Lash, for some reason, was down to win that match. It should not have been 2 minutes. I think it would have had more time. And for me, I think Julia hopefully was kind of communicated with and brought up to speed. Sort of like, listen, really sorry to have to do this. It happens with live TV. It's not ideal. You know, we're going to work on making sure the timings are better in the future. But, you know, it's going to have to be 2 minutes. Is she going to be disappointed? Sure. Is she about to quit her job? I mean, that's mental to me. That is just, I'm not on the same wavelength as people. I'm not. We're not even in the same neighborhood. So I don't know, man. To me, this is mental. This is mental. This is just mental. That really is where the IWC are. Apparently, if things get hard, just quit your job. Just, you know, that, I don't know. Is that a reflection of this generation? Things get hard, just quit. Just quit. Go somewhere else. Do something else. Yeah, but they might have overrun on time. Don't matter. Don't even think about it. Don't ask questions. Yeah. Don't ask questions. You quit. Yeah. On the spot, you go back through that curtain and you quit, and that is it. Yeah. Yeah, but they might have. It doesn't matter. You quit. Okay. Cool. Mr. 4D said Cody needs to turn heel. The character is stagnant. Wrestle with Andy. Shout out to you, buds. 71 months. Andy. That is incredible. You've got to be... Can anyone beat that? 71 months. Nearly 6 years. That is incredible, Andy. That is incredible. That is actually making me pause for a second out of appreciation. So I hope you're well, my friend. I hope you're excited. Obviously, if you've not checked out Andy's channel, you don't need me to tell you to do it, but you should be doing it. Brilliant channel. Brilliant YouTuber. And really appreciate the support, my friend. 6 years. Been here ever since the pandemic. Right. I put my headphones on and I don't really know why, because it is the countdown and we all know what countdowns are like. They're pretty rubbish. So we are keeping an eye on things. But really that's all you need to do with the countdown is just keep an eye on things. There might be the odd exclusive interview. There's no word about any matches, obviously, for this countdown show. We did get a match on the Saturday night's main event one the other week. But nothing here for this. We are seeing Liv Morgan in with fans at the takeover. She's sort of skipping her way. Look, she's just surrounded by people telling everyone to shush for a little bit. I don't know why. There's Gunther, the ring general. Gunther walking backstage. So there's going to be a lot of hot takes-ish, thoughts, opinions, things like that coming out of the panel as we continue to work our way towards the show. Cody stepping off his coach with a quite bright suit. Obviously, this is going to be shown on the actual show. because we have got big, serious cameras around him as he gets off that coach. Street Fighter all on the side of the coach as well. So it looks like they're already advertising Street Fighter. I don't think that's out yet, is it? I think it's the end of the year that comes out. Little Miss Time Lord, shout out to you, my friend, said 2 years for me. Well, I appreciate it, my friends. Little Miss Time Lord, shout out to you. 2 years. Respects. Little Miss Time Lord, do you join us much on the streams? There's a few names actually here with members that I don't see in the... Maybe you're a lurker, maybe pop in once in a while. I want to make sure that our members are getting the benefits. On a Monday, we always have a chat. I literally put a thing up where anyone can leave a comment. Any of the members can. And I make sure I get through them. So if you are someone that's frustrated that I never get to your comment, never get to your thought, never get to your theory, I can understand that. But the great thing about the members side is there is an opportunity weekly on a Monday for me to get to your thought, get to your opinion, get to your comment, right? And on a Tuesday, we always do a Sporkle thing. On a Wednesday, we got Wrestle Feud, the quiz where we bring a couple of members on. Thursday, we do a retro watch along. We've been watching some great matches. I so enjoyed Stone Cold Dude Love last week. And actually this week, it's going to be Bret Hart versus Mr. Perfect from SummerSlam 91. We're going to go back to that. And we're going to just watch that match. So really looking forward to that on Thursday. And then we got a championship quiz that we do, a little game that we play, which is working well on a Friday. So, yeah, there's some good stuff going on the members' sides. I think we've kind of got a lot of different things, boxes being ticked with watch-alongs and games and conversations. And, you know what I mean? Community members coming on. I'm trying to tick boxes. So, yeah, you should stop by. Little Miss Time Lords. Be lovely to see you. And what is that? Steve, shout out to you, my friends. We've got 20 Wrestling Days gifted memberships. Is that? Oh, yeah, that's today. I didn't even see that go through. That one snuck past me, Steve. So... again, just talking about members side there. Steve, thank you, my friends. Firing in some gifted memberships. Really do appreciate it. Oh, it's so good. You know, you guys keep this community going. And without your support, I mean, where would we be? Where would we be? I don't know. Probably not here, is the answer. You keep this channel going, and I really, really do appreciate it. So... all the members, thank you. Everyone that joins us, really appreciate it. Get your thoughts in. We're keeping an eye on the countdown, but obviously my attention is still with you guys. Batman Big Fan, hello, my friends. Said, Days, if Punk wins and retains, what would we do with him? Personally, I think they should run it back and do Balor again. The story is very good, potentially. Yeah, I mean, the only thing I'd say is Punk's a face, Balor's a face. They faced earlier this year. Obviously, the dynamic was different because Balor was in Judgment Day. I don't see Balor getting the belt, so I suppose the question would be, if Balor wins, which he can, and Punk wins, and we do that match, how are we going to get out of that match with Balor being protected? Because I don't think he gets the belt. I don't think Punk loses the title to Balor. So how do we get out of that encounter with Balor still protected? Is it that someone gets involved and Balor goes off to a feud? Maybe some people would put the belt on Balor. I mean, perhaps some people would look at doing that, but I don't know, man. I don't know. That's a tricky one because I don't know what numbers Balor is delivering right now. He still feels quite cold to me. To me, he's kind of come to SmackDown a month or two ago. He's managed to get into a couple of matches with Tama and Tala. Then, of course, he's managed to get this opportunity against Sammy. This is one of the first interesting things we're really doing with Finn since he's come over to SmackDown. I sort of feel like we need more of these types of matches to build him, because he still feels like, yeah, it's Finn and we love Finn, but I don't know, what's his merch numbers look like? I can't imagine that great. Not in comparison to Punk and Roman and Cody. And what's the Google searches look like for Finn Balor? Again, I don't think it's going to look that great. I don't know that there's any numbers or evidence that says you put the belt on Finn. And I struggle to buy the argument that, well, put the belt on him and then the numbers should come. What if they don't? If they don't, then you've, wasted time. And you've obviously took a wrong turn. Like, this is where you sort of need the numbers first. Like what Oba's doing. Oba's going to be delivering numbers. He's going to be delivering Google searches and merch sales. And do you know what I mean? Like, there'll be numbers like Twitter mentions and trending and whatever, right? Those big global indicators. Oba, I'm sure, is all over those. I'm not convinced Finn Balor is. I'm not convinced he is. So you've got to make a decision. If you're in charge of WWE Creative, do you just take a chance, put the belt on Balor and keep the fingers crossed that the fans go with it and it works and it's good? Or do you wait for him to show some numbers first? I would be tempted to wait. I think we're moving, believe it or not, a bit quick. I feel like he's been in Judgment Day for too long, way too long. And then we've took him out of Judgment Day, and now all of a sudden, in one of the first things he's doing on SmackDown, he finds himself in a number one contenders match where he might be about to compete for the title at the next pay-per-view or something. It could be Punk against Balor for the championship. And I just don't know that. I just don't know that we've done any sort of build of Balor as a solo star. You know? I mean, I don't think the work he was doing in Judgment Day was that compelling. Anyone that's got into WWE in 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025, what's their opinion of Finn Balor? I don't think he's that exciting. I don't think he's been that exciting. I think the Balor that we love, the Balor we remember, is the Demon, is NXT, is 2016 becoming the first Universal Champion. 2010s is when Balor, for me, was doing Balor things. We're a long way removed from that. So, can Balor beat Sammy? Yes. Will he go on to face CM Punk? Yeah, likely. Should we go that way? I'm not down on it. I do like Balor. I remember the 2010s. And I like the Demon. I like Balor in general. There was a lot of excitement when he came in from New Japan. So, yeah, we can absolutely go in that direction. Do I feel now is the right time to put the title on him? No, I don't, to be honest. I feel like he's a bit cold. I feel like there's not great momentum. He's got a couple of wins over Tama and Tala, and he might be about to get a win over Sammy. This could help tonight. If he gets a win and it's a great match, tomorrow, that could help. But I think we need more of that before we put a belt on him. I have no issue with Finn Balor getting a world title in 2027. I think that we just need a period where we put him in some exciting feuds. We maybe bring the Demon back. We give reasons for people to get excited about him again. For those that have only ever known him as being in Judgment Day, let's show them who Finn Balor really is. Let's show this amazing superstar that's just been sat on the sidelines. Let's show them what he can do. So I think we need a period of that first. He could face CM Punk next. I don't think he wins. We're going to need an interesting way of protecting him and giving him credibility. Maybe he wins, but he wins by count out. You know? He gets the win, but he doesn't get the belt. And then that sets up a rematch. And then this is where we get some outside interference, which then takes Finn off into a feud. And that's where we can start digging into bringing the Demon back. And we can start really making his singles character a bit more interesting, put a bit of depth to it. By the time we get to next year, we're in a much better place. We can start pulling the trigger. That feels pretty good to me. I'm okay with that. So that's how I would look at it. I think that there's definitely potential there, but I cannot see him getting the belt. I can't see him getting the belt. Dizzledog said, as a Laps fan, I don't see much in Balor. The Demon match was pretty cool, though, said Dizzledog. Well, you know, it's funny you should say that, because Balor to me is someone that's never quite shown the hype. So he was brilliant in NXT. He was like the face of NXT around 2015, 2016. He was everything you wanted him to be at that stage. But since coming up to the main roster, outside of 2016, I don't think we've ever quite got there. There's been flashes with the Demon and glimpses with the Demon, but I'm not sure that we've ever quite got there with Balor. This feels not like Last Chance Saloon. I don't want to make it that drastic, but this feels like it is a very important time, a very important period. This is an opportunity. This is where we can really, and oh God, we just do not have the creative team in place for this. But for me, let's dig into a bit of a backstory of the Demon. I don't need it to be a separate entity. It's all right with just being Finn's darkness. The Demon doesn't necessarily have to be a separate character that comes from this other world. And, you know, I'm not trying to make Finn Balor Bray Wyatt, right? It's okay that it's just his darkness that he brings out. But when I talk about backstory, what triggers it? When did it first show itself? You know, what drove him to create this character? Give me some depth to the backstory. Let me find out more about Finn and the origin story of the Demon. Has his darkness only ever shown itself in that way? Or, you know, could you tease there being another entity? Or, I don't know, where do you go with it? I mean, I'm interested in looking at that. And I think that a feud could do that, where we actually find out maybe some sit-down interviews. Do you remember those Mankind JR sit-down interviews from back in the day that really got Mick Foley over? Really, because, I mean, it was a different setting. It was backstage. It wasn't in front of the crowds. It was JR just sitting down backstage with Mick Foley. It wasn't a standing interview like you'd get from Kathy Kelly. It was one of those sort of Michael Cole sit-downs, only this was maybe a bit more relaxed. You know, those Michael Cole ones, the lights are off. They feel a bit like an interrogation. This one felt a bit more like nice sofas, nice lighting. It felt a bit more, you know, a bit more like a therapy session or something. Maybe we could do something with Finn along those lines, where we get into the backstory, we get into the character, we learn more about who he is. You know, why was he in Judgment Day so long? Why didn't you leave? You felt it looked like you was going to turn on people pretty much every week for 2 years. So why did that get dragged out? Maybe there could be a fear of failure. I was scared to leave Judgment Day because I knew if I was back on my own, the chances are that I would fail just like I've failed before. But I reached the point where I realized my career was slipping away from me, and I realized it's now or never. And I might have left it too late. And it might be over for me. And to be honest with you, that scares me. And maybe you could go down that road, and all of a sudden people might feel a connection, a sympathy. It's not too late, Finn. It's not. You can do it. And I don't know, maybe that could work something. We don't have any of that right now, by the way. This, when I say he feels a bit undercooked, we don't have any of that. So these are all things that I think we could look at. But we've got to get past Sammy. If he wins, we then got to get past the CM Punk feud. I don't think he gets the belt, but maybe we can move on to this stuff around October, November, December, going into January. We could do some stuff with Finn. And then, as we said, you know, who knows where we'll be with him by the time we get to the Rumble. I don't want to say he'll be a favourite or anything along those lines, but his stock could be in a good place by the time we get to the Rumble. Triple A said, Days, there's about 37,000 that have been sold for night one now. Okay, that's good. It's significantly lower in attendance. It's been low for every PLE this year. What do we think Triple H is feeling? He can't avoid this all the time, said Triple A. Interesting. So 37,000. I remember last year SummerSlam did 50,000. So it's 13,000 down. So yes, it's a decline, but it depends what you're benchmarking it against. If you thought that SummerSlam was going to do 70,000 and it's only done 37, that's obviously a horrific decline of about 50%. Where actually, if you compare it to last year, by the time the doors open with walk-ups and everything, will that be like 38.5-ish? I don't know, but let's just say that it's going to be 22% down or something like that, right? So it's not as drastic as the 50% some people might be thinking, because they're thinking that they should be doing 70-odd thousand when actually last year they did 50. This year it looks like they're going to do 37 plus, okay? So it's 22% or something down. Is that a problem? Yes, of course it is. 100%, right? No one's going to sweep that under the rug, right? Of course it's a problem. But I think we have to start trying to understand the problem. And yes, creative is a part of that, but it is not all of it, right? It's a part of it, but it's not all of it. We've got to look at ticket pricing. Yes, they've reduced that, but it's only been reduced in the past few weeks. Tickets have been on sale for months, and it's only been the past few weeks they dropped the pricing. So ticket pricing is obviously too high. It was too high to begin with. I think we can also look at the lack of tourism. I don't have the numbers. It's going to be hard because of the World Cup, but it would be very, very interesting to know where tourism is to America compared to last year. The World Cup is going to skew that horrifically, so the data is going to be a nightmare. But, I mean, you can certainly look pre-World Cup, and I know the numbers were down. I don't want to throw percentages out because I don't know the exact percentages, but I did see a report that was 8 to 10%. 8 to 10% down on international travellers. Where it ended up or whatever, I don't know. You'll have to do that research yourself. But I don't think that we can, because we know that WrestleMania and SummerSlam rely on a healthy amount of international fans, right? People go from, like Andy, from Scotland, from Ireland, from Europe, from Australia, from Mexico. I mean, WWE is a global brand. SummerSlam is one of its major shows. It obviously is taking place in America. If tourism to America is down, that is going to have an impact. So ticket pricing, tourism being down, just the economy in general with what's going on in Iran and the gas pricing, cost of living being horrific for not only you lot in America, it's the number one topic over here in the UK. Cost of living. Our new Prime Minister did an interview the other day, said that's what he was hearing on the doorsteps. Cost of living, it's too high. You know, people are struggling. Just get essentials. Just to be able to cover the bills and get foods. I mean, everyone knows how hard it is out there at the moment. To ignore these things and just say it's only creative would be disingenuous. You're not getting an accurate picture. And the one thing we do need is an accurate picture. We need to be very honest about where things are. And, you know, some people aren't going to like the fact that it isn't just creative. They want to just blame creative. I do think creative is a sizable part of the problem. I mean, we can't ignore that. So I hope that they are looking at loads of different areas, not just one. I hope that they can't do much about the tourism issue. They can't do much about cost of living, but they can certainly reduce ticket prices a lot quicker than they did. And they can certainly do better in regards to the booking as well, right? So I think there is, like, at all levels in TKO, from the board to the creative teams, even to the performers, I think there is a need to look in the mirror and ask if, you know, they are giving, you know, the very best they can. I think for the performers, we talk on a regular basis about how the match quality is not there. You know, these are highly trained professionals that, you know, should be delivering better in-ring matches and better quality shows than what they're actually delivering. It's one thing to set the table and, you know, do the storylines. But I mean, you can't blame Triple H for all the matches underwhelming. If you look, I mean, like Triple H can do the stories and put the pieces where they need to be. But when the bell rings, it is the wrestlers that have to take some responsibility. I know the matches get produced. I know that some of the finishes are out of people's control. I get all of that. But we can't just let the wrestlers off the hook and say that they're just completely innocent, yeah? I mean, for whatever reason, whether there is underperformance because of inexperience, whether it's because of a lack of house shows, there is some ownership that needs to be put onto the performers, right? And then you've got to look at Triple H and you've got to say that he's just not adventurous enough. He's too slow. He's too plodding with his stories. You know, there's a lot of frustration around the same names being used. I do have sympathy, though, because I think if you're trying to get ratings and you're trying to really get people excited by the product, it's understandable that you're going to go with those names that are shifting the most merch, that are generating the most global interest, that are appearing frequently in top searches. And that is Cody, CM Punk, Roman Reigns. I know people want Julia, right? And they want, I mean, all these other people. But I got to tell you, these are not names that are over yet. You know, these are not names that are resonating with the global fan base in the way that some people think they do. Then they don't. And you can say it's because we haven't given them opportunity yet, and that would be fair. That I'm not saying that's unfair, but it's hard. It is really hard. You've got to sort of be building people whilst also using the talent that is getting the numbers, you know? And that's kind of where we are at the moment. We're using Cody, we're using Punk, we're using Brock, we're using Roman, we're using these names because they're the names that drive the biggest numbers. And we've tried to bring Bron Breakker through. We're bringing through Oba. We're trying to bring through Trick Williams. We tried to bring through Jade. We've tried to bring through Tiffany. We've tried to bring through Stephanie. Like, we can't say that we're not trying to bring people through. We are trying to bring people through. It's just that some of it didn't work. Some of it, because of injury or whatever, just fell apart. So, you know, there are problems there. I think genuinely, if you used to sit down with Triple H, these are the kind of conversations that you would have to be prepared to be having. You can go in and say, why aren't you pushing Jacob more? Why aren't you pushing Jordan Grace? Why aren't you doing more with Blake Monroe and all this kind of stuff? I would honestly expect these to be the answers that you would get. The answers you would get would be they are not delivering the numbers that justify a sizable push. The push that they're getting is in relation to the numbers that they're getting. We're trying to increase their exposure so that they can get better numbers and deliver bigger numbers, because they're not going to be able to do that if they're not on TV. So you've got to give them the opportunity, but it is a very delicate balancing act, because at a time where we're trying to sell tickets and we're trying to get attention on TV, you can understand them going with the names that generate the most interest. So is the balance right? Well, you'd have to say no, wouldn't you? I mean, I'm going to sit here and say I understand why we're doing what we're doing. I understand it. Doesn't mean I agree with all of it. I just, for the reasons I've detailed, I understand it. But yeah, clearly a review needs to occur. Questions need to be asked. I think the creative teams, again, need to be looked at. I don't see the big, vibrant ideas Forget who's being used. I just don't even see the vibrant storylines, regardless of who's been involved in them. I don't see those storylines that's going to make you come back again next week. I don't see those storylines that you'll go into work or school on a Monday or a Tuesday after Raw all excited about. Did you watch the wrestling last night? Where are those water cooler moments? Where are those moments where you freak out and, do you know what I mean? Like, can't hide your passion for wrestling because you've just got to talk to your friends about it because it's so good. Where are those moments? Forget who's being used. Don't worry about Julia and Jordan, all of that. Just where are the stories? Where are the big, juicy, fun, epic stories? I don't even think we've been getting those. So yeah, you know, what do I think Triple H is feeling? I think he's feeling a little bit lost. I think he's feeling a little bit frustrated with his creative team and himself. I think he's questioning the balance between the established stars and the young stars, and how do I maximize my established stars that are the most popular, but also bring through that young talent. I tried to do it last year with the Vision and Jade and Stephanie and Tiffany, and it didn't work. So what do I do now? Hence why I said I think he's probably feeling a bit lost. And when he turns to his creative teams for ideas, they just seem bankrupt. They do not seem to have the answers for him. Those creative teams do not fill me with confidence. I think there's probably a good few people in there. For whatever reason, I like the woman that's the lead writer of Raw, because since she took over Raw saw improvement. And so I'm going to credit her for that, because it can't be a coincidence that since she got promoted, it's been better. Obviously, it's had a rough couple of weeks, so I don't know what's happened there. Get past SummerSlam, we'll see if it bounces back on Monday. But yeah, I think that he's feeling frustrated. I think he's feeling lost. I think he's maybe feeling a bit let down by his creative teams. I think he's probably feeling a bit let down from the fans, that they're not giving him, you know, a bit more leeway, and it's just, it's turned quite toxic, where people are like kind of on the borderline wanting him out, you know, and he's probably feeling a bit let down in that regard, that, okay, things aren't quite right at the moment. We are trying to fix them, and, you know, your support would be greatly appreciated at this time, rather than you don't know what you're doing, you need to go type stuff, which is understandable, you know. We want to believe this product is going to get better. Triple H, he can't come out and say that it's going to, can he? Because then that would be acknowledging that what we've got right now is bad. So we can't do that. So it's hard. It's tricky, to be honest. It's tricky. I think that this is where you have to have that, you know, sort of attitude of, to hell what people think. This is where you've got to really believe in yourself and really believe in the plans that you've got, and you got to just go for it. And you live and die by the swords. And you've sort of got to do that, because otherwise you could overthink things and not really make much progress. If I was Triple H, I'm going to wrap it up on this because I know we've been on this topic a while. If I was Triple H, I would have a big storyline. I would sit my creative team down. I'd be like, give me a big storyline. Give me something that's going to shake the foundations. Give me something sizable, right? Set them in that as a project. And they come back, hear everyone's ideas, right? You pick the one you like, and I go for it. I go big, and I go for that, and I shake the foundations of, you know, whatever. And listen, there might be a couple that I like. I might do one on Raw, one on SmackDown, right? And I really do send a message out of, okay, you want something more exciting than what we're doing? How about this? And I go for that. And I believe in it, and I back it. And if it bombs and it ends up costing me my job, you got to swing for the fences sometimes, haven't you? You got to. I mean, you only go for something that you really believe is going to work. And I would do that. But I just think part of his problem is he plays it too safe. I think he plays it too safe. I think that it's easy to play it safe. I think it's easy. It's easy to just keep things ticking over. Do you know what I mean? Not rock the boat, not cause problems. Just use the same big names. Try and bring some through. You know, just do that. But, you know, the chickens are coming home to roost now. It's all catching up with him. So hence why I keep saying I think he's probably a bit lost. He's probably feeling a bit let down by maybe the lack of fan support now, by his creative teams, by himself, if he looks in the mirror. But I can't speak for him. He might feel completely different to that. But as an outsider looking in, that's what it looks like to me. That's how I feel about the creative team and about how Triple H. Do I think Undertaker would do a better job? Do I think Shawn would do a better job? No, not necessarily. I think that those guys have got much easier jobs. And I think one has to book a 1 hour show. The other books a 2 hour show. Triple H has to book a 4.5 hour show. 2 actually. With much bigger rosters and a lot more moving parts. And actually earlier this year it was 5.5 hours. And then you've got Saturday night's main events. And then you've got PLEs. And then, of course, you're traveling all over the world doing European tours and all of that sort of stuff. And, of course, because there's a lot bigger rosters, you're going to have a lot more injuries and, mate, nightmare, flipping nightmare. You cannot compare what The Undertaker does to what Triple H does. It's not the same game. It's not the same ballpark. It's not. So, yeah, it's a great conversation that hopefully one that people found quite interesting, and maybe you feel different to me, but that's where I am with it. I feel a bit of sympathy for him, but I do think that he's got to look himself in the mirror and make some changes. I think, you know, he's lived his life in wrestling, and I think he really stands by what he believes, but I don't think he's quite in sync with what people are looking for right now. I think he plays it too safe. He's got to take more risks. And I think that creative team is letting him down. I think a lot of people would agree with that. I see that WWE is going to do a version of Brand Warfare, said Sean. Yeah, well, that could be one of those big ideas, you know, I'm into that. Triple H with WWE, HBK with NXT, Ray with AAA, Taker could take over TNA. That's a potential idea, said Sean. Yep, you could bring that to the table. I mean, if I was Triple H, I would want several. You know, I'd really task my creative team with, you know, coming up with something to bring to the meeting, and actually debating then and figuring out which is the right one to go for. So yeah, something like that could absolutely be brought to the table. Kader said, respect to Triple H for all the hard work he does each day. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I think that no one wants this to work more than Triple H. And Triple H was the booker in NXT when it was black and gold. And the amount of kind of support that he enjoyed. And I've said before, so many people were like, I cannot wait for Vince to go. When Vince goes and Triple H takes over, it's going to be so good. And there was a lot of excitement around the idea of Triple H running the main roster. And now here we are, a few years in, and it's all so sour. It's all the dream has turned to a nightmare, you know? Listen, he's in a rut. He's in a hole. He's got to find the way out. He's got to try and find a way out. And it can be done. How you do it is up for debate. And I'm sure many of us would take different approaches. But, yeah, he's got to find a way out of this. And I do think there will be questions asked, and there should be questions asked. You can't sell 50,000 tickets last year and only sell 37 this year, you know? Yes, there are other reasons, and of course Triple H will bring those up. I would, if I was Triple H. You know, I wouldn't be willing to take the full blame, because I do think there are other factors. But eventually you're going to have to get to the point of, well, the creative is also not good enough, is it? Let's be honest. And no, the answer is no. Batman Big Fan said, do we think that LA Knight is going... Where do we think he's going from here? Do we think he'll ever be world champion? Batman Big Fan, shout out to you. Will LA Knight ever be world champion? Okay, we're not going to spend too long on this one because we have touched on it a few times. Just so you know, by the way, the countdown show's just a commercial right now, so we're not missing anything. But I think he will. I think that it's okay that they keep sort of delaying it because genuinely, I think they brought him in to be Baron Corbin. So they brought him in as experience. I think if I was to tell you right now, I've heard a rumor. I haven't, by the way. But let's say I've heard a rumor that Baron Corbin's not going to be a world champion. They've no plans for Baron Corbin or Rusev to be world champions. They've just brought them back because they're experience. They pad out the mid-card. They're good opponents for like Trick and Carmelo and Javon Evans and, you know, people that we are focused on building, people that we see as being the future, people that are still young in their late 20s, early 30s. We're focused on them. So we need some experience. We need some credible opponents for them to work with. And so we've got Ray and we've got Rusev and we've got LA Knight, right? I could totally see LA Knight being brought in for that reason because LA Knight joined WWE so late in his career that I genuinely do feel that way, that he was brought in as just, is a good person to have on the roster. We could use him as a manager. He could be a tag team guy. He can be a face. He can be a heel. He could be in a faction. You know, he'll go out there. He'll know what to do. He's got loads of experience. You know, great. So for me, he was brought in for that. I don't think they ever expected him to get over in the scale that he's got over. I think that has absolutely caught them off guard. I think they thought he might get a bit of buzz. You know, people will enjoy the catchphrases, whatever. But I don't think they expected him to become the megastar that he is, shifting the merch that he shifts, doing the numbers that he does, right? And so I think there's been a bit of a period where they wanted to just see, is this a flash in the pan? Or is this, like, real? And I think it became apparent that, no, this is real. He's actually over now. And I think he's been rewarded by being used a lot more than what they intended. I think he's had a few title opportunities, notably in Saudi Arabia. He's never won them. He's never won the world titles. But, you know, they keep sort of dangling that carrot, making the fans want it, and it never quite getting there. But, I mean, he's being used on a regular basis. He's getting loads of TV time. They're sort of milking the crowd reactions. They're sort of making the fans want to see him achieve a bit more than he has. I know there's people saying, yeah, but you're going to miss the boat. Well, there's no evidence of that. I mean, you could make an argument that maybe he was a bit hotter a few years ago than he is now, but it's not a problem. I really do not get the impression that he is on the verge of losing his support, you know? I think he's over. I think he's popular. I think he's still shifting merch. I think that eventually, yes, they will put the belt on him. I wouldn't be shocked if he won Money in the Bank. I wouldn't be shocked if he wins Money in the Bank and walks around with the briefcase. I mean, you could absolutely do that this year. The thing is, though, I forget what age he is now. And let's not worry about the past few years, right? Let's just talk about where we are right now. And where we are right now is LA Knight is 43. And in 4 months' time, he's going to be 44. Now, you have to be honest with yourself, right? When I ask this question, if you was Triple H and you was in charge of creative and you're looking towards the future and you're looking at who's going to be your main eventer over the next 10, 15 years, and you got Trick, and you got Carmelo, and you got Oba, right? And you've got Ethan Page, and you got all of these people. How desperate are you to invest and get behind a 43, 44-year-old performer who's, I don't know, maybe got a few years. I don't know. I mean, for me, when you hit around 45, that's where I sort of feel like, you know, your career's done. Anything we get after that is a bonus. And so we're looking at someone here that I think has exceeded expectation, has got a good fan base, but he is not someone that WWE have ever really wanted to pull the trigger on because they've never had plans to pull the trigger on him. He's got himself over. That's fantastic. They'll take that. They'll take the merch sales. Lovely stuff. But yeah, is he someone that they want to see, you know, main event in WrestleMania, being a multiple-time champion, taking that spotlight away from Obas and Tricks? No. I'm just being honest, no. I don't think they do. And I can't blame them because I think it's probably that he joined too late. Could we have pulled the trigger a couple of years ago? Yeah, sure. But you got to remember that we were getting behind Cody finishing the story. We had CM Punk coming back. There were other options at the time. And so, you know, here he is, 43, few months, 4 months away from being 44. I think if he gets the championship, we do it for the fans and for him, more so than for the future of WWE. So can he get there one day? Yes. Do I think he'll be a multiple-time main eventer and all? No. I don't think that was ever in the plans for him. He's joined late. It's very late in his career. Never say never. Anything can happen in wrestling, of course. But when you've got younger options like Bron Breakker and Oba Femi and Trick Williams and Javon Evans coming through and Ethan Page, who's obviously a younger option as well, it's very, very hard to justify going with an LA Knight. And some people will say it's ageist, but I mean, it's not, because this is sports entertainment. And in sports, you've got a shelf life. And everyone knows that, like in football, you're not gonna attract the same transfer money if you're in your 30s as if you're in your 20s. You know? I mean, if Man United wanted to buy Harry Kane, he's like 32 going on 33. I mean, he's not going to cost as much as if he was 24. That's not ageist. That's just being realistic that he's, you know, getting towards the end of his career. And you might get a few good years out of him. But there will come a point where his numbers maybe, you know, start to drop away. We don't know when that's going to be, obviously. It could be 3 years, 5 years. We don't know. But there is a gamble there. And the same is true with LA Knight. You know, by the end of the year, he's 44. How long is there left in his career? 2 years, 3 years, 5 years? I don't know. Again, same situation. There's a gamble there. So do you want to invest in that? Or would you rather invest in Bron Breakker and Oba Femi and Trick Williams and Ethan Page and Gunther and, you know, pretty much anyone else on the roster that's younger? So some people will say ageist. It's not that. It's just a reality of sport. And even though this is not a sport, it's still sports entertainment. Age is still a factor. And, you know, I think for me, that's why we are where we are. So it's no disrespect to him or his skill set or his fan base. I think he just joined WWE too late. And when he did join, I don't think they had the plans for him that I think some fans hoped that they would have. Okay, where are we? 46 minutes into this pre-show. AAA said Wrestle Tickets saying 3 hours ago the attendance is 37,000. I assume that it will increase and get to 40 with some hours to go. Still low, though. Yeah, we just touched on that. As we said, last year it did 50. This year, I think if it gets to 40, it's done really well. Because if you're telling me earlier today it was 37.5 to increase by 2,500 with walk-ups, that's a lot. That is a lot. I don't know that it's going to quite hit that. WWE might announce that it has, but I'm not sure it's going to quite hit that. So, yeah, we just had a big conversation about asking some serious questions about why. Hogan Curtis said, I totally disagree. They put the belt on Austin, Hogan, Mick between 99 and 2002. Each of those guys only had 2 or 4 years left in their careers at the time. Yes, but Austin, we didn't know, did we? I mean, he was meant to obviously have a lot longer, but it was injuries that kind of wrapped things up for him. Plus also, you know, the numbers were absolutely the biggest we had ever seen. You know, LA Knight is not delivering Austin numbers, right? Mick Foley, again, injuries kind of shortened his career. So again, we're age-wise, I don't know how long we're talking about. I mean, how old was Stone Cold Steve Austin? He is... Well, he was 41 in 2006. So that means that in the year 2000, he was 35. So you're comparing a 35-year-old Stone Cold to a 43-year-old LA Knight who's nearly 44 in a few months' time. There is a difference there. Even though Stone Cold had to call it quits at WrestleMania 19, that was due to injury. That was due to his body failing. And, you know, that can happen. But that, you never know when it's going to happen. I mean, that can happen with LA Knight. We could be sat here now. He might only have a couple of years left. He might not even have that. I don't know. It depends. You never know when these injuries are going to, like, catch up. What I can say is that Stone Cold's, thanks to 96 going into 97, started putting up numbers that we had never seen before. The numbers he was delivering at that time obviously were eclipsing Hogan's from the 80s going into the 90s. These were the biggest numbers, sales, merch sales that we had ever seen. So you're comparing, and I'm only pushing back here because you've pushed back on me, right? But you're comparing a Stone Cold Steve Austin, who was 35, that was delivering the biggest numbers the company had ever seen, to an LA Knight who's 43 going on 44 and is not delivering numbers anywhere near that level, right? To compare those two is, I think we're a little bit apart there. We're a little bit apart. In regards to Mick Foley was given the belt, but he was not someone that was like winning that championship on a regular basis, being used as like a really top star. In fact, I think a lot of people would agree that Vince didn't really fancy Mick Foley. Mick Foley managed to sort of get himself over in a very similar way to LA Knight. And I've just sat here and said, should LA Knight get the championship? Yeah, I think he should. I think he should be rewarded for getting himself over, just like Mick Foley was. But that doesn't mean that Mick Foley main evented tons of shows, was world champion on a consistent basis. And actually, LA Knight, as I said, you could absolutely put the belt on him. So in comparison to Foley, I think Foley's not a bad comparison. Foley got himself over and was rewarded with a championship. Do you remember when they put the belt on him and a load of people changed channel? They were, you know, WCW gave the result away and they changed channel. I could see that sort of thing happening with LA Knight, where WWE finally pulled the trigger. And if WCW was still around and they were like, oh, they're putting the belt on LA Knight tonight, that'll put butts on seats. I could see the same thing happening, actually, where a load of people changed the channel because, oh, they're finally doing it. I'd like to see that. And so people would actually... So the Mick Foley comparison is fine. You know, I don't have a problem with that. I think that that's a fair comparison. But he was not someone that was used, like, multiple times. And, again, 61 is his age right now. So, again, that means that he's the same age as Stone Cold, which means that at the time in the Attitude Era, he would have been 35. So again, we're comparing a 35-year-old with a 43 going on 44-year-old, right? So again, I don't think that comparison quite stacks up. In regards to championships, he was a WWE champion 3 times. 3 times. So, you know, we're not talking about someone that's gone on to have heavy investments. And as you said, his career, due to injuries and everything, kind of meant that his career would be limited. You can't foresee that happening, although maybe you could with Mick Foley. The point is the age being the problem. I wouldn't focus on the age. I would focus on the timing, as the fans would accept it. I think the fans don't think age should hold LA Knight back. Yeah, but it should. My counter argument is it should hold him back, because WWE have got to choose wisely how they use their championship matches and how they use their TV time and how they use their WrestleMania main events, their SummerSlam main events, you know, their pay-per-view main events. You know, you either go with the people that are delivering the big numbers, and that's not LA Knight. LA Knight is in, say, the top 10, but he's not in that kind of top 5. He's not up there with Roman. He's not delivering Roman numbers. He's not delivering Punk numbers. He's not delivering Cody numbers, right? So we go with them at the moment. You can bring LA Knight in, but because of the age that he's at the moment, you're probably not going to get much return out of him. If you really build him and put him into the main event scene now, you might get a couple of years, right? That's fine. I mean, I think he should get the championship. I'm not disagreeing with people. I think he should get the championship. But it is hard to justify doing that and investing in him when there is an alternative, a few alternatives, namely Bron Breakker, Oba Femi, Gunther. You know, there are Trick Williams is coming through, right? You've got these alternatives that you can invest in as well, but they're going to give you a much greater return. They're not going to give you a couple of years like LA Knight. They're going to give you 15 years. Oba Femi's 28 years old. I think Bron Breakker around about the same age. You're going to get a much greater return on your investment if you go with those younger stars. This is the problem that LA Knight has got. LA Knight is not hitting quite the numbers of the big names right now that are being used. And also his age means that if you've got to sit down and go, do we go that way or do we go that way? You can understand why Triple H and Creative would choose to get behind a Bron Breakker, because they're going to get a much bigger return on their investment. There is not, in wrestling, any unanimous support for people. It's not like you've got everyone rooting for LA Knight. There's people that like LA Knight, and he does decent numbers. And absolutely, he should get a world title as a congratulations, you know, you did it. This, you know, your fans have always wanted to see this. Let's go. And I wouldn't even screw him over like they just did with Sammy. I would put that world title on him and I would give him a proper run. But I'm doing it because it feels like the right thing to do for his fans, and it feels like the right thing to do. I'm not really doing it for the benefit of the business, and I'm certainly not doing it for the future benefit of the business, because at max I'm getting 2-3 years out of him, rather than if I'd have given that moment and that time and that spot to Oba or Trick or someone younger where I could have got a much greater return. So these are the things you have to weigh up. I think going historical and comparing to a Stone Cold or a Mankind that we've just looked at, and both of them are 61 at the time they were 35. If you pull the trigger on them, for me, you've got to you're about 45. If you invest in them at 35, you're getting 10 years. You're not getting 10 years out of LA Knight right now. So how you can compare where LA Knight is right now to where Stone Cold was back in the day? And also, as I said, Stone Cold putting up numbers that are like amongst the biggest that we've ever seen. And that is not what LA Knight is delivering. I disagree. It's fine to push back on like what I've said, but I will counter it and push back again, because I don't think that's comparable. LA Knight was not brought in to be a big star. He's managed to get himself over. WWE have strung that along for a few years. You can ask questions about why they've not pulled the trigger the past few years, but we've had Cody, which has been a major focus. You know, we've had Roman doing his bloodline thing throughout 2023 going into 2024. You know, these are things that kind of got in the way, if you will. We're at the point now where there is an opportunity and a clamour for some new names to be in that title picture. The point I keep coming back to is Triple H has got to make a decision of, do I invest in some people that I'm going to get a much greater return out of, or do I invest in someone that I'm going to get a couple of years of? I don't really care what the fans think in regards to they don't care about the age. I'm not bothered. They shouldn't care about the age, but I'm running a business. If I'm Triple H, I care. If I'm WWE, I care. I care about the age. Yeah, granted, the fans might not, but I do, because I'm looking for a much bigger return on my investment. I'm looking to build that next big star. I'm looking to get main eventers established that I can do the next 10 WrestleManias with. So LA Knight should get his moment because he deserves his moment and his fans deserve a moment. But I wouldn't personally not be doing it for any other reason than that. And this is nothing against LA Knight. You could change LA Knight for other people. You could swap LA Knight out for some other name. It's nothing personal to LA Knight. I just genuinely, I'm going to go back to the point I made before. I think he joined WWE way too late. I think it was a shame that he didn't come in earlier. And I think it's a shame that when he did get called up, the impression I get is that, you know, the expectation was he'd be a mid-carder. Don't forget, when he came up as Max Dupree. He came up as being the manager of Maximum Male Models. I mean, if you want any kind of indicator as to how they viewed him, look at the character he had when he got called up. So for me, like, there's never been a belief there that he was going to go on and be like a multiple-time world champion or anything like this. And the fact he came up so late, so lots to unpick there. Luke said, I appreciate the positive views on WWE. I do think, like, most channels now are just hating for views, said Luke. We've spoke about that quite a bit, Luke. I don't really focus on other YouTube channels or anything. I do focus on just what I see on social media. And I think for me, I try to understand why we're doing what we're doing. I don't just look at it and judge. I do that as well, but I try to understand why decisions get made. And I don't know if that helps me stand out from the rest of the crowds. I think it's easy to just be down on things and just go, that's rubbish. I mean, look at Julia losing in 2 minutes. Rubbish. And of course it was, right? I agree. But is it not interesting to try and figure out why it happened or why we did it? You know, what's the logic? Because the WWE do not want their product to suck. It's not in their interest for their product to suck. They don't want their fans to be frustrated or upset. So if things are going wrong, it's going wrong for a reason. And I think it's very interesting to try and figure out why. What was the logic? What did they get wrong? What was they trying for? Why did it not land? You know, with the vision, for example, you can see that they want to get behind Bron Breakker. They want to get behind Bronson Reed. They want to get behind some new talent, right? That makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, even Seth has come out and said that he wanted to support that emerging talent. At this stage in Seth's career, he wanted to be passing that baton over, right? He wanted to be passing the baton to the next generation. And so you can see there was an attempt last year to get Bron Breakker over and Bronson Reed over. And I mean, I would say, first of all, they did not invest enough in the characters, the backstage work. I think the creative was too lazy. I think that what made the bloodline work, those lessons were not translated to the vision. I don't know why. Really, there's no excuse. They absolutely should have been digging into characters. The great thing about the bloodline is you could see just how people were looking at each other and little things going on in the background. Like every moment you had to watch because you never knew how people were feeling about each other. You know, Sammy was obviously getting into it with Jay. Jimmy, though, was, you know, on board with... But Jimmy could have turned on Sammy at any time. Solo was... You just never knew what he was going to do. He was like a silent assassin. a few years ago. He was basically the enforcer. And Roman could, in the click of her fingers, just change on someone. So, I mean, everything always felt quite tense. Rarely could you relax. And as a result, it gave you some fantastic moments like Honorary Uce and Usi and those great moments with the bloodline. And it was like everyone was looking at each other trying to figure out how's everyone feeling about this. And there was a depth to the characters, and the relationships were really interesting to explore. And, we're in a situation where with Bloodline, we didn't do any of, with Vision, we didn't do any of that. There was none of that. You might get the occasional backstage moment, but nothing that was captivating or interesting or character developing. All of that was just really bare bones. So, yeah, lots of frustration around how the Vision were booked. And then, of course, all the injuries occurred. And then, Seth getting injured meant we had to then make Bron Breakker the leader. And so we positioned him front and center. I actually thought Survivor Series was not a bad look for him. Then, of course, he gets his title opportunity with CM Punk. People can debate whether we should have pulled the trigger at that point or not. WWE decided not to, because I don't think the aura was quite there. I don't feel like they felt like they could have pulled the trigger. They could have done it. But I think they felt like it wasn't quite right at that stage. And so they kept going with Punk. And not long after that, Bron Breakker gets injured. And then Bronson Reed gets injured. And then, of course, Logan gets injured. And, the whole group just absolutely falls apart. So, I mean, you can talk about why the Vision sucked, and you'll see loads of accounts saying the Vision sucked. I think it's way more interesting to try and understand why they sucked. What were they going for? Why did it not work? How did it fall apart? And that question of why and what are they trying, we tried to dig into that more, There's lots to be frustrated with WWE about. There's always going to be differing opinions, just like with the LA Knight conversation we just had. I no doubt whatsoever, there's tons of people that disagree with my take on that. I'm just telling you how I see LA Knight's booking going and why it's gone the way it's gone and what some of the considerations are backstage. Because I do think age is a factor. I really do. I think that we would be in a different position with LA Knight if he was 35 and potentially had still 10 years of a career plus. I think you would be in a very different position. I think he'd be getting involved a lot more in main events. I think they'd be pulling the trigger with him more. But as I said, for this stage of his career, I think the age has to be a consideration. So I think that there are things that happen for reasons. I think sometimes people don't look at those reasons, don't think about those reasons. They just react to what's happened and complain about it and moan about it, and that's fine. We get frustrated as well. But yeah, I think there are reasons to be excited about WWE as well. I think that they've got a great roster. I don't think it's being used quite right, but I think they've got a great roster. I think as well, there's some matches this weekend that look really good. I think Nick Aldis against Gunther genuinely looks to be a match of the year contender for me. Like it's a match that genuinely, I don't know if I could say this too many times, but this is a match I do not want to miss. If I had to go out tonight and miss this show, I would be gutted that I was missing, this match. This is a match I want to see. And, that's obviously helping with my enjoyment tonight. And we've gone down the card already. It looks pretty strong to me. I really don't think that this is a card that is, underwhelming, or I think the build has been underwhelming in places. But I think when the bell rings, there's going to be a lot of matches tonight that have the potential to deliver. Not just Gunther Nick Aldis. I think Liv Io has got potential to be a really good match. I think CM Punk Cody has got potential to be a really good match. I think Bloodline against Royce Keys, LA Knight, I think that's potential to be a good match. Certainly if someone's going to turn, then I think, that adds an extra element. And talking of that, it brings us to our poll that we've been doing. So we've been asking the question, will the Bellas turn on Paige tonight? Will the Bellas turn on Paige, 72% of you have said, yes, the Bellas are going to turn on Paige. So if we get that, that's obviously going to be something else that's going to be a talking point, going to be quite interesting. The match itself might not set the world on fire. Should be okay. Fatal Influence are goods. So should be okay. But if there is a turn afterwards, at least we can still get some out of that as well. AAA says I think the card that has been put is worthy of a sold out attendance, but I think the issue is the hype and the build. If you look at the build for Cody Roman, the match sold out that stadium alone, said AAA. Okay, yeah, I agree that the build has underwhelmed. I think that the idea of Roman Seth was a lot more exciting to me than the build that they gave us. I agree with that. I think that the matches on paper look good to me. But yeah, I agree. I think the build for a lot of this has been underwhelming. I do wonder if it's a lot of shows getting in each other's way. I wonder if it's a case that we have to build to a Saturday night's main event. And I wonder if, like, it's that we only have like a few weeks either side of, say, a Saturday night's main event to actually build a feud. I don't know if that's not letting them off the hook, though, because, something like Roman and Seth shouldn't have had any involvement with Saturday night's main event, so that can just live outside of it, That does not need to interact with Saturday night's main event, so, that could have had a normal build. So, I don't know, I feel like that might be letting them off the hook, but I suppose what it does do is it's more work for Triple H and the creative teams to focus on. And is there an argument that means that there's less time for them to focus on the feuds for SummerSlam? Because instead of just putting their attention into that, they're having to, juggle flipping Saturday night's main event. They're having to juggle European tours. They're having to juggle summer tours and these other elements. I don't know. I feel like that's giving them maybe a bit too much benefit of the doubt, The truth is that it's not right, is it? Whatever the reason, it's not right. The build has not been exciting enough. The fans feel frustrated. Not everyone, There's some out there that are excited. Seeing a lot of very excited fans at the Superstore right now, for example, that are having a great time. So, not everyone, but you see it online, don't you? There's way more negativity than positivity out there at the moment, and I can understand it. I do understand it. I like to try and counter it. I like to try and find a balance so that we can raise up some of the decent stuff that's happening as well. But yeah, I get the negative. I get it. RKO out of somewhere said, out of all the matches, which one needs bloods? Oba Brock needs bloods. That's Hell in a Cell. It needs bloods. If we don't get any other match tonight with blood, that's fine, because that match tonight, the alleged main event, that needs bloods. Interesting that younger talent is not always best for business, said Billy. Any coach goes with the hot hand, not always the best player to win games. If LA Knight Solo or Sammy is the hot hand, then you go with it, said Billy. Well, it's interesting. I mean, it's hard, honestly. I mean, if nothing else, I hope the conversation we just had has got people maybe thinking in a slightly different way than how they were thinking before. Because I think if you are in charge of WWE and you are looking at, the foreseeable future and how people are telling you need to get new faces in that main event scene, and you've got Braun, and you got Bronson, and you got Gunther, and you got Oba, and you got Trick, and you got Javon coming up, and you've got Ethan, and you've got all this talent to choose from. And that's what it comes down to, isn't it? Comes down to a choice. Comes down to you having to make a decision of which direction do you want to go in, right? Do you go this way or do you go that way? And I think for people that can't quite understand why LA Knight has not been receiving the championships they would like him to receive, My counter to that is that I do think age is a factor. I do think age is a reason as to why he has not been getting the push that you would expect him to get. If he was in his mid-30s, early 30s, I think we're having a very different conversation. A very different conversation. I don't think LA Knight struggles like he is struggling right now, because I do think it is a factor where they're looking at the future. Yeah, LA Knight is posting good numbers. They're not, as I said, the sort of numbers that are being delivered by a Roman, a CM Punk, a Cody, or people along those lines, right? So, again, over the past few years, if a choice had to be made, the choice has been made. We go Cody, we go CM Punk, we go Roman, we go Seth. The numbers are better coming from them, right? Again, the counter's going to be, yeah, but they're always in the position to deliver those numbers. I hear that. I hear that. And if they had took a chance on LA Knight over the past couple of years, they could have done that. They took a chance on Damian. They took a chance on Jey Uso. They put a world title on both of those guys by taking a chance. Neither worked, by the way. But they took a chance on those two. So could they have took a chance on LA Knight? Yeah, absolutely. The decision was obviously made to not, because we didn't, right? And as I said, I think that we would have if he was, 10 years younger, right? Or not even that, 8 years younger, or 7 years younger. I think that we could have took a chance, right? But because of where we are with him, this is the situation. The initial question was, will he get a world title at some point? Well, I hope he does, because I think he deserves it. I think he's got himself over well beyond expectation. I think there are fans out there that, really do want to see him achieve that. He's got a passionate fan base. And yeah, I'll go back to what I said. I hope that it happens. And I think the Mick Foley one, even though the age is different, is still an interesting comparison, because Mick Foley was never meant to get over like he did. Mick Foley was never the kind of person that Vince cared for. Vince likes that Hogan, Cena, Roman sort of Greek god type look. Mick Foley could not be further away from that if you tried. Mick Foley is, do you know what I mean? He's not, I don't know that he's marketable, without a gimmick. But, he did have a gimmick. He had several. He had Dude Love. He had Mankind, right? He had Cactus Jack, right? He knew that the look wasn't going to do it. So him going further than anyone else, jumping off things and, thumbtacks and hurting himself and everything, he was going to have to lean into that. And so, he was someone that got himself over, even though Vince didn't really see that in him. He managed to get himself over, and, he got rewarded with some title runs. It's not 10, 12, or anything along those lines. It's 3. And, when all is said and done, could LA Knight hang up his boots having had a couple of world title runs? Yeah, I could see that. I could see him winning Money in the Bank, getting a title run, being somewhat a bit short, and then, him having to chase a proper title run, not satisfied that he's just tasted having the belt. He wants a prop, and then he gets a proper run a little further down the road. I could see that. This is where the comparison to a Mick Foley is not that crazy to me. But, I think the fact that Foley's career obviously was so hampered by injury probably wasn't a surprise due to what he was doing. But you never know when that career is going to get cut short. You never know when those injuries are going to hit. I mean, if anything, LA Knight should be thrilled. The fact that he's still wrestling at the age of 43, 44, which isn't that big of a deal in this day and age. But actually, back in the day, that you were seen as an old man by this point, if you were still wrestling at this stage. So he's done well, to be honest. Oba Femi has got a massive opportunity, said Luro. Tonight, Hell in a Cell against Brock. He could retire Brock and main event the show. SummerSlam is going to be the making of main event Oba Femi. Yeah, it'll be big. It'll be really big if he does. I mean, I hope he does. It's the match I would go with. I think, Oba, I know a lot of people wanted him to win a world championship, like soon. I said I wouldn't do it before SummerSlam. And I mean, it's a bit dumb that he won King of the Ring and now we've kind of given up his title opportunity. That's stupid. But, here he is, potentially in a main event, about to retire Brock Lesnar. I mean, it's big for Oba. I hope they've got some good planned for Survivor Series, because you want to keep this momentum going. I mean, this will be it with the Brock feuds, and this has been the feud that's kind of dominated Oba's year. He's done the Brock feud, won King of the Ring, and back to the Brock feuds. I mean, that's pretty much it, so that's been his year. So this is going to be a big moment for him, actually, to put this behind him and move on. So I hope they've got some good stuff planned. I hope they've got some juicy lined up for Survivor Series. And then obviously next year, we got to start looking at him going after the title. I mean, we got to do him Roman at some point. I don't think you do it at Survivor Series. You could do. I don't think you do. But yeah, I agree. This is a big night for Oba Femi. Big night. I hope the match just lives up to the fact that it's in that main event slot, if that rumor is true. Word Live Cena fan said, if Stephanie does return tonight, do we think that she's going to cost Liv the title? What if she turns heel and ends up costing Io? Also, how trustworthy is the leaked match order saying Oba and Brock is main event? I think it's fairly trustworthy because we heard that it came from a good source. I can't remember the source. I want to say WrestleVotes, which is about as good as it gets. So, I would say that it's about as good as it gets in regards to news and information. So, yeah, I think it's pretty reliable. It does not mean that it is absolutely guaranteed. I can tell you that PW Insider are also reporting Brock Oba is planned to close tonight's show. So, I feel like it's pretty reliable. I'm at the point where I'll be surprised if it doesn't now. In regards to the other aspect, could Stephanie come back? Yes. Could she cost Io? Yes. It would need some explaining, of course. But one of the questions that we've had is, what is Io going to do if she doesn't win the belt? Is it a case that Raquel costs her and she then gets into a program with Raquel? But yes, you could have Stephanie come back and swerve us by not attacking Liv and instead going after Io. And if we do that, then yeah, that takes us down an unexpected road. It would be a swerve. I would need it explaining. I mean, you could explain it by the fact she's been out and no one got in touch with her, and she realized that actually this is a dog-eat-dog world and that actually no one really cares. They say they care, but when you need people the most, are they there for you? No. No one was there for her. No one contacted her. So, that could sort of explain why she's kind of started to turn sour. But I don't know. Obviously going to have to wait and see. There's a chance. Can't give you a reason as to why it wouldn't. But it would need explaining. Connor said, here's the alleged match order. Liv, Io, Bloodline against Solo, LA Knight and Royce. Gunther against Nick Aldis, Fatal Influence against Bellas and Paige, CM Punk against Cody, Brock Lesnar against Oba. Luro said, how many returns or debuts are we going to get tonight? Because I do think Stephanie, maybe Zilla, and I think Orton gets involved. Yeah, I would probably a couple. I mean, if you think just those three, then I don't see Zilla personally, but Randy and Stephanie I could see. So, a couple I could see, and maybe some at tomorrow. I mean, there's not a history of loads of returns, I think expecting 2, 3 over the weekend. and then some outside interference, Judgment Day getting involved or whatever. I could see, maybe a heel turn or something, or, in there as well. But actually, returns, I'm not expecting craziness. So yeah, a handful, 2, 3, something along those lines. Now that Brock Oba is lightly main eventing, I'm hoping that they get plenty of time. I've been underwhelmed with how short their matches are, said Jay. I can see a lot of time going to Brock's bidding of farewell. Well, I hope not, to be honest. I don't know what they would do in regards to his farewell. I hope they don't give it loads of time because, well, first of all, I don't believe it. I don't believe that is going to actually be the farewell because, I'm like many of you. I am under the impression he'll probably come back with Saudi money involved. So I'm not, expecting this to be the actual farewell. And also, I feel like we've done it. I mean, he cried wolf at WrestleMania. So how emotional is it going to be when we already felt like we saw it? I mean, this will be for him. This won't really be for us because I'm just not going to believe it. I mean, I'm sorry, but I saw it at WrestleMania and then it turned out it wasn't real and you went back on it. And now there's even rumors that this might not be the end, with people saying that he could be back next year. So even if you do it tonight, I've got at least 2 reasons why I ain't buying it. So this, anything long or whatever, it won't be for me. It'll be more for him. The one thing they could do is they could have the locker room come out at the end. Then we never did that last time. So, we could leave the boots in the ring and get emotional, embrace Heyman again, maybe go over to his folks who might be in the front row, thank the fans, whatever, and then in the entrance where you bring the wrestlers out, they applaud, So I'm with you. Like, give it time. I'm with you. I wouldn't give it too much time. I wouldn't give it too much time because he could be back at WrestleMania, I do think this is probably genuinely, though, the closing of a chapter. I mean, for years, he's never been the most active of superstars, but I do think this is a moment where we close the door and say, this is it. This is the end of him being regular. If he comes back, it's once or twice, If he comes back, it's Saudi money, It's WrestleManias, but maybe not even every year. It might be Saudi next year and done, So I do think that this would be, if that's what we do, the end of him being a regular competitor, and actually we start turning our attention to him just popping up once or twice in the future. But no, I hope it's the match that gets the time. I hope it's the match that gets the time. I'd be looking for 15 minutes minimum. I would like more than that, but 15 minutes minimum. I think any sort of 8-10 minute stuff, no. I'm looking for like 15, 20. I'm definitely looking for bloods. I'm definitely looking for weapons. I'm definitely looking for some big spots. I'm definitely looking for Oba to win. I'm definitely looking for us afterwards to be like, damn. Oh my God, that was crazy. That was crazy. Do you remember that match at SummerSlam? Oba Brock, that was just bonkers. I mean, they were just like ripping the ring apart. I'm looking for something like that. If it's going to main event, let's push the boat out, Metal Mama, hello. SummerSlam, day 1. Let's go. Hit that like, meow. Is this a new thing you're trying out, Metal Mama? You're trying out meowing now? Is that a kinky thing? Why have you chosen this stream to sort of bring that out? I don't know how I feel about it. Meowing. I mean, I'm not against it, but, respect. Brave. Very brave. LA Joey Petsitter said, Days, love the streams. Every time you talk about Stephanie, I keep picturing Stephanie McMahon running down and dropping Liv. Oh, right. No, well, she might be on the show. I mean, Stephanie's obviously, part of the company. She's opened up previous WrestleManias and Royal Rumbles. I mean, she could open up this show. She could feature in some capacity. I don't think she comes running down and murks anyone. But yeah, no, Stephanie Vicaire. So, LA Joey, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. And yeah, she was a brilliant character, Stephanie. I mean, it got a bit repetitive, but she would get involved in a lot of different things. And I don't know, is there a need for an authority story to come back? I can tell you people were tired of it. Go back about 10 years ago, people were tired of it. There wasn't much hunger for it, but I don't know, is there a need for something like that now? Could that be another one of those sort of big stories that we were talking about? Don't know. Do we think that WWE should have a 3-hour pre-show, which is almost as long as the actual show? I think 1 hour is more than enough, said RTX. Yeah, I would. I'm not, but I don't think it matters, honestly. I mean, we don't have to watch it. It's on us if we watch it or not, I think people have learned. I really think people have learned that nothing massive really goes down on them. So I think a lot of fans sort of give it a skip or give it a glance. I don't know how many people sit down and just watch it 3 hours religiously. I'd imagine it's on as people are making snacks, friends coming round, or you're kind of chatting with the kids or whatever, right? How many people are sitting there religiously watching all 3 hours? No idea. Absolutely no idea. Do we need it? No. Is it a problem? No, not really. Not really. It's not a problem. It's just sort of there in the backgrounds. I mean, I keep a glance on it. They've done a little they had fans doing the Oba strut. So, they had some people that were in costumes that they had doing that. We just had Michael Cole inside the actual stadium. Saw the entranceway. It's pretty basic, to be honest, the entranceway. Although it did look a little better than what I thought. There were some leaked pictures last night and earlier today that just looked a bit rubbish. It looked a little bit better than what I was expecting, but not loads. But, yeah, I don't know. It's FOMO, isn't it, really? It's just FOMO. You watch it because you don't want to miss anything, just in case there's a big announcement or something dramatic happens, but don't really get that on the countdown shows, do you? So, no, we could do an hour, but no great drama. AAA said, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do we love WWE? For me, I'm 11 out of 10. I love WWE. I grew up watching it. I took a break between 2019 and 2021. I got back in 2022. I don't think I'm going to be leaving anytime soon, said AAA. Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm probably in the 8s in the sense of there's a lot of bads. There's a lot of shows that you're I didn't need to watch that. There's a lot of shows that I feel, if you sort of knew what they were going to be like before you watched them, you probably wouldn't watch them. I mean, this week, we've just had a couple of shows, SmackDown and Raw, where, okay, there was a couple of bits on. Nice seeing Haku. And, I thought the Rey Fenix match was decent. I thought the Sammy promo was decent. I can't tell you that there was no reason to not watch any of it, right? I mean, I actually thought there was some really good bits that were on there. But it's not a show that I think, is getting wild reviews. And so, for me, I think that it's high. Of course it's high. But yeah, I think for it to be 10 out of 10, it would probably have to be in a better place than maybe it is right now. So I think there's green shoots. I want to hold on to those. I want to hold on to the green shoots. I want to hold on to those because I do think that there's improvement that's showing, and I do think that we're getting somewhere. I can see improvements, but I also see a lot of frustration that's out there as well. David said, sometimes it's better to watch the next day, said David's. Yeah, sometimes I can see that. Because then you can obviously fast forward through certain elements. I mean, it's. I agree with that, actually. Sometimes it is. It's hard, though. I suppose that's a really good point. Because when I was young, and like at work, that's how I had to watch the shows. Because I couldn't watch them live because of school and because of work. So, I'd be watching on tapes. To be honest, I never really fast forwarded through those because I was a kid and I loved everything. And when I was at work, I didn't really fast forward there either, to be honest. I mean, when I was at work, I would watch like the next day. But I suppose you don't sit there just religiously watching the screen, do you? You don't sit there just like constantly watching. You're just sort of, I don't know, you're just sort of like doing other things and zoning in and zoning out. I mean, I'd be eating dinner and I'd be checking on my phone whilst the show was on in the background. I mean, what we do now, this is the most intense that we actually kind of watch the shows. When I was at work, I'd catch up with it. And if something's good, it gets your attention, doesn't it? And if something's, not as good, then you just sort of skip past it. So yeah, I think for me, it's there's different ways to consume it, and actually, that's true now more than ever, isn't it? That's true now more than ever, because I think like now a lot of people still like wrestling, right? I think if people tell you that they hate it and all that kind of stuff, there might be some that are telling the truth. But I think honestly, a lot of people still keep up with it, but they just watch highlights and they just watch like TikTok and they just watch Twitter. And like, catch things that way, rather than sitting down watching a 3-hour show or a 2-hour show that's full of adverts, by the way, right? And video packages and recaps and all of that stuff. They can now, with technology, just pick out the bits they want to pick out. So yeah, I think it's it's obviously in not the greatest of places right now. I'm optimistic though that this weekend is going to be good, and I am trying to kind of look at the glass half full approach rather than glass half empty. I think there's a lot of people that are looking glass half empty. I'd rather go glass half full, but I don't want to sit here and like be lying, and I'm not. Like, there's no point being in a fortunate position, and I am, where I get to speak to you guys about wrestling, because I've watched wrestling on my own for the majority of my life, right? I know what it's like to not have anyone to talk to about wrestling. I've done it, right? So it is not lost on me how fortunate I am to sit here and be chatting with you guys about wrestling. And so there's no point having this platform and then using it to just lie and just, do you know what I mean, say stuff that's not true. So the one thing you'll always get from me is like an honest opinion. And my honest opinion is that I do see some green shoots coming through. And I do think there is a bit too much OTT negativity out there. I do think that a lot of the goodwill has disappeared. I think we spoke earlier, didn't we, about Triple H. How will he be feeling now? And of course, can't speak for him. But I would imagine that he is feeling a bit disappointed that a lot of that goodwill towards him and the company, for various reasons, some of them justifiable, has gone. There's a lot of anger, frustration, ranting. There's a lot of that. The honeymoon period has long gone for Triple H and for TKO. And obviously there's anger at ticket prices. There's anger at certain people not being pushed or used. There's so many different reasons for there to be frustration and anger. The goodwill's gone. Do you know what I mean? The good vibes have gone. I think that's a real shame. I think it's very easy to get into that rut and into that hole. So, gotta find a way out. Got to. Even if the show is not doing what you want the show to be doing, find things from it that you enjoy, because it's still WWE. It's still the company that you love. It's still the company that you fell in love with. It's still the company that gave us British Bulldog, Ultimate Warrior, Hogan, Bruno Sammartino, Bray Wyatt, The Undertaker, the Attitude Era, Stone Cold Rock, Triple H, Mankind, you know, Randy Orton, The Streak, the Montreal Screwjob, you know, Daniel Bryan, Yeselmania, gave us the Heist of the Century, you know, gave us all these wonderful moments and memories, and will give us many, many more in the future. It will give us many more, and hopefully even tonight, Nick Aldis, Gunther, hopefully even tonight. So yes, glass half full. That's what we're trying. That's what we're trying to do. Grog, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. Really appreciate the support. Grogblog said, Days, thanks to you and the community for keeping me hooked with WWE. Today I met Danhausen, Sammy, Chelsea, Seth, Zelina, Carrion, Cora. I'm meeting Paige tomorrow. Without the channel, I might not be here in Minneapolis, so thank you. Well, Grog, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. Do you know what? Isn't that such a wonderful glimpse into sort of like a reason to be positive? You know, there's someone that's like, do you know what? I'm going to go to this fan convention. I'm going to meet some of my childhood heroes. I'm going to meet some of my idols. And, you know, this weekend might not be that great. Who knows? SummerSlam could bomb like we've seen WrestleMania bomb. But, you know, Grog's out there living his best life, having a great time, meeting lots of, you know, great names. I mean, that's a hell of a list as well. But Danhausen, Sammy, Chelsea, Seth, Zelina, Cross, Cora, meeting Paige tomorrow. You have to ping over pictures, but ping over some pictures. We'll get them in. I do want to get a community video back up. I think what I might do with a community video is I might put a post out saying, send me your things that you want us to look at, right? I know many of you have been sending stuff over recent weeks and months, but what I might do is just send a message out going, you know, what have you got? What is it that you want me to show and look at? And maybe on Sunday, anything that post receives in the comments, in the responses, we'll look at in a video on the second channel. So I'm definitely down for doing that. I think that would actually be the best way of catching back up, actually. If I was to go back through my notifications and try and catch up over months of stuff, I don't even know when I'd get to it all, to be honest. So we might do that. So, Grog, make sure you got your pictures. Keep an eye out for that post, and we'll get into that. So, shout out to you, my friend. Burn it down, said Days. It's Dan. Hello, Dan. I've been watching since 2023. I run a WWE IG page, and we're hosting a SummerSlam giveaway with Danhausen. Fans can enter before the show. I'd love it if you would check it out. Thanks for everything you do and the amazing streams. Well, Dan, shout out to you. I didn't even notice this come through, but that's an incredible donation, Dan. I obviously massively appreciate it. It obviously goes into the channel, as I've said a million times, with like various bits that we upgrade and whatever. I really do appreciate that. You've kind of caught me a bit off guard there. I didn't see this come through. Dan, where do I go? Where I'll happily go to it, of course I will. Where do I go for that? What's the name of the channel? Is it just your channel? Or where do I go? To be honest, I don't go on Instagram. So I can navigate it, But to be honest, my usage of Instagram, did you say Instagram? Yeah, Instagram. My usage of Instagram is I just use a piece of software called Buffer, which just posts to all my social channels. That way I don't have to go to Instagram and Facebook and TikTok individually. It just sends it to them. So I never actually go on. I rarely go on to these places because I just use that and it just posts it everywhere. Does it all in one go. Where is Burn It Down? Burn It Down, are you in the chat right now? Where am I going? Because I'll happily show it. If you're telling me that it's got to be promoted and shown before the show starts, is that what you said? Fans can enter before the show. It's a SummerSlam giveaway with that. But what's the name of the channel, buds? You run a WWE Instagram. Is this just on WWE's Instagram? Has he run away? Has he come in, dropped this like big, very generous donation, and then just like run off? Am I meant to go to WWE's Instagram? I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Hello everyone, by the way. I can see everyone in the chat. I'm keeping an eye out for Burn It Down. If you are interested, I'm going to read this message again. Obviously, it was a very kind donation, yeah? So, Days, it's Dan. I've been watching you since 2023, pervy. I run a WWE Instagram. So I don't think it's the WWE Instagram. It's a WWE Instagram page. We're hosting a SummerSlam giveaway with Danhausen. I mean, that's amazing, isn't it? How have they managed to run a SummerSlam giveaway with Danhausen? Fans can enter before the show. This is why time is of the essence. Because, I mean, doesn't the show start in just over an hour? Love it if you check it out. You sort of need to tell me where to go. Here he is. Here he is. Here he is. We got an update. Dude, I thought you'd left me in the dark. Yeah, it's an IG page. It's Burn It Down. Dude, you only need to put it once. What the hell's going on here? It's Burn It Down, Whitey. Okay, it's your page. I mean, actually, in reflection, I probably should have thought about that. Burn It Down. You've managed to get you've managed to do something with Danhausen. You're gonna have to forgive me because I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing here. Burn It Down, YT. Okay. Let's go over here. So this is Burn It Down on YT. Yeah. Okay. The fans have just got to comment the prediction. That is all. The fans have just got to comment the prediction. Is it on your... This is story, isn't it? Oh, that's Smackdown. That's footage. That's footage. That's footage. That's footage. All of this is making me nervous. Oh my God, how many things have you got up here, buds? Is it this? Yeah, it's this. This. Oh, no, I don't want footage. How do I pause? Pause. Jesus Christ, this is a nightmare. Burn it down. This is a nightmare. Okay, 1 day left to enter. I sorted it. I'm a professional. I know what I'm doing. 1 day left to enter the giveaway. Comment your predictions. How do you just go down here, do you? Is this where you comment on stories? I don't know how this works, mate, honestly. Whenever I upload, it just goes to the bit at the bottom. I don't know what any of the circles do. 1 day left to enter. I hope this makes sense to you lot. 1 day left to enter. Comment your predictions, right? Win prizes. So one winner, if they get all the matches predicted correctly, you can get a custom shout-out video from Danhausen. It's pretty good, isn't it? It's pretty good. 2 winners. If you get 11 matches right, you can get a Chrome hobby box. Right? That's good. They're not cheap. 3 winners. If you get 10 matches correct, you will get a Chrome Mega Box. Comment your predictions to participate. Burn It Down said it's also a post on the page. Okay. I went big. I did the opposite of what Triple H does. I swung for the fences. I clicked on the story thing at the top. It was a bit chaotic, but we got there in the end. But apparently it's also a post. But I mean, I feel like I could leave my comment here if I was to take part. I'm not going to take part because I feel like I'm going to be taken away from other people. But yes, if you want to take part in this, then prizes to be won. That's not bad, is it? Free to enter. By the looks of it, unless I'm told otherwise. As far as I know, free to enter. And yeah, you could get a video message from Danhausen. You could win a Chrome Hobby Box. You could win a Chrome Mega Box. And it's being hosted by someone that's been in our community for a long time. Rightfully or wrongfully, I trust him. I trust Dan. So I'm saying that this is all above boards. I don't believe the Chrome Hobby Boxes or Mega Boxes have been stolen. I don't think that if you do win this thing, expecting a video from Danhausen, it's just going to be Dan in some face paint, pretending to be Danhausen. I wouldn't expect that. I think the prizes are probably legit, right? If this was from someone I didn't know, I would question it. But because Burn It Down YT has been in our community for a while, I think this is probably going to be above boards, you know? So you can trust it, yeah? If it does turn out to be a fraud, phony, fake scam, you can't come back to me, right? I have nothing to do with this. Yeah, I'm learning about this just like you're learning about this, okay? So this can't come back on me, right? I've done my bit, yeah? Burn It Down YT has been very kind. I've repaid it by, you know, obviously having a good look at this. Apparently, it's got to be in before the show starts, so you've only got just over an hour. But, there we go. To be honest, even if the Chrome Hobby Box and Mega Box was stolen, is it that big of a problem? They've got loads, you know? Probably no one's going to find out. Or imagine if Dan has just drawn a load of the cards himself. Surely you would appreciate the effort, you know? Could be that you open up the box and inside it's just a load of hand-drawn cards. What a lovely item. Do you know what I mean? One of one. So even that wouldn't be too bad, would it? Basically anything for free has surely got to be welcome. So there we go. Go to Burn It Down YT. You can go over there. Days, no, it is all legit, actually. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Well, Burn It Down, thank you, my friends. I really appreciate the support, obviously. Incredible support. You didn't have to keep putting in all these super chats, by the way, but like, you know, you won me over at hello, right? So yeah, enjoy the show, my friend. I hope this is a big success. Let us know how it goes, of course, and if you need me to shout it out in an hour's time or something, I'll happily do it. So Burn It Down YT, shout out to you, my friends. Chris said, how do I get to take part? Chris, you can't, unfortunately. Yeah, no, you can't, but it does say in the small print here. I don't know if you saw, but it said 1 winner gets the Danhausen thing, 2 winners get the hobby box, 3 winners get the mega box. Comment your predictions to participate below. Entry open to everyone except Chris Hampton, 1991. So... yeah, there was a little thing at the bottom. You're not allowed. But it doesn't matter. You know, it doesn't matter. I'm sure you had a good time looking at the poster. It was a good poster. So, I hope the show's going to be good tonight, said Radiated Zombie. Yes. Same. This one looked like it was trying to jump out of the TV to challenge you personally, said AB. Days, you are a celebrity, said Going Ghost. I'm not a celebrity. Can I get your autograph? No. My prediction is CM Punk is going to win. Oba's going to win. Gunther's going to win. Liv's going to win. Jacob's going to win. Jimmy's going to win. And Jay's going to win. And the Bellas and Paige. Night 2, I think, Roman, Chad, Danhausen, Sammy, Trick, and Lash. Shout out to you, Jose. Days, could we see Sable in the Hall of Fame, said Word Life Cena fan. I think she's had issues with WWE, hasn't she? I don't think that relationship is a harmonious relationship, so I don't think that she's looking for that. Could she go in? Yeah, maybe. I mean, she should. It's just, does she want to? Or is that really a door that's closed? I mean, we don't get Sable figures being made or Sable signed cards. I think there is a bit of animosity that's there. I'm not sure of the details, but I feel like something went down. So, but obviously a lot of that was probably to do with Vince. It's a different company now, isn't it? So things might have got a little bit better, but to be honest, I think she's probably just closed that door on her career. Andy said, imagine if Vince came back tonight to be heel Cody's manager. Blimey now, Andy. Talking about swinging for the fences. Hey? I mean, it would land, wouldn't it? I mean, it would definitely make noise. It would make positive and negative noise, though, to be honest with you. Because it would... obviously, Vince is, going to divide opinion. I don't know. Would that be a good idea, a bad idea? Or I would not feel comfortable if I was responsible for it, but it would certainly make noise. I can tell you that much. It would certainly make noise. Brandyman, shout out to you, but Days, the commitment to the channel. You're the best one out there. Great community. Brandyman, shout out to you, my friends. Yeah, I think I'm very much a believer in keep it simple. I don't know what other channels do. I'm sure they're great. I have no animosity towards anyone. I just focus on what we do, right? And we just try and keep it simple. I mean, we just start early. We get into conversations. We put little reaction clips out. Again, I've said it a million times. Those are just to let people know that we're here doing this. They're mini adverts, really. That's how I see them. They're just mini adverts so that people can see that we exist, and that we've got a community. And if you like the reactions, then, well, come and join us. Come and join us, because there'll be loads of reactions. We've got hours of reactions, right? As we get our teeth into SummerSlam. Before that all starts, though, of course, we have to, do a preview, talk about how we think things are going to go, get into some topics like we've done tonight, and yeah, just chuck stuff around, really. So, I mean, we do that. I feel like we've done it years. I mean, we've been doing these streams since 2018. So, I mean, we've got 8 years of doing this. This is not our first rodeo. So, I mean, we've got 8 years of doing these streams, and I think the community know what to expect. We're pretty serious, kind of digging into stuff before the show starts, because a lot of the conversation is, do you think this is going to happen? Do you think that's going to happen? Who's going to win here? Where's this story going? Have we heard this rumor? There's probably not loads of room to have fun before the show begins. It's more rumor and speculation and theory and conversation, right? When the show starts, it's more reaction, and then it's more talking about what we're seeing and where it's going. Was that good? Score in it? What did you think? So, I mean, these streams serve a few different purposes. And yeah, I'm thrilled if people have fun. If people come along and, have a good time, yeah, great. Long may it continue. I've done it for 8 years. I've got no desire to, step away. Of course, I'm thrilled to be doing it, and I'm very fortunate to be doing it. And I've said this before as well, and I think it's probably worth repeating on a stage that's pretty big. I'm very grateful for all of the support. I spent 15 years working in retail, and, before that I was working in a grocery store, and I was You know, I did education, college, didn't know what I wanted to do. And I went into retail and I loved it. I absolutely loved it. And if I went back to that, I'd be thrilled. But yeah, I'm so fortunate to be doing this that, you know, it's putting the work in has never been a problem. I feel like it's the least I can do, really. But I'm so fortunate I had that life first. I think it might mess you up if you went straight into doing this out of school and not having lived life. You know, I know what life is like. I know what it's like getting up early, getting home late. I know what it's like doing long hours. I know what it's like moving around the country for your job. I mean, I've lived in several different places in the UK, from Ipswich to Southampton to Milton Keynes to Wolverhampton to Birmingham. I've moved all over the shop, gone all over the place as I've kind of progressed in my career in retail. So, yeah, I've lived a life, and I'm glad that I have. I don't think it's a good idea to go straight into this. But I'm very fortunate. I think like putting the work in is the least I can do, really. So you should see a lot of movement with the channel now. There's been a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes, a lot of like getting graphics right, doing things. I think you're starting to see that fruit coming through now. Yeah, I appreciate people bearing with us. Things will continue to improve. Thumbnails will continue to improve. Graphics will continue to, you know, improve, and there'll just be, you know, more content will come on. We've got reaction clips on the go. Unseen is one that I need to get my head around still. I don't know what that looks like. But as we said, community videos, we can look to bring those back maybe Sunday. What I'll do is put a post out and go, listen, if you want me to look at it, if you want to share it with the community, drop it here. And we'll do a separate video on whatever gets left. And that'll probably be the best way of catching back up. Right, Days, do we think it's odd that they dropped a similar angle with Birthright with what they're doing with MFTs? For some reason, Fit Finlay, William Regal appeared twice and then disappeared. Do you think it's odd that they've dropped a similar angle with Birthright that they're doing with MFTs? No, not really. I think that like Birthright is a group that's all based on second generation wrestlers. So it's not like a bloodline, but it's sort of a bloodline because they're not blood, but they do have something in common, and it is that their fathers were all in wrestling, right? Apart from Stax. But he is now married, engaged to Ariana Grace, who is Morella's daughter, right? So I don't think it's weird that they're doing that, and now we've got Tama Tonga Tongaloa, and you know they've got Haku, because I mean you could point to the bloodline where you know we had the Wild Samoans rock up that once. You know, we had the Wild Samoans come in, so you know we've seen elders for the bloodline, and now we're seeing like the elders for I don't even know what they're called. It's not the MFTs now, is it? Tama and Tala. Should we just go with that? You know, their elder is their father, Haku. And the elders of Birthright are Finlay and William Regal. So I think anything that's going to involve like family is, you know, you were always going to have the ability to bring the father in as long as he's still with us. You know, I mean, Dusty would have been involved, no doubt, if he was still with us during like the Cody stuff. So I don't think it's weird. You can point back, as we said, to Bloodline, where they've done something similar in previous years. In fact, when was that? 2021, when we had the Wild Samoans. It might even have been 20 end of 2020, actually. It was 2020 or 2021. It was Thunderdome when they showed up. So no, I mean, maybe the fact that Birthright kind of started earlier this year, I believe, and you know the Haku thing was obviously on Friday, So the fact that they're both within the same year, coincidental, but I don't think there's anything crazy about it. It doesn't strike me as anything crazy. Both are just based on family, so it would seem like pretty normal to me that you would bring the family member in at some point if you can, and it's available. La Miranda, is that how you say? La Miranda, Chile. Days respect for the hours you put in. Thank you, my friends. I don't need that. I mean, it does feel a bit weird when there's people out there putting in mental hours, right? I mean, I put hours in, but I know how hard many of you work. I know how hard life is and can be. So I don't need people going, yeah, respect for the hours you do, whatever. That to me is just strange. Days, when are we expecting to see Drew? Hopefully he's going to come back. What would we do with Drew once he comes back? It's all going to come down to film projects, isn't it? I mean, when is Drew free of his movie projects? As soon as we have an answer to that, then we can start talking about a potential return. I don't have an answer to that. I know that he was doing Highlander, and I know that he moved on to another film project after that. So, where is he in regards to that? I don't know. As soon as he's done with those, he'll be back. But timeline on that, I don't have one, because I was only aware of the Highlander one. So I wasn't aware of the fact that he had picked up another film project, but it was reported that he had done that. So I don't know. Gonna have to wait and see. If he's available, he could be back this weekend. I don't think it'll be too long. I mean, unless he gets another film project. I mean, we know that there's a load of wrestlers working with, what are they called? Paradigm or something. So I don't know how many opportunities come up. I don't know how quickly these projects kind of fall in their lap. It's done one film. That's led to 2 films. Does it lead to 3 films? I don't know. He's got to come back at some point. But I don't know. He might be happy doing what he's doing at the moment. And, we might not see him come back to the Rumble. I doubt it. I'm sure he'll be back before then. But, I mean, if he picks up another film project that takes him to the end of the year, or even around December time, by that point, you might think to yourself, just save him for the Rumble. So, I don't know. It's a hard one to answer that. I haven't seen any updates, honestly. The chatter has actually been about Randy and Kevin. I haven't heard about Drew. But the chatter is that Randy and Kevin are expected to return soon. So, no word on Drew, though. Oh, no word that I've seen. Liv Morgan EO for the Women's World Championship is going to be the opening match, said Connor. Okay, yeah, I'm not down on that. I would have gone Cody against CM Punk. I wouldn't do Cody Punk as the co-main. I mean, that just feels a bit too like you could exhaust the crowd and then you're going to follow it with Hell in a Cell. So I feel like you're going to have to get that Cody Punk match done, then put something out there that kind of like the women, something that's not a bathroom break, but just, okay, let us catch our breath. And then you can go to that big Hell in a Cell. So, yeah, I wonder when they'll get Cody and Punk done, if the Liv match is opening. Strange. SummerSlam is pretty stacked, said Jesse. There's still an hour left of this pre-show, said Stuart. There is, Stuart. There is. I'm sure, like everyone else, you're thrilled. Jake said, crazy to think that the Shield debut was years ago. Roman, and now Roman's final appearance. I don't think tonight is Roman's final appearance. The Shield debut was many, many years ago, end of 2012. So, I mean, it will be coming up to 14 years ago at the end of this year. What match do you think will steal the show? I'm hoping Gunther, Nick Aldis, but we can't look past Oba Brock, of course. So, but I do think that Gunther, Nick Aldis is the one I'm hoping steals the show. Rogers said, do we think Cody's going to turn heel? Do I think Cody's turning heel? Do I think Cody is turning heel? No. I think Randy's coming back, and I think that I think Randy comes back, and I think that I think we go into that feud. I was distracted because Burn It Down just said a lot more people have now entered the giveaway. Thanks, Days. Well, that's brilliant news. I'm thrilled about that. Obviously, I want this to work for Burn It Down, but I think it's brilliant for you lot as well because, well, free to enter. Why not? If you've got access to Instagram. And Chris, I know Chris was asking. Chris, it turns out I made a mistake. I thought it said Chris Hampton wasn't allowed to enter. It was actually Hiss Crampton. So it turns out you're fine. So yeah, you and everyone else just go to Burn It Down, YT, find this post right here. And then here, look, you can comment away. Leave your comments, just like all these peeps that have left their comments, yeah? Come over, comment away, get your comments in. You can win these prizes. And Chris, I just read it wrong. It turns out that you can actually enter, which is great news. Great news. So there we go. Go to Burn It Down YT on Instagram, and you can win a personalized message, a custom video from Danhausen, some Chrome hobby boxes, or a Chrome mega box. Lovely. Do we think that we're getting a heel turn from Cody or Punk tonight? Ooh, a lot of people talking about heel turns. No, I don't think we're getting a heel turn from Cody. Just because I think Randy will come back, and I think we do Cody Randy. That's what I think. Is it impossible for a heel turn from Cody? No, of course not. It's absolutely possible. So I think that we are looking at I think we're looking at Cody Randy, and I think that we could get a heel turn, but I don't think that's as likely. Chris said, yeah, I've applied. Chris, oh, thank God. Chris, I was worried my message wouldn't get to you. That's good. Guys, can we just acknowledge that Chris has actually applied? So for any of you thinking I might have driven him away or took that opportunity away from him because I made a slight error, he has actually entered. Thank you. Right. It's nice that we don't have to pay $30 for unlimited ESPN because YouTube TV has got ESPN Unlimited. Oh, that's good. Dia, shout out to you. That's good. I know that's been a real barrier for people, so excellent. We're very fortunate over here in the UK. It's just on Netflix for us, so I don't know how it works in regards to like getting a VPN, getting UK Netflix, watching that way. But if you do, and it works, you can watch Raw, NXT, SmackDown, pay-per-views, all on Netflix here in the UK. We're very, very fortunate. You do have to remember, though, it is on at like 1 o'clock in the morning. So, you know, it is good. But also, there's probably not loads of people in the UK that are really, you know, tuning in at that time. I suppose you can always catch up next day, though, can't you? Like I used to have to do. So that's always an option. But I'm not sure if it like will work for you guys. I'm sure they're probably looking to crack down on stuff like that. David said the third film industry reports from PW Insider that Drew is locked in for a third movie. Is he really? He's got a third film. Blimey now. He's killing it, isn't he? The Last Druid started filming on June 8th. The last schedule is July 23rd. So when's the third one? Later this year, is it? Blimey now, he's doing all right, isn't he? He's got a third film lined up. James said, imagine an ultimate swerve and it's LA Knight that turns. Well, that would be big, wouldn't it? That would be big. I don't know how people would react to that. I mean, it would catch me off guard, and I'm sure it would catch a lot of you off guard as well, but it'd be interesting. Real John said, will we really go back to Randy and Cody with Punk as champion? Well, I think we could, because don't forget how WrestleMania ended. It ended with Randy punt kicking the face off Cody. Do you remember Cody's eyes swelling up, being horrific? I mean, that build was sabotaged by having Pat involved. You know, Pat coming out and just talking nonsense on a level that is, you know, crazy. It was nonsense. Absolute nonsense. And people just were like not having it. And I think like we wanted to dig into their history, their backstory. We wanted to dig into their relationship. Wanted to dig into all of that, and we couldn't, and we didn't. And I think there is definitely scope to go back. I think they could go back and actually give us the feud that we were meant to get. And that was the last time we saw Randy. Punt kicked Cody, booted him in the eye. Cody's eyes swelled up. And we thought we were going to get Randy Cody, you know, carrying on. And then, of course, Gunther attacks Cody. And then we start the whole Gunther, Cody, eventually Sammy getting involved. And, you know, we did that instead. So we haven't seen Randy since. So I don't think it's crazy for Randy to come back and go back after Cody. Only this time, hopefully it's been really well thought out. Hopefully it's going to dig more into the backstory and the history. And listen, that Cody heel turn, we can do it eventually. It'll just be in our back pocket. Okay, we've got Triple H right now. So I just want to hear what Triple H is saying. We got around 40-odd minutes to go. 40-odd minutes to go. Having been inside Hell in a Cell. Triple H says he's been in Hell in a Cell more times than he would like to have been in Hell in a Cell. And you certainly don't want to be in there with Brock Lesnar. But the same can be said for Oba Femi as well. It's going to be tough for Oba tonight. Brock Lesnar inside a cell in his hometown. Any match tonight that could steal the show. Hell in a Cell. Oba Femi, Brock Lesnar, Cody Rhodes, CM Punk, Io Sky, Liv Morgan. He hasn't mentioned Gunther, Nick Aldis. This is going to be an epic 2 days. I cannot wait, says Triple H. I'm disappointed he didn't mention Gunther Nick Aldis there, honestly. I think he should have. I think that was a golden opportunity for him to talk about Gunther Nick Aldis and how much he knows this means to Nick Aldis. Instead, he just sort of like mentioned Hell in a Cell again. He mentioned the championship match, Liv and Io. Then he skipped to the other night. So, Gunther Nick Aldis, I don't think I'm alone. I'm really hyped for that match. I think that's a shame that he hasn't just sort of highlighted it there. No biggie, though. We are in Gorilla right now with Pete Rosenberg. We can see, I think, is that Michael Cole set up one of the tables? It's very empty in Gorilla at the moment. Was this recorded Is this live? Was this earlier in the day? I would imagine it'd be a bit more busy about there right now, but Pete Rosenberg walking out onto the stage, coming through Gorilla onto that entrance stage. There is Kathy. She's out there. She's looking lovely, by the way. Always looks lovely. Pete Rosenberg looks lovely. I don't think we should discriminate. He looks lovely. There's a lot of people looking lovely today. Yeah, the stage looks a bit more interesting than I thought it was going to be. I just thought it was going to be a standard, just sort of flat screen. It's big. It's a big stage. It looks pretty. I think the stage looks pretty good. It reminds me a bit of a belt. It's got like a big center bit, and then bits coming off at the side that sort of look like the side pieces. That was kind of fun. We had Pete Rosenberg go from Gorilla to the stage. He sort of then passed over to Kathy, who went from the stage to the ring. And now she's sort of passed over to Jackie, who's at the ring, showing us the Hell in a Cell that is suspended above. We're having a good look inside the arena right now, of course. And there are some sponsors, obviously, in the ring. Crypto. I don't know what's in the middle. Feels like something different is the sponsor in the middle. It's not It's not Prime. It's not. I don't think it's KFC. Is it a film or something? I don't know. There's Nick Aldis. Nick Aldis arriving, looking very focused backstage. Magnus in the house. LS Dub said, "I hope everyone is well. I'm back from the beach." LS Dub, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. Alistair, big fan of building sandcastles. I know he regular likes to run down, get a couple of sandcastles made, get back, watch the wrestling. Do you know what I mean? Like push a few nerds around, kick a bit of sand in their face. It's just something he enjoys doing, and I love him for it, to be honest. So, Alistair, shout out to you. Chris said, "Never trust days. Burn it down. Can you check that I have done it right?" Well, look, Chris, I've made one mistake. I think it's harsh that you're judging me so severely, but it's fair, to be honest. But I'm pleased you've entered, bud, and I'm wishing you all the best. Aaron said, "Hello, brackets. Have I won you over? Thanks, HH." Aaron, shout out to you, my friends. You don't need to win me over. You've already won me over. You was always over with me, Aaron. And with this community as well. So, Aaron, shout out to you. I hope you are looking forward to the show. Cameron said, "The last 2 days have been full on, but I'm glad to be in the chat." Well, Cameron, welcome, my friends. Sorry to hear you've been going through some hard times. Or, full on. Maybe Cameron was the person that LSW kicked the sand in the face of. Perhaps, we're really digging into something here. I don't know. But either way, Cameron, welcome. Dave, so we think the reason that WWE hasn't been booking the Profits is because Bianca is closer to birthing. Is that a thing? Birthing. And Montez is taking care of her, and they'd rather have both Profits on TV. I think there's a chance of that. Yeah, there's a chance. It's hard to say, isn't it? Because I think the tag division is very hot and cold, very stop-start. So, I mean, we could sit here and say it's that, but the truth is, it could just be the tag division is very stop-start, very hot-cold, and, it kind of is what it is. So, yeah, I think it's nicer to think it's that than it is to think that the tag division is just a secondary thought, which we know it is. So, yeah, I think there's a chance that that's the reason, but unfortunately, it also might not be the reason. It might just be the tag division is, as we know, an afterthought. LSW is a bully. Okay, guys, I don't want to be... No. I mean, he is, but no, I don't want to be promoting that. Who said that? I was going to read that. Where's the LS Dub is a bully one? LS Dub. I just read someone said LS Dub is a bully. Yeah, there. William said LS Dub, he bullies kids at the beach. Yeah, I don't want that to be a thing. Days, did you ever get a new chair? No. I think I might have to give up on the chair I want. The chair that I wanted to get was a Steelcase Leap, and it retails for about £1,200. I ain't paying that, right? So it does go on sale sometimes for like $799, and I've seen it on sale in the past. And I mean, I don't know what your financial position is like. Mine is not in a place where I can spend £799 without thinking about it, right? So I know that we've been talking about a chair for a long time, but we are not talking about £50, £70, £100, £200. If I get the chair that is meant to be the best chair to get for all day use, you know, if ever you go on AI, and I've done that, and look into chairs, whatever, the one they say is the best. If you sit at a chair for long periods of time, this is the chair to get, right? Tommy's got it. It's the chair Tommy's got. But instead, the chair I was using was like £200, which I still thought was expensive, to be honest with you. But it was like, you know, off Amazon, £200 job. This one, I think, was about 200 as well. It creaks. Do you know what I mean? This one is sturdier. That one is just falling apart. The arm's doing this. All the padding is on the floor. I mean, it's completely done. So, thankfully, I've got this one, which is sturdier, and it's still comfortable. But it just, do you know what I mean? I don't even know if you can. It just creaks around, and like every time I move or react, and it's not really meant for like all day use. It's meant for like a few hours. I mean, like now we're getting ready for SummerSlam, and I'm like, I could be more comfortable, to be honest. So I do need to get it sorted. But that chair never goes down in price now. Ain't been down in price for a long time, or not that I've seen. It used to go down, and now it doesn't. And I've said before, I don't know if it's the Iran situation, or I don't know. I don't know what the hell's going on, but it just doesn't go down anymore. So I've started to look to see if there's like cheaper options and stuff like that. Maybe there's some around 500s that, you know, I could look for instead. But I don't know. When it comes to numbers like this much money, I'm pretty indecisive, to be honest. I'm not brilliant when it comes to these. This is a big decision. This is big. You know, I don't rush into these things. So, yeah, for me, no, I didn't. That was the hold-up. That's why I've not got one. Still, you know, money will absolutely be going towards that. It's one of the big kind of purchases that I need to make, is to, you know, get this sorted. But what I did was I switched the chairs over. I've got two. This one's just, I think this is from our study. It has never been used much, but it's all right. It works. It gets us through, and it's pretty sturdy, actually. It's built like a tank. The other one's just, honestly, as I'm looking at it, it's falling apart. So that's the situation with that. I hope you find a good chair on sale, said Jesse. So do I, Jesse. So do I. Because do you know what? I deserve one. I deserve one. I mean, this is my world, actually, sitting in this chair. Do you know what I mean? Some of you go out and buy yourself nice clothes and all that kind of. I don't need nice clothes, clearly. I just need a nice chair. That's all I need. So I will get one. Put some WD-40 on it, said Bishop. Actually, Bishop, that's not a bad shout, you know. I might have to do that. It's going to need a lot. Andy said, Days, this could be the last time that we get a big fight stadium feel until next year's SummerSlam, with Mania being in Saudi. Might not have the same atmosphere. I don't know that tonight's going to have the same atmosphere. The streets are saying that this is not even going to make 40,000 ticket sales wise. So, you know, I can't even sit here and say that this is going to have a big kind of atmosphere in that regard. So I don't know. 40,000. I mean, is that the kind of number you'd expect for a Rumble? Is that the kind of number you'd get from a Survivor Series? Maybe. You know, both of those tend to be in stadiums, so we might still get stadium feelings, stadium vibes. But well, it's true, isn't it? With the decline that we've seen, if SummerSlam is going to be like 20% down on ticket sales, what's to say that Survivor Series isn't 20% down on ticket sales? What's to say that Rumble's not 20% down on ticket sales? So, you could be right. Days, my favourite match build is Bloodline versus Solo's team, said Laxo. Oh, what, for this? Okay, yeah, Laxo, shout out to you. Sonny said, I hate this place. Supper is at 4:30. I woke up at 4:48. Usually they do have some stuff, but the cook forgot about me. Served everyone, and all she's done is, for me, is a sandwich. Oh, dude, I'm in that boat. That's all I've had so far is a sandwich. So, I feel your pain, buds. You got to make sure you up for 4:30 though, ain't you? Got to be setting that alarm, Sonny. Got to be setting that alarm, because if they are literally, we serve at this time, you got to be here type. You know, if that's how they're going to run it, then you gotta get there, Sonny. So, is there no one you can have a word with? Is there nothing else left over? Nothing. Can't you get another sandwich? Perhaps you could get more sandwiches just to fill the hole, you know? Colin Pierre said, will Stone Cold and The Rockmaker return? I wouldn't be expecting Stone Cold's. I mean, if you get Stone Cold, it'll just be a moment, you know, announcing the attendance type thing. You know, he's done with wrestling. So not expecting to see Stone Cold. Rock, there is a thought that he could make his presence felt as we build towards a potential match between him and Roman next year. So there is a thought that we could actually get The Rock. I don't think that would be today. I think that would be tomorrow. So yeah, not impossible for The Rock. I mean, not impossible for Stone Cold, but the only thing with Stone Cold is I think it would just be him announcing the attendance or having a fun moment with someone. But yeah, not impossible. I mean, not impossible for, you know, something to do with The Undertaker. I don't know that I'm expecting anything along those lines. All of those, well, Undertaker and Stone Cold would just be fun little moments, which would be fun still. But not there coming back for a match or anything, you know. So I don't know if I'm really expecting anything along those lines. I mean, we didn't really get anything like that at WrestleMania. I mean, the one surprise we got was Bianca coming out and announcing she was pregnant. That was one of the surprises. And yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't really expecting anything along those lines. But, you know, listen, if Stone Cold wants to come out with his little buggy and smash into a woman in the front row again, I'm here to watch it. I would not turn that down. Triple A said, isn't it a shame that the WWE title isn't main eventing any nights now? It's meant to be the biggest prize in pro wrestling. Roman with any title main events. The WWE title should be, but the aura without Roman is less. Well, Roman is the biggest star. I do think that CM Punk and Cody could have main evented. I'm not down on the fact they're not. I think that they're trying to make both belts feel the same now, and it's probably working, you know? So, yeah, is it a shame because it's meant to be the biggest prize? Yeah, to a degree. To a degree. I think I would just look at it each show as it comes along. So, like, for this one, Roman Seth, I think that's better and more interesting than CM Punk Cody. CM Punk only won the belt not long ago. It feels a bit more likely that CM Punk retains. I think there is a world where Roman could lose to Seth. Seth is that thorn in the side. But I don't think Roman will. But I'm not down on them choosing to have Roman Seth close night 2. And I'm not down on Hell in a Cell closing night 1. So I think if we just look at it on a show-by-show basis, WWE Championship will get moments. It'll get main events. It's still going to close certain shows. Should it always be positioned as being the belt? I don't know. I get your point. I do feel that way as well. It is the number 1 prize. So I do feel where you're coming from. But for this show, I don't mind, honestly. I think I'd look at the options, and I think that I'm more excited by Roman Seth and by the Hell in a Cell. So I'm okay with them choosing those. IFAL said, I just want to watch a little bit of the SummerSlam pre-show, and oh my God, they were self-glazing for 10 minutes. It took me right out of it. I'm just going to stay here where it's safe, said IFAL. Shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. Jesse said tickets should have sold like crazy when they went to $25. If it was local to me, I would be going for sure. Yeah. I mean, I am a bit worried, actually, that the $25 tickets didn't do better, because that's always been the argument, hasn't it? Your ticket prices are too high. If you made them cheaper, then, of course, you would sell more. And then they make them cheaper, and, yeah, they do sell more. But was it enough? I mean, they sold 900 in the past 2 days. I mean, is that the kind of numbers we were hoping for? I mean, really, in order for that argument to have more weight, imagine if they'd shifted 5,000 in the past 2 days, and then the days before that, 3,000. And it was somewhat along that scale. Whereas 2,000 across 2 days and then 900 across the next 2 days, that doesn't strike me as the kind of thing you can really hit TKO with, Like, do you see? It's your fault that these shows are suffering. If anything, they could use that now as an example that the ticket prices have not been a barrier, or as big of a barrier as what people have been making out. Yeah, I agree. I must admit, I'd love to put a better spin on it, but I am disappointed that we didn't shift more tickets at the $25 rate. The only thing I would say is, did they leave it too late in the day? Is it a case that people have already made their mind up? Yes, you could try and attract some more local people, but what if those people have already made plans? You had an opportunity to make these prices cheaper a long time ago, and you chose not to. So, it's a shame, though. I am with you. I do wish they'd had a better result than what they'd had. Comrade said, CM Punk has got the better story, sells it better than anyone. Best on the mic by far. Roman's story is boring. I've seen it a million times. Nothing new. He's really good, but doesn't hit like it used to. Well, Comrade, that's interesting. I feel the other way round. I mean, I think that CM Punk coming in and getting the belt off Sammy was good. I didn't hate that. I think Sammy's crash out was good. And I think that Cody naturally then wants to try and get his belt back. I don't think there is a story beyond that between Cody and CM Punk. I thought their segment yesterday was pretty poor. I thought that CM Punk had a few nice lines, but I'm not buying the heat. I'm not buying the animosity. I don't think there is enough of a reason for these two to act like they're gonna brawl. We're talking about CM Punk hitting Cody in the face with the belt and Cody having a go at him backstage. I mean, it's quite petty, some of the things that we've put into this feud to try and generate some heat. It doesn't feel like there's a great deal to it to me. It's just like, he's come back and won the belt, CM Punk. Cody wants to get his belt back. That's the story. And, we've just tried to get a bit more heat into it, but I don't know. I've struggled to sort of buy anything more than just, you've got my belt, I want it back. In regards to Roman and Seth, I do think there is some very real feelings involved in that one, in the sense of they were both in the Shields. Obviously, Seth broke up the Shields. Obviously, that's something that Roman still feels bitter about. You know, there was a lot more that maybe the Shield could have achieved, and maybe the years that followed didn't have to go the way they went, with Seth being a heel and going with the Authority, Roman being a babyface, and obviously not quite landing with people. And, you know, I suppose their whole careers have been sort of set on a certain path because of that Shield breakup and the way that it happened. And that's why we keep calling back to it, which I don't need to do anymore. But surprisingly, they have not faced many times in singles matches. Roman and Seth have only faced, I think, like 3 times at PLE. So it's actually quite surprising how few times they have faced each other. I think that there was a story to be told here. I think there was some stuff we could get our teeth into. And I think we went very, very surface. I think we did the bare minimum. I agree the build could have been better. Much better. I think actually we could have really got into... Do you remember what you said to me? Do you remember what you said to me when we were in the Shield? And we could have built a bit of a mystery, you know, a bit of intrigue. We could have, you know, what did he say? What did he say to him? What did Seth say to Roman? You know, I've never forgot what you said to me. Oh, you're going to bring that back up? Yeah, because we need to talk about it one day. And, you know, we could have dug into something more that we didn't know. We could have fleshed out the Shield lore, you know. We could have added an extra element. What they've done is they've booked Seth and Roman in a match and really added nothing new. It's just the promos you would expect. It's just, I hate you. I hate you. You know, I hate you because of what you did. And, you know, I hate you because you got so much more opportunity than I did and all this kind of stuff. And we've heard all that before. So I do agree that the build for Seth and Roman has not been great and could have been better. I would counter that, though, by saying I don't think the build for Cody and CM Punk has been great and could have been a lot better. But I think there is a natural rivalry between Roman and Seth, and I think their careers are intertwined more. That makes me want to see that match more. If I had to choose, do you want to watch CM Punk Cody or do you want to watch Roman Seth? I'd choose Roman Seth, because I think there's a lot more backstory, a lot more history, there's a lot more between them. And even if this build didn't live up to that, I still feel that there's a lot of stuff that kind of comes with their history and backstory and everything. So I don't mind Roman and Seth being the night 2 main event. If other people would have chosen CM Punk Cody instead, that's fine. You know, each to their own. It's interesting. Again, it comes down to decisions, doesn't it? I'm sure they've got numbers as well that say Roman Seth is getting more interest, or Roman's merch is outselling Cody and Punk, and you know there'll be numbers that kind of tell them that this was the right way to go, or you know justifies why they've gone this way. But yeah, it's interesting getting other thoughts and opinions. I agree with the World Championship main event in night 2. If they want to make it equal, they should have let others hold it main events. I don't know what you mean by that, but Punk Cody is old school SummerSlam, says Stuart. The way Cody keeps having a story that he needs to finish, he's going to end up with more bucks than Sonny, said Shining Wizards. Daves, do we think that Seth Roman match would have been better if Seth was won King of the Ring? No, I don't think that makes a difference. I mean, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but I don't think the problem that people have got with Roman Seth is that Seth didn't necessarily earn it, if you will. I mean, I'm sure that was a grumble at the time, but I don't have any problem with Roman Seth because of their history. I see them as each other's greatest rivals. It's like doing Randy against Cena. It's like doing Macho Man against Hogan. You know, they're intertwined. They are each other's polar opposite. They're brothers in a way. They are obviously very different, but also very similar. They are kind of in each other's way. Seth would have had way more opportunity if Roman was not around, and he knows it as well. And part of the build, he said, you know, if it wasn't for you, I would have, you know, maybe had more championships, and I maybe would have main evented WrestleMania, and I would have done all these things. I've had to learn to live with that. I've had to learn to focus on what I can control. You've not had to deal with these things. And, you know, some of that stuff was quite interesting. But again, it's not really anything we haven't heard before. So I don't know that we've really built upon the relationship. I don't know that we've really exposed anything new. I don't know that I don't know what we've massively achieved with the builds, other than just bringing people up to speed that didn't know of the backstory with Roman and Seth. I think we did that, but I don't know about you. I would have liked some new elements. I would have liked something extra, a new layer to have been put on top. Don't know what that would have looked like, but as I said, it could have been like calling back to some unresolved issue between them, you know? And, you know, we could have like really, you know, got our teeth into some at there. But, you know, whatever. It is what it is. The build is done. I think the build for a lot of these matches were underwhelming. I think that's been quite heavily criticised, actually. Is the general build for SummerSlam was just not that good. But, you know, we're here now. I'm looking forward to the match. I'm really not down on the match. I'm looking forward to the match. I'm looking forward to the weekend. And we are just 17 minutes away. If you are joining us thinking, oh my God, this guy likes to talk. First of all, yes, that's correct. We've been here for 5.5 hours doing exactly that. So that's true. But we will be getting to the show in about 17 minutes. So, and then we'll continue talking when the show's on as well. So the talking won't really stop, but it will change. Right. Sean said, I think we'll see a return tonight or tomorrow. I think we see Orton, maybe Owens, maybe Zilla. Thanks for all you're doing. I'm watching from work. Okay, Sean, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate it, buds. And Sean firing in some Wrestling Days gifted memberships as well. So really appreciate that, buds. Really appreciate that. Thank you, my friends. And shout out to you. He's at work. Sean obviously works as a stripper. So I think he's probably working right now, probably watching us on the phone. And yeah, respect. Doing God's work. So Sean, shout out to you, my friends. Right, I watch wrestling. I am in no danger of splitting an atom or curing cancer, says Pat. No, well, to be honest, Pat, the work we do is a lot more important than that. So James said, oh my God, a YouTuber who likes to talk. The irony. Yeah, could you imagine if I was a YouTuber that didn't? That'd be interesting, wouldn't it? I don't even know how those streams would go, to be honest. I'd look all timid and shy. Yeah. And that's exactly what William Hensey wants me to be. All cutesy and timid and shy. Yeah. And I'm not going to give him that satisfaction, to be honest. Rapture said, do we think Nick Aldis is going to come out to new music or the last theme before WWE? Do I think he's going to come out to new music? Well, it's all going to be new music, isn't it? I mean, to be honest, I watched him in NWA and I can't even remember his theme. So, I don't know. I think that it depends on if they could get the rights to the music. I'm sure that If it's a one-off, then they might allow him to go with a piece that, you know, he'd like to go with for, you know, his match, his moment. If they've got longer plans, they might have gone Death Rebel. So if it's a Death Rebel number, it might actually point towards it being something more than just one match. Because, again, I'm just going to put myself in Triple H's situation. If I know that this is, you know, Nick, I really appreciate you doing this. We needed something for Gunther. I know you've always wanted to have a match in WWE. I'm more than happy to give you that opportunity. What you thinking? Music, graphics, what you thinking? If it's like, well, you know, this was the music I used on the indies. We can get it cleared. That shouldn't be a problem. I'd love to use this. I can't really. Why do I want to turn around and say no to that? You know, where's the issue? If it's a one-off and that's all I'm thinking it's going to be, why am I going to go, no, I want you to use this generic Death Rebel music instead, right? I wouldn't, if I'm Triple H, I wouldn't do that. I'd be like, sure, no worries, we can do that. As long as, you know, I can't remember what the music was. As long as it's a piece that's not going to cost us a ton of money and, you know, I can easily get it signed off and it can be used, then sure. Yeah, why not? Where's the harm? Where's the drama? Where's the problem? Great. If it's going to be somewhat more long-term, then all of a sudden, I'm starting to think about how do I want to present Nick Aldis? What do I want the music to sound like? What do I want? You know, all of a sudden, I feel like I'm a lot more involved, actually. Because all of a sudden now, I'm not just thinking about this is one and done. Do what you want, mate. I'm thinking, what's the right thing to do? What's long-term looking like? And so I'm starting to think more along those lines. So then I might need to get a piece of music made up that I can use again and again, that's got the right tone, that kind of, you know. So for me, I think he could use his music. I wouldn't be shocked if he came out to the piece that he was using before. I do not remember it. But yeah, he could do that. If it's going to be like a Death Rebel theme or something, or some piece we've not heard before, would you do that for one match? That might suggest that they've got some plans beyond tonight. So actually, you make a good point there. You make a good point. What is the entrance music going to be? If it's Death Rebel and there's been work put into the music, work put into the presentation, it might just suggest they've got plans beyond this evening. Right, Jared said, Days, do we think Julia, it's the beginning of the end? No. Even if there was no time left, you can't bury her like that. It was clean as well, said Jared. I don't think it's the beginning of the end. I think that if they ran out of time, they've just said, listen, we want to get like Lash into that match. We didn't have any plans to put the belt on Julia. We've maybe got some other plan for Julia post SummerSlam. So we don't have any need for her to be in this match. Don't forget as well, I really don't think this women's match has had a lot of thought put into it, because it was only the other week we found out Rhea wasn't going to make it. And so we've decided that we're going to, you know, do this ladder match instead. And so, you know, the 5 people that find themselves in it, it's a bonus for them. You know, congratulations. You're in a match you was never meant to be in because we were never doing this match. So I don't really worry too much about this situation. This doesn't really feel like a situation we need to get too upset about. It feels like we're doing a match that was never going to exist, that does exist because of Rhea's injury. I think whoever wins this interim belt is probably going to lose to Rhea when she returns. I think she'll return relatively soon, because if she was gone for an extended period of time, we wouldn't make this an interim belt. This would be for the championship. So I think she's probably back relatively soon as well. So yeah, I don't know. I really don't look at this and think, oh my God, this is the end and all that sort of stuff for Julia. Do I think it was disrespectful? Yeah, but I think that it was also potentially a little bit unavoidable when, you know, the other segments overran. you know, it gave them no time. And so they had a couple of minutes and they just, you know, got the job done, basically. Should they have protected her with a screwy finish or a distraction or something along those lines? Who knows what was planned? I mean, yeah, maybe. Maybe she could have grabbed a handful of tights or something along those lines. To be honest, I don't think it makes much of a difference. If Julia loses in 2 minutes, that's the headline, isn't it? You could have Julia get rolled up, handful of tights. The headline is still going to be she lost in 2 minutes and people are still going to crash out. So could you have protected her a bit more? Yeah. Yeah, you probably could. Would it have made a big difference? Honestly, I don't think so. I don't think so. Because I promise you, if Lash had grabbed a handful of tights, 1, 2, 3, and had beaten Julia in 2 minutes, I don't think the reaction changes. I think that people still freak out at the fact that Julia just lost in a 2-minute match. I really don't think it changes much. I really don't. So I personally think, and I might be proven wrong, I personally think it was time. And I think that they just didn't have any time. But they could not cut the match because it was a qualifier. So they had to do it. So it was a case of go out there. We need Lash going over. You can have like a couple of minutes and we're done, you know. And I think that unfortunately, and I suppose in a way that's the disrespect, isn't it? The disrespect is that the segments overran. This lost its time. And the disrespect is that as a result, it feels like an afterthought. It feels like we're not going to protect her or do anything like that, or we're not going to cut the promo time down to give them a few more minutes. We're just going to lean into this and do this. Do I think like Julia's done and she should go and all that? No, I really don't. I spoke about this earlier. I mean, look, it's not goods. No one's going to sit here and say that this was goods. No one's going to sit here and say this was the right thing to do. But I am going to sit here and say it was a qualifying match for a match that didn't even exist a few weeks ago. I don't think that Julia features in any of these plans. I think hopefully they've got some up their sleeve, hopefully for as soon as next week. I mean, hopefully next week we can start, like, you know, a new story. Because don't forget, once we're past SummerSlam, it's fresh beginnings, isn't it? So let's kind of keep our fingers crossed. I'll be honest with you. I'll be more disappointed if we don't have something good lined up for Julia post SummerSlam than I am what went down yesterday. Because what went down yesterday was a 2-minute squash in a match that ultimately I don't think really mattered. In a match that, you know, to qualify in a match that didn't exist a few weeks ago. But once we get past SummerSlam, there isn't really an excuse as to why you've not factored Julia into any sort of plans. So if she finds herself sitting on the sidelines after SummerSlam, yeah, if you want to have a moan about that, I will gladly listen to those moans because I think those moans will be justified. I think that Julia should be featuring in some plans post SummerSlam. So, no, I don't think this is the beginning of the end or that they've given up on her or anything along those lines. But I do think we should be doing something with her as we come out of SummerSlam. John Kane, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. John Kane firing in some gifted memberships, which I really appreciate. Again, you know, just seeing more people joining us on the members side, so cool. So thank you, my friends. Sean said, "I wish I was a stripper." Oh, okay. Sorry, I must be thinking of a different Sean. I do work with individuals with autism and disabilities on a 36-hour shift, so you do keep me awake. Oh man, why did you have to be someone that's doing good work? Yeah. Why couldn't you be like some call center scammer or something? I feel a bit bad now saying that you as a stripper when actually you're working with people with autism and disabilities, you know? I don't think that paints me in a brilliant light. But, you know, fair play. Fair play, Sean. Yeah. Fair play. Congratulations. Yeah. You're one of the good guys. Well, that's lowered my mood. Yeah, well, look, one day, yeah, when you've done all your good work with people with autism and disabilities, perhaps you can be a stripper. Do you know what I mean? That door's not closed to you if, like, you still fancy doing it. You know, I'm not looking to hire anyone or anything. I'm not trying to get you to go into that line of work, but I'm just saying it's not a door that's closed. As you said, you know, you would like to explore it one day. So, Sean, shout out to you. Keep up the good work. I appreciate you joining us. And just know you've made me look a little bit bad now in front of maybe some people that don't even normally join us as well. So, thanks. Okay, where are we? 4 minutes. Dave's big night calls for a big menu, said Benny. I've got a meaty feast pizza. I have got some steak with zucchini. And if what I'm hearing true, the ending's going to have you surprised, said Benny. Oh, okay. Well, I'll tell you what's got me surprised. This girl, who's she? Some girl singing? Oh, God, is this going to be, like, is this going to turn to be out like Triple H's daughter or something? Okay, I think she sucks. Boo! People in the chat are booing as well. You suck! Is that Triple H's daughter? Yeah, God, she does look like a little bit similar. Well, I tell you what, if it is Triple H's daughter, is this not nepotism? Oh, I don't know anymore. Is it? Is it? Is this Triple H's daughter? She's killing it. Well, she's killing summer. I'm a mom. I can't say that, but Days can, says Metal Mama. Oh, hang on, I need to have a look. She didn't have H as her surname. Is it? It's not just me, is it? Is this just me? Is this me? This isn't just me. You're hearing what I'm hearing. Are you hearing what I'm hearing? I mean, she's giving it a blooming good college effort, hasn't she? A blooming good college effort. You don't need to hit the notes. That is so overrated. I still don't know if that was not Triple H's daughter. To be honest, it might be someone from Creative, you know? Their singing might be as good as their booking. So it might have been someone from Creative. But anyway, let's not be rude. Yeah, she did a better job than I would have done. I don't even know if that's true, actually. I said it, and I don't even know if I stand by it. Chris said, I want to say I've passed my college course on autism. I'm just waiting for moderators to check it, said Chris. Chris, shout out to you, buds. Congrats. Congrats. Chris, can you sing? Because if we've got to put up with her tomorrow... it would be great if we could get someone else out there instead. You don't sing, do you, Chris? Okay, we're seeing Oba. Guys, she does look a bit like a Triple H daughter. I am just looking to see if anyone's saying it's Triple H. If it's not Triple H's daughter, I'm not going to feel bad about slating her. If it is, I'm going to feel a little bad. I don't even know if that makes sense, though. WrestleVote said it was Triple H's daughter. Triple H and Stephanie's daughter performed. Oh, it was. It was. Oh, God. Oh, she was great. Well, I mean, do you know what I'm going to say? I don't know why they've done this, but I don't believe that she's like a professional singer. Do you know what I mean? We haven't gone and got... I think you've done a dirty there, actually. I think you've done a dirty because does anyone else expect a professional singer to open up SummerSlam? Because I do. Wasn't it last year we had Cardi B come down? Haven't we had, like, proper professional singers, like, doing it? So I didn't know that was Triple H's daughter, right? So she's not a proper singer, professional singer. She doesn't do that as a career. So she's gone out there and given it a college try, a good college effort, right? And, okay, some people were saying it wasn't brilliant. Yeah, shame on you. But she's given it a damn good go, right? She's giving it a good go, hasn't she? So, fair play. But I was judging... what I was doing is I was judging her by professional standards, you know? I was thinking Alicia Keys. I was thinking Celine Dion. Do you remember when WrestleMania opened with Aretha Franklin and Ray Charles? Do you remember this? Do you remember when Reba McEntire opened up WrestleMania 8? Do you remember? That's what I was judging her by. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to back down. She is not as good as Aretha Franklin. Say what you want. Go off. Go off in the comments. I don't even care. Yeah? I don't even care. I don't give a flip. She is not as good as Aretha Franklin. Come at me, bro. Come at me. But I was judging her by those standards. Oh, God. I think it turns out she's 15 as well. Someone's saying she's 15. Oh, God. Guys, you should be so embarrassed. You should be seriously embarrassed. You judged a non-professional 15-year-old singer. Shame on you. Shame on you. Sometimes this community really lets itself down. Okay, let's move on, shall we? I thought she did really blubbing well there. Well done. 15, can you believe it? 15, wow. How brave. How brave. A lot of people are saying she's brave. How brave to go out there and even perform in front of, you know, this crowd. Amazing, brilliant, well done. Okay, here's EO. EO making her way down to the ring. Respect, said Asaf basically, yes, let's go. Trouble, you're right. Jose, you're right. If anyone has got a problem with that performance, then just imagine if we'd opened with Liv Morgan, trouble instead. Yeah? So you can all shut up. You can all shut up. She was not identified. I think they did a dirty, mate. She was not identified as a member of Triple H McMahon family. And her surname's Evelyn? Where's that come from? Why is it not H? And I didn't know she was 15. I mean, you didn't know she was 15. Come on, EO. Days, how is the stadium looking? Full. People who aren't checking the attendance from social media will say a full house. I don't mind. It looks good. Yeah. I think the seats are purple, so I don't know. If you see big swathes of purple, it's probably because those are empty seats. And I would imagine the hard cam side is tarped within an inch of its life. So, good. I'm glad it looks good on TV. You would want it to. Here she is. Oh, God. I always hope and pray that it's going to go back to her non-trouble theme. Here she is. Boo! Okay. Someone let me know when the match is over. I just don't care about this one, said Josh. I can't watch SummerSlam. I've not got ESPN, said Dennis. Well, Dennis, you've not missed a great deal at the moment. We had a really emotional America the Beautiful. And then we've followed it up with, obviously, this first match. This first match is going to be Liv Morgan against Io Sky. The genius of the Sky, Io Sky. So this is match number 1. Okay. Liv still has got that damn knot on her forehead. Oh, she got murked bad, didn't she, with that? She really got murked bad with that. Okay. I think Kevin Owens or Randy might return tonight, said David. Chris said they should have played this song rather than the young Triple H. Oh, come on. She wasn't that bad. She wasn't that bad. Okay. This is for the women's... Oh, Bella sounded. And we are underway as Io drives Liv back to the corner. Liv with a big boot to the midsection. We are up and running. We are underway. Let's get a poll, shall we? Who wins? Is it going to be Liv? Is it going to be Io? We did do this poll earlier, but we'll have a look, see where we are now. With Io being thrown over into the corner. Liv is in control. And she's having a good time as well. Gesturing to the crowds. Io. Over the other side. Knee coming into the midsection. Stomps coming in there by Io. Stomping away there on Liv. Liv is down. Io is looking to come over. And Liv in the corner. Io is up and double knees in the corner. Okay. We're straight into this match. They will have said to them, you know, set the tone, set the standards. You know, set this thing on fire. Duck underneath. Over the other side goes Io. Cartwheeling. Doing an Io kind of thing. Taking the legs away from Liv. Drop kick. Liv goes down. Liv goes down. Jared said, breaking news. Wrestling Days is expected to sing and perform at WrestleMania 43. Listen, I'm just waiting for that call. I am just waiting for that call. I mean, if it is a case that you need to be like a son or a daughter of Triple H to get that job, I'm happy to call Triple H daddy. If that's going to get me that position, you know, I'm not against that. So, yeah, I'm ready. And I promise you it'd be a hell of a lot worse than what you just heard. Hell of a lot worse. Would be a tough gig to be the opening match, said Shining Wizards. Well, action going to the outside. Liv grabbing Io, throwing her back into the ring. Yeah, I mean, it's a challenge to be the opening match, setting that tone, you know? It's definitely a challenge. Right now, Liv in control, throwing in some kicks. And right now, Liv screaming out at Ref Jess. Liv is on that rope, stomping away. And Io is down. Days, who is your daddy? Said Casey. I think it's Jeebus, Casey, actually. I think it's Jeebus. That's your daddy as well, isn't it? Kick coming in by Liv to the midsection. Okay. Right, now that stage, that screen in the background, it does look a lot bigger than I was expecting. Right now, we got 3 amigos. We got 3 amigos. So, there was a fan vote on the gear, and apparently the Cry About It gear won the fan vote. So, there's something to do with fans voting for what gear Liv was going to wear. Shoulder up there by EO. Travis said, I've ordered Brock's new shirt, but it's a 2-month wait. Well, I haven't seen Brock's new shirt, to be honest, but what does it say? Like, thank you, Brock, or something? It looks good, honestly. They've done a really good job of making this venue feel pretty full. As I said, I'm sure the hard cam side is just nothing but Tarpomania. But, let's go, EO. Chance EO rolling through, going up. Stomp coming in by EO. Stomp coming in by EO. Liv down. EO down. Is that Talk Shiz? Get hit one. Is it that one? There's a few different Brock. I thought I'd have a look, see what Brock shirts there are. This is, yeah, the shop. There's the new Brock belt, isn't there? $800 for the new Brock belt. Feed the beast. Oh, there is a thank you Brock shirt, but that might have been from what happened at WrestleMania. Big kick coming in there by EO. Big kick coming in. EO grabbing Liv. It's got Liv over the other side. These are some of the images that we're seeing coming out of the show. EO on the outside. There's the Triple H's daughter, not her. Liv Morgan beefing with Ref Jess. Missile drop kick there by EO. Kip up. Going over into the emotes. Into the emotes. Yeah. That's like literally the best part. Okay, EO saying to the crowd, come on, let's go. Crowd are making some good noise, and as you can see, it looks good. Looks good. She's looking to charge over, double knees. Connects. Liv to the outsides. Right now, EO going over. And, well, not loads coming through at the moment. EO on her feet, looking to charge over. Liv on the outside, looking for a power bomb. Gets it. EO gets it. Liv goes down. EO down, Liv down. These battling away. We are expecting to see Judgment Day come down, or at least I'm expecting to see them come down. What happens when they do? John said that's his youngest. Keep up the heelness, heel days. Oh, was that his youngest kid as well? Oh, God. Well, as I said, it's not me that needs to be embarrassed. I can't remember what I said. I think I was very full of praise, actually. I think I was very kind. Right now, we've got EO going up, looking. Oh, here we go. There we go. Here we go. Raquel getting involved. She grabs EO. EO goes down. Liv moves out the way. Roxanne with the distraction. I think EO's going to kick out, though. They're going to make you think it's going one way. Yeah. And it's not quite going to get there. Did Roxanne just flip the bird at Ref Jess? I think she did, you know. I'm pretty sure Roxanne just flipped the bird at Ref Jess. Love that. Love that. Right now, we've got on the outside there is Roxanne. I'm pretty sure she just flipped the birds. Liv trying to come over once again now. Roxanne looking to get involved. Shot coming in. Roxanne to the outsides. Liv charging over. She goes up over to the outside as well. Raquel grabs a hold of Liv. Sort of prevents her from falling down. EO's going to go up. EO's going to moonsault. Yep. Crowd getting on their feet. Big spot coming in. EO with the moonsault to the outsides. Okay, interestingly, she landed on Raquel and Roxanne. She didn't land on Liv. Liv had got back in the ring, and I think EO is just realizing that now. Okay, she's coming back in, and... oh! Well, we don't tend to see that from Liv Morgan, so... wow. Liv Morgan pulling some new tricks out of the bag. Io is down. Liv Morgan very much with the momentum right now. She's climbing up. Io down in the ring. Io's back up. Doesn't know where. Liv has gone. Big open palm. Strike there by Io. Feels like another big spot is coming in here. Couple of shots coming into the midsection. Both women over in the corner right now. Setting her up for a Spanish fly. Feels like a Spanish fly. Looks like a Spanish fly. Feels like a Spanish fly. It is a Spanish fly. If it looks like a Spanish fly and smells like a Spanish fly, it's probably a Spanish fly. And 2 count there. Jennifer said, I'm alive. You're alive. I'm working on alert and enthusiastic. Happy SummerSlam. Happy SummerSlam. Jennifer, shout out to you. I hope you are enjoying the action so far. I think it's been pretty fun. Obviously, we've had a few moments of outside interference from Raquel and from Roxanne. They're both down on the outside at the moment. Right now, we got Liv Morgan getting back up to her feet. Shot coming in there by Io. Shot coming back there by Liv. These two exchanging blows back and forth. Miss Clown said the Spanish fly is just not impressive anymore. Oh, Liv screaming out at Io. Liv unloading right now. Absolutely unloading on Io right now. Double underhooks, pedigree. No, it's got her up. Oh. Face first, drives her down. Going again, going again, going again. Oh, into a backbreaker. Liv has managed to get back up to her feet, though. She goes over to the corner. Io, you can see. She's feeling it. She's feeling it as well, actually. Everyone's feeling it. Here comes Io, charging over, double knees. Liv moves. Liv moves. Into the corner goes Io. She's in position for Oblivion. Well scouted there by Io. Grabs a hold of Liv. Oh, hello. What is she planning? Whoa, dudes. That was very unique. That was a little bit Sister Abigail-esque. It was from the Sister Abigail family. We could call that Abby the Witch. Oblivion, here we go. Is this the moment? 2. Kick out, kick out, kick out. Macho Man's up, look. Macho Man in the second row, on his feet, calling a 2. So, yeah, we've had outside interference, lots of moving parts, some good action. You always know you're going to get really good action when you get an Io Sky match, of course. Let's go, Io chants. Let's go, Io chants. Io going up, perched, looking for the moonsault. Liv moves. Io landed on her feet, though. That was pretty sick. Liv with, double knees. Going for the cover. Code breaker. Kick out. Kick out. We're carrying on. Yeah, it's good. It's good. We're cooking. Guys, we're cooking. We're doing some good work. We are doing some good work. Liv Morgan is down. Io is down. We've had a couple of close falls. These two putting on a really fun open. Really getting the juices flowing. Crowd are loving it. Crowd are lapping it up. Okay, in position for Oblivion. No joy. Liv goes through the ropes. Edge of the ring. Right now, Io goes through. Grabs a hold of Liv. Oh, German. German suplex there by Io. German suplex. Right now, Liv against the ring post. Double knees connects. Mate, this could be big, big trouble for Liv Morgan. We do still have Judgment Day out there, though. We do still have Judgment Day out there. Okay, right now, we have got Io on the outsides. She's looking to go up, Liv down, middle of the ring, looking for over the moonsault. Is she going to connect with this? If she does, this would be it. Over the moonsault. No, legs up there by Liv. She manages to get her feet up. Right now, against the ropes, Oblivion can... No, she flipped out of it! She flipped out of it! Oh, code breaker! Another Oblivion! She gets the second one. Liv! 1, 2... Wow. Wow. Liv Morgan retains and does it clean. And that finish was sick. That Oblivion that was flipped out of by Io. That was sick. That was sick. That was sick. And it's clean. We got Judgment Day coming down, but they didn't actually feature in the finish. So let's go to match scores, shall we? Let's go to match scores. I don't know what this means next for Io. I think that's going to be a very reasonable question to ask. What next? What next for Io after losing clean? I mean, yes, there was a little bit of outside interference earlier, but we were well past that point by the time we got to this. Io Sky. I love that flip out of the Oblivion. I think that's absolutely brilliant. Okay. Thank God for Liv, said Josh. Denise is booing. If all of the matches are going to be like that, this is going to be a really good show. Oh, do you know, I don't disagree, actually. I don't disagree. I agree with you. That was really, really fun. I think putting a number on it is going to be a little bit tricky. Putting a number on it, scoring it is going to be a bit tricky, but... Okay, Io is down in the ring. There's sadness in those eyes. There's definitely sadness in those eyes. A B WWE fan, shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate the support. Said Days, it's been a while since I've been a part of the community. It's been a lot of downs in my life lately. Your work is the reason that I can escape. I want to show some love. Well, I really appreciate it, but great night for some WWE action. Me and my son are watching. Shout out Armando B, LA Cali. AB WWE fan, thank you, my friends. I really appreciate the kind words. And yeah, I mean, look, I agree tonight. I understand that for some people, the build for this was, you know, not brilliant. We can criticize it. I know there's been a lot of negativity. I hope now that the show is actually here, we can really turn our attention to, you know, being glass half full and just enjoying this for whatever it's going to be. And hey, listen, that first match for me just delivered. I mean, I thought that was thumbs up. I had fun with it. Don't get me wrong. I mean, it's not anything mind-blowingly crazy, but it delivered. And, you know, I think it set the show off on the right tone. So good. More of that, please, WWE. And AB WWE fan, shout out to you. Shout out Armando B. Really appreciate it, my friends. Liv Morgan retains against Io Sky. Okay. Get your scores in. What did you think about that as a match? Did you love it? Did you hate it? How did you rate it? That's the question. That's what I'm asking. That's what the streets are asking. Okay, what a match, says Luro. I'm so effing glad that Liv won, said Pew Pew Barbecues. There's got to be a twist. The 6-man tag match. Otherwise, it's just going to be a pointless match, said David. Jen said, that's the best women's match of the year. My sister is there. She's had the time of her life. You want to see the messages. So goated. Gina Fernanda, is that how you say it? Shout out to you, buds. I'm glad to hear your sister's having a great time at the show. David, shout out to you. Jason said, if Brock wins, I literally want to know what secret photo he has got on WWE Creative. I'm not sure I'd want to see that photo, to be honest. We are at commercial break right now. ZZZZZZB said, WTF was that Liv is an awful wrestler. Whoa. I'm starting to have enough of Triple H. He's going to keep booking beep like that. Liv is just eye candy. Leave the wrestling to the professionals. Guys, it's kicking off. It's kicking off in the chat right now. It is flipping kicking off. Travis said, does Paul screw Brock tonight to pick up Oba? Well, the only thing is, if he did that, Oba would be heel, would he not? Because would that not have sympathy on... I suppose it depends how it happens, but, you know, if Brock was losing and struggling and was, going off on Heyman, and then Heyman stands up for himself, that would, obviously be one way you could go. But I don't know that I see heel Oba right now. He's really popular with the fans and with the crowds, and I don't know that we're gonna go heel Oba. So it's a possibility. You can do it. I don't think I see it, to be honest. I don't think I see Heyman turning on Brock to join up with Oba, making Oba heel, unless you can get there a different way, as we said. Keep him face. I think there's an argument for Oba going heel eventually, because we are struggling with big monster heels. So there is an argument for doing it eventually. I don't know that argument's tonight, though. But Travis B, you got me thinking, and I'd imagine you got a lot of other people thinking as well. Jake said, if you're complaining already, turn it off, go for a walk. Says Drake. Well, I think the majority were on board. The poll is looking pretty good, to be honest. The poll is looking pretty positive. Sleazeboy, but give me your honest feedback, yeah? Give me your honest feedback. I don't want people just being positive for the sake of it. Tell me what you really thought. Sleazeboy said, Survivor Series match idea, Danhausen and Minihausen's against JD and Bobbleheads. It would be like the Royal Family against the Clowns R Us from 1994. Well, I'd be here for it. I think a lot of people actually would like to see a traditional Survivor Series match. I think that would be pretty well received. So, is that JoJo in the background? There's a woman there that looks like JoJo. I think that is JoJo, I just saw Bray's ex-partner in the... Dan Spivey's there. Let's go, Dan Spivey. Waylon Mercy. Jimmy Hart in the house. Mark Henry in the house. Oh, X-Pac as well. So we are just seeing lots of legends. That's nice. I like seeing legends. I like seeing Mark Henry and Jimmy Hart and all of those kinds of names rather than, some musicians I've never heard of. Okay. They're just talking about Mattel figures at the moment. AB said 1-0. Liv wins. The building is screaming. Okay. Oh, Michael just got cut off. This is the specialty camera that is not showing us the other side. Show us the other side, you cowards. What's this? What's this? Civil emergency message. Is this like some elaborate entrance? Yeah, it is. Oh, is it going to be connected to Gears of War? Here's me thinking the new Undertaker's arriving, and it's something connected to Gears of War, isn't it? E-Day. Is that the name of the game? E-Day. E-Day. Like B-Day. Oh, gods. What the flip? I was super excited then. I thought we were going to get some seriously impressive, not blooming B-Day the game. Sucks. I'm out. Rubbish. Boo! Okay, here come the Usos. What entrance is this? I don't know. Some nonsense one. Some nonsense one that's brought to you by some nonsense sponsor. Yeah, they're having to really work hard to not show you the other side, aren't they? They're having to really work hard at not showing you what the other side looks like. You know people in attendance will put pictures out of what that other side looks like, and I'd imagine it's empty. Seriously empty. Okay, here come the Usos. Here come the Usos. Here comes Jacob. Robbie said the only thing that would make sense as to why Liv won is because Stephanie is the one that's planned to dethrone her. Otherwise, it doesn't make much sense. Well, I agree. I actually thought Io was my pick, so I agree. I wasn't really thinking that Liv was going to get the win, but Liv was favourite. Not by much, but she was favourite. But yeah, if Stephanie's coming back, which she did not in that match, if she's coming back, then we could see her dethroning Liv. I was just looking at the mask that Jacob's wearing. Looks pretty badass, to be honest. Okay, Jacob making his way down to the ring. We need to change the thing on the screen. This is Bloodline. They're making their way down. They're going to be taking on Royce, LA Knight, and the other one. Royce, LA Knight, and Solo. My brain went blank. There we go. Okay. I can still see a sixth entrance in that women's ladder match, said Ouija Boards. Jacob needs to be by himself, said Sweet Shan. Seems like Liv has won. Does that mean that the curse is no longer working, said Radiated Zombie? That's true, isn't it? Sign in the crowd said, thanks TKO, ... I don't even know what that means. Thanks TKO. People are, they've got the wands up for the Usos and Jacob, so there's a little bit of acknowledging going on. If I'm a betting man, I'm betting that they are going to get along tonight because of Roman. I suppose he's kind of making out that Roman's going to be demanding that they get along tonight. Okay, Royce Keys making his way down to the ring. So we've had the heels make their way down. We're going to end the poll so that we can get your thoughts as to who you think is going to win. So, Liv versus Io. You lot said that that was great. Great 71. Great 71. Okay. Here's Solo. Here's Solo. Okay, let's do the poll. Who wins? Solo laughing his way down. Pew, pew, pew. Pew, 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 pew. Pew, pew. People love the pew, pew him. I love the pew, pew him. It's a keeper. We keep the pew, pew him. Jared said, I don't see Solo turning, but I think he spikes Knight or Keys by accident. Interesting. I'm picking up what you're putting down there. Does he do it by accident? Does it cause frustration, dissension, mixed messaging? Here's LA Knight. Yeah. LA Knight is making his way down the ring. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. No nonsense. Straight out, making his way down. Hey, Knight, they're all in red. They're all in red. I don't know if that makes any difference whatsoever or means anything, but all the heels are in black. All the baby faces are in red. Okay, here we go in the ring, and we are underway. Shots coming in. Yeah, there's a couple of pew-pew signs in the crowd, you know. There's a couple of pew-pew signs. People love the pew-pew thing. Okay, shots coming in. Against the ropes. To the outsides. Through the ropes goes LA Knight. Back in the ring, we've got Jimmy over the top. Down go the heels. Okay, Solo in there with Jay right now. Shots coming in. Shots there by Jay. Oh, blocked. Bang. Shot coming back. And again. Oh, he's having a great time. He's having a great time. Like, ooh. That was yeeted. No way. Solo's running back. Solo's running back and Solo's yeeting. Oh, my God. Solo is like the new goated comedy character. We got people with signs that say pew pew. When Solo made his way out, he was pew pewing away. Pew 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 pew. And then in the middle of the match, he runs it back. Someone in the back actually did it as well. Someone in the back actually hit the music. Dudes. Oh my God. Solo Sikoa is very quickly becoming my favorite WWE superstar. Endlessly entertaining. He's going to get murked. He's about to get murked. Yeet. Boom. Yeah, he probably deserved that, to be honest. So good. So good. He's so entertaining. Do you know what? He's found his groove, isn't he? He's found his groove. And as a result, like, let's milk it. Let's not outstay our welcome like some people are feeling that we've done with, say, Danhausen. But I mean, him running it back during that match and like laughing his head off and whatever during the match. Oh God, so good, so much fun. Yeah, good, really good. Solo is down at the moment. Peter, what are the chants at the moment? I haven't heard any chants, but I've heard some people talking about the chants. Kicks coming in at the moment. Solo in the wrong part of town. Days, how are you? Hello, Edwards. Are you doing well? Looking forward to the show. Should be good. Oba Brock main event. Must mean that Cody Punk Summit must happen, said Edwards. I don't know. If something big was going to happen in that match, I think they'd have it close the show. I think something could happen in Oba Brock, but I think a lot of us are thinking maybe the retirement and whatever. The crowd are chanting, let's go Solo. We got a let's go Solo chant right now. Solo is over. If there was any doubt, and there was never any doubt, Solo is over. Stomp coming in there by Jacob. Solo down. We are 40 minutes into SummerSlam so far. Miss Karen said, this is a match I like. Right now, we got, I don't know what that was, an elbow pad? Being kicked out the ring. Going over in the corner, Jacob, bang, colliding into Solo, marking him, mate. Marking him. Jacob looking over to LA Knight, looking over to Royce Keys, going for a cover, shoulder up. The big screens on the entrance are probably the best they've been so far, said Leanne Taylor. Jared said, we love Face Solo. We do. Oh, we do. Yeah, really enjoying it. Really having a good time with it. Okay, shots coming in there by... Oh, going over. Shot coming in. Oh, double clothesline. Down goes Solo. Down goes Jacob. So both of those going down. Okay, in comes Royce. In comes Jimmy. Against the ropes. Clothesline. Yeah, Big Jim over the other sides. Oh, Royce Keys just went hard, you know. Just went really hard. Into the corner. Keys with Jimmy and drives him down. Picks him up. Oh, spine buster. Spine buster. Jacob goes to the outsides. Super kick coming in. I really enjoyed the Solo stuff. At the moment, the rest of it isn't quite grabbing me. Royce in the corner. He goes down. He's going up. Shot coming in. Royce Keys going up. Royce can do whatever he wants. He's got Jimmy. Ooh, he's struggling to find his footing at the moment. Yeah, he is really struggling. I don't know why we're struggling so much. He's gone for it. He gets it. It didn't look brilliant. Yeah, I don't know how he pulled that off because he looked like he was really, really struggling. Looked like he was really struggling with that. Right now we got LA Knight. His backup is on the outsides. LA Knight. He's trying to reach out for a tag here from Royce. LA Knight comes in. Down goes Jay. Back elbow there by LA Knight. Over the other side, against the ropes. Gets driven down. They're verbing it. Something's happened. Elbow drop. Another big boot there by LA Knight. Jay coming up. Kick to the midsection. Looking for a BFT. Not finding it. Spear. Spear 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Looks like Jimmy might have tweaked his groin, said Gaddy Shack. Well, we'll be keeping a very, very close eye on Jimmy's groin. I'll keep you updated. I'll let you know, of course, if there is any update there. Right now, we've got Jay going up. We've got LA Knight coming over. LA Knight jumps up. He's looking for a superplex. Gets it. Jimmy with a splash. Solo comes in. Solo's in. Solo with a Uranagi. Gets it. Uranagi connects. I mean, there are a lot of moving parts in this match. It is chaotic. Down goes Solo. Solo rolls out the ring. Oh, yeah, your old buddy is behind you. There's Royce. Oh, spinebuster. Jacob rolling to the outsides. Get your ass over here. Super kick coming in. Jacob is looking to charge over. Charges in. Goes over into the timekeeper's area. Yeah, big power slam. That was a pretty sick spot, actually. Roll up there by LA. 1, 2. No joy. Looking for a clothesline. Spear. Tag being made. Going up. Uso special connects. Going for the pin. 1, 2. Oh, LA Knight kicks out. LA Knight kicks out. Let's go. It's better than that. This 3-on-3 is a bit botchy, said Jennifer. Man United Hodge said, mate, how are you doing? 5.5 years. Dudes, some of the people that have been with us for such an amazing length of time always blows my mind. Man United Hodge, shout out to you, my friends. Solo is back. Oh my God, we're getting to the business end. BFT. BFT. Oh, spiked him. Spiked him. 1, 2. It's a win for LA Knight. Oh, mate, that BFT looks sick. Seriously sick. MVP of that match for me is Solo. Solo is MVP. What does it mean for them, actually? No betrayal. No betrayal. Bloodline lose to 3 people that were just sort of chucked together. Yeah, they've got to go back and explain to Roman now why they failed tonight. It's a good point, isn't it? Okay, I love Solo, said Little Miss. Okay, we're going to end our poll. That's 2 polls in a row that have gone against what the community thought. 2 polls in a row. I told you that you could trust me. Mate, that BFT is so sick. So amazing. He absolutely spiked him. LA Knight and Solo embrace. Solo is the fun face of the bloodline. Do you know what? Really fun opening match. Second match, I don't think reached the same heights, but I do think that Solo provided tons of entertainment in that match. The spiked flipping. I don't know if there's an image that I can find of it, to be honest, but he is absolutely like being driven down. It's madness. It looks so good. People online are saying, let's never have Solo heel again, please. Let's never have him heel again. Solo is class, said Big Half. Okay, done with that match. We've not been getting video packages. We didn't do this at WrestleMania, and I don't believe we've done it so far tonight. I don't think we didn't do it before the women's match, did we? And we didn't do it before that tag match. So we've just been going straight into the matches without kind of the video packages. I think I'm right in saying that, aren't I? I mean, we'll keep an eye out for this next one, which might be the Gunther match. Is that next? Is that next? Is it Gunther Nick Aldis next? Oh my God. Oh my God. This is the one. This is the one. Yes, it is Gunther Aldis, said Dr. Leach. Oh my God. Guys, I'm going to be sick. I'm so excited for this. This is the one. If I could only watch one match this weekend, it is this match. I so want this to go well for Nick Aldis. I really want this to go well for him. I'm sure that you've seen the clip by now of him getting pretty emotional on that Chris Van Vliet show. And yeah, I really hope this goes for him. Massive credit to Solo. MFT version was mid, but this version, he's got so much charisma. It's so impressive, says Mank. They're waiting for the 8-part series on Roman Seth instead of the video packages. There's not been much go-between with competitors to have video packages, said Leanne. Oh, there's still been a build of some description. You could still do something. So, yeah, disappointing not having the packages. I always think in years to come, if you go back and you haven't got the packages, you're really missing out. Because obviously you can't expect people to watch every second of WWE content now. I mean, it's been all right for a lot of us that grew up with it in the 90s. It wasn't that hard to go back to. I mean, pay-per-views really started 85 with WrestleMania 1. So, we didn't have that far to go back. But now, think of all the shows you'd have to catch up with, all the Raws, all the Smackdowns. And as time goes by, it's getting impossible. We'll get to the point where you can't do it. So I think the least WWE could do is, do you know what I mean? Sort of tell you how we got to these matches, why we're doing these matches. Even if it's just a couple of minutes. Just like, this was how we got to it. This is why you should care. Even if it doesn't carry much weight now, it will in the future as people look back on these shows. So I do think it's a shame. It makes me sad. I would rather get better matches than video packages. I'd rather not have to choose. Jeremy said Aldis is going to make Gunther tap out with that leg lock. AB said if Nick Aldis wins, does it hurt Gunther or not? Does it just elevate Nick? I think it does hurt Gunther, yes. Because, I mean, Nick Aldis has been out of action for 3 years. I don't care how good he is or was. Anyone that's been out of action for 3 years is not going to be at their peak. And I think even Nick Aldis at his peak should be hard pushed to get a win over Gunther. But a Nick Aldis who has not wrestled for 3 years and has been a general manager, yeah, it's going to be difficult to say that doesn't hurt Gunther. The only thing would be if we just, I don't know, present Nick Aldis as God's gift to wrestling. And he just goes on to be this incredible, performer who just goes on to, win championships. And I don't know, man. I would not have Nick Aldis win this. The success of this match for Nick Aldis is nothing to do with the result. The result is decided in the creative room. The success of this match for Nick Aldis is all about his performance. It's all about how good his performance is. And about how engrossing the match is, how dramatic the match is, how much the fans are invested in it, how much they're cheering and for him. I mean, I don't expect it to happen, but could you imagine if this match goes on and the crowd are sat there, they don't care? The crowd are just sat there and it's just playing out in front of them and it's like people are just sort of waiting for the next match. I don't expect that. I think people are going to be invested, and I think they're going to care, but that's what success looks like here for Nick Aldis. More so than picking up the victory. So, yeah, if I was booking, I wouldn't have Nick Aldis win, but I would give him one hell of a performance. I'd make him look so good. Gunther gets it just. And it's one of those where, as we said, people are talking about, could you imagine if Nick was a proper full-time wrestler? He would have beat Gunther. He would have got the win, you know. No doubt in my mind, he would have won. He would have got the win. Okay, they're just showing us the SummerSlam TakeOver store right now. So, Man United Hodge, shout out to you, my friends. Junkwax said, I enjoyed Solo being silly, but the match remains serious, so well done, said Junkwax Obsessed. Junkwax, shout out to you, my friends. There's the General. There is the General with some fans. And that is Fan of the Year. Why is he Fan of the Year? What did he do to get Fan of the Year? Fan of the Year. What did he do? Okay, here's Gunther. No video package again. Looks like we ain't getting him. Gunther making his way down. Still going with that career killer. Look at that visual. Look at that visual with Gunther. Black jacket. Former longest reigning Intercontinental Champion has never lost. Has never lost. Let me read that again because it's so hard to believe. Has never lost a non-title one-on-one match. 37-0. Is he really about to lose his first non-title match to Nick Aldis? Tonight, he wants to officially end the in-ring career of Nick Aldis. So, here we go. This is the match. Oh, man, we're about to listen to the music. I didn't even think about that. We're about to see the entrance. Okay, Nick Aldis, Gunther. Match number 3. We're going to end the poll. We're going to dial the F in. That's what we're going to do. Come out. Here we go. Here we go. Nick Aldis about to make his entrance. We don't know what the music's going to be like. We don't know what the... Is that Oasis? He's coming out to Oasis. Dudes. Dudes. No, he's coming out to Oasis. Oh, my God. Let's go. Let's go. Look at it, man. He's pumped up. He's fired up. The National Treasure. It's got, I love the name, the graphics. Let's go. Former TNA World Champion, 2-time TNA World Tag Team Champion, first career WWE match. Mate. Mates. What a moment this is for him and his family. I've never wanted a match to go as well as this one in my life. We're all here rooting for Nick Aldis. That's what the sign just said in the crowds. Oh, look. Wade Barrett is loving the fact that we've got Oasis playing. Come on, Nick. Come on. The world is with you. Well, maybe not that man, but the rest of us are. Gunther on the outside. Oh, it's pretty sick, isn't it? Love Oasis. Right, let's get... who wins? Who wins? Nick Aldis. Gunther. Here we go. Lock the F in. Jetman said, it's great to be back. Do we think that Lesnar retires after the match? Or should they be saved for the Mania match? Are we impressed with Solo? I am impressed with Solo. I love the babyface stuff that Solo's doing. Do I think that Brock retires? Yes. That's long been rumoured that we're going to be doing that. But should it be saved for the Mania match? Well, we don't know there is a Mania match. There could be a Mania match. We don't know there is a Mania match. I think they'll do the retirement tonight. Okay, Nick Aldis was about to do some fun there, and Gunther just grabs a headlock and he's like, no. I don't know what you want to see out of the general manager, but I'm not letting you see it. Headlock takeover there by Gunther as Nick Aldis goes down. So yeah, gentlemen, I do think we'll get the Brock retirement moment tonight. Let's go, Aldis. Yeah, Wade said, Nick stepping into the ring is a bit like me stepping back into the ring. Nice underneath there by Aldis as Gunther goes to the outside. Gunther stands on the commentary table, throws his arms in the air. And Nick Aldis just has to stand and wait and watch as Gunther. He's not allowing Nick Aldis at the moment to... really enjoy much momentum. Okay, Days, could Kevin Owens return here? He was ringside for Cena's retirement match. I mean, he could return here. I'm not expecting him to return here. But, I mean, if Gunther ends up getting the win and he keeps beating up on Aldis and someone needs to come and make a save, could get Kevin coming down. Right now we got Gunther with Aldis over in the corner. Referee is in at the moment. We've not really... Oh, shot coming back there by Nick Aldis. He's driving... Yeah, going for a clothesline. Down goes Gunther. Over the other side goes Nick Aldis. Hits the ropes. Gets caught there by Gunther. Oh, beautiful! Lovely work there by Nick Aldis. It was a suplex, kind of a little bit brainbuster-esque, but I think it was a suplex. Back elbow. Oh, to the outsides. So Aldis goes to the outside, heavy chop there by Gunther. Well, I mean, the fact they've had Oasis as the track that played, I don't know. We were talking earlier about if it was going to be Def Rebel or something like that. You know, that might mean that he's going to be having more matches. I mean, that's Oasis. They're going to have paid to have used that. I don't think they're going to want to use that on a regular basis. So it probably leans into the whole, this is your only match. There's Mickie James. Sit down. Gunther having a go at Mickie James, who's ringside for this. Back in the ring goes Nick Aldis. Gunther telling Nick Aldis' kid to sit down. Take down there by Nick Aldis. I mean, that was a good moment, wasn't it? That was a fun moment. Chop coming in there by Gunther. Nick Aldis goes down. He goes down. Boos. Every time we build it up, the pace just falls away again. Hi there, Days. I like the backgrounds. You're looking charming. Oh, Mohammed, you're welcome here anytime. I'm not interested in the show, though, but I do enjoy your company. Well, Mohammed, we've got a good match on at the moment. Very engaging match with Gunther and Nick Aldis right now. Chops coming in. Another chop there by Gunther. Nick Aldis really feeling that. No, swing and a miss. Shots coming in there by Nick Aldis. Yeah, over the other side. Going hard. Into a turnbuckle. Gunther coming over. So Gunther very much leading the dance in this match so far. Nick Aldis getting hurled over into the other side as well. So we're in the first part of this where, you know, he's just getting chucked around. Yeah, this is where your ring, your match sharpness, all of that is, you know, going to kick in. Gunther coming over. Gunther getting thrown over the other sides. Aldis picks him up, backbreaker. Gunther is down. Nick Aldis is looking for... No. Sleeper hold in there by Gunther. Sleeper hold is in. Dave's Mickey James loves her hometown routines when she comes to West Virginia. Her and Nick Aldis together make great wrestling married couple. I agree with that. I do think they make a great wrestling couple. Yeah, you know, Gunther has really dominated proceedings right now. Over in the corner, face first. Okay, now the crowd are like, come on, come on. Clothesline by Gunther. Shuts down Nick Aldis. Aldis goes down in the middle of the ring. Shot coming in. He's going up. He's climbing up. He's looking for a big superplex. He's got Gunther in the corner. Superplex is in. Gets it. Crowd like it. Crowd like it. Both men are down at the moment. Yeah, it's been some good stuff in here. It's been a real... I don't know what the chant is. I think it's like Nick Aldis chant. Oh, you still got it, chant. You still got it. You still got it. Okay, shot coming in there by Nick Aldis. And again, starting to throw in some shots. Chop coming in there by Gunther. Another chop coming in. Aldis against the ropes, clothesline. Down goes Gunther. Clothesline there by Gunther. Nick Aldis goes down. Gunther against the ropes. Aldis against the ropes. Clothesline. Down goes Gunther. Aldis down as well, though. They're both... it's a good proper contest, this, you know. We did an early part of the match where it was all Gunther. Now there's a lot more back and forth. Now Nick Aldis is enjoying some success in this match. Let's go. Let's go. Aldis has got a bigger build than Gunther, said Word Live Cena Fat. He looks great, doesn't he? He looks great. I agree with you. That is actually a talking point coming out of this. Aldis is climbing up. Perched. No one home. Rolls through. Gunther with a big boot. Aldis coming in with a kick of his own. He picks up Gunther, slams him down. Nick Aldis going over to the corner. Yeah, he's trying to climb up. This is like an old school matchup, said Chris. It's really good. Elbow connects. Elbow there by Nick Aldis. He's going over to the other corner as well. Nick Aldis climbing up. Nick looking to deliver another elbow. Okay, Nick getting some offense in right now. Down goes Gunther. Here comes that cloverleaf. And he gets it on. The cloverleaf is on and in. The national treasure has got Gunther screaming in pain. And just as he drags him away from the ropes, he's trying to get over. Gunther gets to the ropes. Gunther gets to the ropes. Loud boos. Loud boos. That was a great moment in the match. That cloverleaf was a great moment. The crowd were right there. Been a little bit quiet at the start as it was all Gunther, but they were right there for that. They were right there. You give them something to get their teeth into, this crowd, and they're there. You still got it is the chant. You've still got it. Over in the corner. Sleeper hold is in. This is big, big problems. Reverse, though. Reversed. Suplex. He's looking for a powerbomb. Powerbomb there to Nick. 2. Kick out there by Nick. Kick out. The kick out gets a big cheer. Elbows coming into the side of the heads. Sleeper hold back in there by Gunther. Yeah, it's in, and it's in. It's really in. It's really in. Nick struggling. Nick struggling. He's trying to get back up to his feet. He's trying to get back up. Oh, he goes right back down again, you know. Right back down again. And he taps. Nick Aldis taps. Nick Aldis ends up tapping. I don't hate it. He gave him a proper contest, said Dr. Luchalala. You have to wonder, did the career killer just kill another career? Is that one and done? Will we get more from Nick Aldis? I don't know. Gunther just said that was harder than I expected, did he just say? He just said something on the edge of the ring there. Yeah, there's some good bits in there. The cloverleaf is really... What a great moment that was. I would have liked that to have been a bit longer, but I did enjoy what we got, said Alex. I agree with that, you know. I also would have enjoyed it to have been longer and to have maybe milked the drama a little bit more. I agree. Nick Aldis tapping away. At least Gunther didn't squash Aldis. That's true. Nick Aldis has got nothing to be embarrassed about. We're in the ring. Nick Aldis is in the ring. Are the boots going to come off? Is this one and done? He's in the ring. What an amazing moment this is, and so deserved. The SummerSlam crowd on their feet, applauding Nick Aldis after a really fun contest. And look, Mickie James is getting in. His son is getting in. And the fans are chanting, "You've still got it" as well. It's a lovely moment, isn't it? It's a lovely moment. You've still, they might be chanting that to Mickie James, to be honest. Yeah, it's lovely. It's a lovely moment. And we get to hear Oasis again. That's never a bad thing. Success came to me early. I wasn't ready for the spot. I wasn't ready. I bet it's upsetting because I bet he feels ready now. Well, there's no sign of the boots coming off or anything in that regards. He's just in the ring with Mickey James, with his son. And we go to Club WWE. Nick Aldis would look incredible with the WWE Championships there at BBK. I hope he does stick around. Well, I'm encouraged by the fact that he had an opportunity there to take the boots off and he did not do it. I'm encouraged by that. I don't know. I don't know what WWE read into what we just got. I don't know. I don't know what they read into that. I don't know what they see. I don't know what they interpret. I don't know how, the only person that is going to be judging that can decide, the future is obviously Triple H, isn't it? What is going through his mind right now? Does he feel inspired to give Nick another opportunity, another run out? Was that one and done? I certainly don't think we're going to be paying for Oasis on a regular basis. Get your scores in, though. Get your thoughts in. What did you think about that match? What did you think? We're just looking back at some iconic moments. Nick Aldis is like the James Bond of WWE, said Sis is so debonair and tough. I don't imagine he would mind that comparison, to be honest with you. I don't think he would mind that at all. Big Mig said Nick Aldis makes Gunther look like he takes Ozempic. He has got an amazing size to him, hasn't he? I agree with you. He has got an amazing size. Jackal said WWE and Oasis crossover. That was not on my 2026 bingo card. This is crazy. I just met you, and this is crazy. Okay. Jackal, shout out to you, buds. Okay, we're already halfway through. Is this going to be like a 3-hour show? Yeah, I would think so. I would imagine each match has got its own sort of... has got its own sort of half-an-hour time slot. We're probably, when we get back with entrances and everything, the main event's going to get a lot of time. They're going to want a lot of time for Cody and CM Punk as well. So, yeah. This is going to have about 3 hours written on it. Right, the show's going by pretty fast, said Dr. Luchalala. Okay, the app is saying like 10 p.m. for me, said Jennifer. It should have been a bit longer, in my opinion, but it was still good. Could we get Nick and Drew in a match? Well, we could. I mean, there's lots of things that we could do, but I don't know what we're going to end up doing. I mean, as I said, if you look at the music, I don't think we're going to do Oasis on a regular basis. But I mean, he looked good. You got to remember, he was out of action for 3 years. So, obviously he's going to put work in to get ready for this. I thought he put in a good performance. I thought Gunther did a good job as well. And I know that we want it to go longer, but perhaps we're asking a bit too much for someone that's been out of the ring for 3 years, Perhaps we're asking a bit too much. Normally, if someone was going to come back after such a long absence, they'd be in a tag match. I mean, when AJ came back after all that time away, it was a mixed tag match. So, a lot of the other people can do the work. This is him. Singles match. Jumping into the deep end, I mean, fair play, respect. Was it a really decent match, a fun performance? Yes, it was. Did it get to the crazy heights we were hoping for? Maybe not. But I don't think that it underdelivered or disappointed or anything like that. I thought it was really fun. Really, it just left people wanting more, which that's got to be a good thing. Mohammed said yes. Mohammed, shout out to you. I don't need Nick Aldis to wrestle again, but nor do I think he will, said Ellis Dub. Let's leave it be. Nick looked fine, but not exceptional, said Ellis Dub. Yeah, I mean, I would say he has been out of action for 3 years, so I don't know if the performance that you've just seen is the performance we would get in the future if he came back and competed again on a regular basis. You know, there is a wrestler in there that can do, you know, really great work. I mean, at the moment he's 39. So, I mean, he's 4 years younger, nearly 5 years younger than LA Knight. So, I don't know, man. If WWE wanted to do it, they could do it. I suppose the question is there a need for it? I think the match that people have just seen was good, and he's going to get a thumbs up. I think Nick can do even better than that. I really do. I think that you start shaking off that ring rust and you can start, you know, getting even better. So, I don't know. Triple H is going to have to make that decision, isn't he? What is he going to decide? Probably that was it. But I like the fact he didn't take the boots off. I like that. That says to me there's still, we're not ready to give up on the dream of having another match after this. Okay, Mr. Foldy said the matches are far better than WrestleMania at the moment. They're good. Yeah, I agree. I think that there's really not too much to complain about here. I would like video packages. I agree. I think that last match could have gone a little bit longer. So, you know, I can agree with that as well. But by and large, yeah, great. Yeah, good. I suppose I don't know that what we've had yet is that sort of like OMG moment, you know? I don't feel like we've seen that moment yet that's really like, oh my God, this is crazy. I don't feel like we've had that yet. Okay, here is Brie. Here is Paige coming out. Have we had Nikki come out as well? No. I think they're having the Bellas come out to their own individual music. So we've had Brie come out, Brie mode. And then we've had Paige come out, and now we're going to have You Can Look But You Can't Touch. Yeah, here we go. Here's Fearless Nikki. She's coming out. Okay, I did miss the score from the last match before Nick Aldis, so I need to jot that down. Yeah, do you know what? Actually, my God, what's going on? She just chucked her shirt at the camera. Hooligan. Okay, get your match scores in for that last match. I can tell you that Bloodline got great 60. Liv EO, great 71. And at the moment, Nick Aldis Gunther is looking to get a great score as well. So 3 matches, 3 great scores. We're looking for something to get like really high up in greats. Although great 71 is not bad. That was our first match. Okay, we got Nikki, we've got Brie, we've got Paige. Adam Pierce has said, I'm incredibly happy and proud for you. That's what Adam has just put out on social media. Okay, here's Fatal. Wow, I mean, look at this. Do you remember? Many of us were tuning in and watching this in NXT not that long ago. Now here they are, about to make their entrance at SummerSlam. Fatal Influence. Wow. Wow. JC Jane, Fallon Henley, Lainey Reed making their way down to the ring for match number 4. Okay, Fatal Influence. I love this trio, says Wade. James said, even Jacob went, oh, shiz, Haku. Even Fatu, who's not scared of anyone, is scared of Haku, says James. Understandable. Okay, there's JC. This is a trio of women not happy to just make up the numbers. So there we go. We've got JC, Lainey, Fallon. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. I could see people overhyping the match. It was very good, and Aldis looks solid. I do agree, though, that it didn't reach the heights I was expecting, says Jay. Okay, I need to jot the scores down. So, it got great. It got great. 65. That's what it ended up getting. Great 65. Okay, kick coming in there by Brie with the yes kicks. So we are underway with these yes kicks. Another kick coming in as down goes Fallon. The other members of Fatal Influence race over to try and get to Paige and Nikki, who are on the outside waiting. Okay, we got crowd a little bit muted for this. That shot missed by a mile, didn't it? Missed by a mile. You could see that it had missed by a mile as well. I don't know if that was the shot or if it was the camera angle. Stomp coming in there by Lainey. JC Jane, blooming hell. Cannonballing into those, into Brie, who was right against those ring steps. That feels like a commercial break spot, doesn't it? Brie is down. JC grabbing Brie, chucking her back in the ring. Woof. That looked moody, that spot there. Sent on there by JC. Jared said, apart from EO, all the faces have wore red. Oh, interesting. Over the other side, Brie in the corner. JC collides in. Tag being made, in comes Lainey. That was one of those moments you'll remember in 20 years. The music did make it 10 times better. The importance of an entrance, said Wrestle That. That's true. Do you remember when Nick Aldis came out to Oasis at SummerSlam? Sadly, not the band, just the music, but... Okay, right now we've got Lainey with Brie. Brie going over into the corner. This is like a house show match, said Digital. Days, what does Green Shirt do for a living? I don't know. I don't know if he's not won the lottery or if he's just had a really good job or whatever, but Whenever he gets asked about, you know, how do you get the tickets, he always says WWE on location, which is their kind of service for, you know, fans getting first refusal on tickets and whatever. So there's always been rumors about like he knows Vince or he's in with this person, in with that person. To be honest, he's probably just a rich guy, and there's many of them around. He's probably a rich guy who might have won the lottery or might have had a really well-paying job, might have started a business and sold it off, you know? He looks like the kind of person that maybe got into early internet. You know, might have created some bit of software that sold for a lot of money, and now he just does whatever he wants. So, I don't know. I don't think it's ever been revealed what he actually does for a living, but whenever he gets asked about how do you always get the tickets, he says it's through one location. There was a rumor doing around that CM Punk got into the crowd once and got into a bit of a, you know, lashed out at a fan that had, like, shoved him. And he looked a little bit like him, but they're not the same person. Okay, JC goes to the outside. I think JC has got a lot of potential. So much potential, said AB. And she will be women's champion. Will she go after Tiffany next? She could do. I agree with you. I think she's got a lot of potential as well. To the outside, cannonball there by Paige. Nikki connects. Going for the cover on Laney, and JC makes the save. JC makes the save. Okay, JC yelling out to the fans. Okay, down goes JC. Yeah, trying to come over. Against the ropes. She gets tripped over. Dragged out the ring. Laney in there with Nikki. Big knee coming in. Big knee. Tag being made. In comes Fallon. Right now they've got Nikki. A bit of tag team work. Nikki goes down. Fallon with the cover, but Paige comes in and makes the save. Crowd are quite muted for this. The crowd really don't seem to give a flip. Paige goes down. In comes Brie. I think Brie has really damaged her arm. She's kind of like doing a lot of that. Against the ropes to the outside. Oh, that was quite aggressive there by Fallon. Fallon yelling out to the fans. Trying to get them a bit fired up. Yeah, mocking the Bellas, doing their signature pose, going over, grabbing a hold of Nikki. Nikki in the ring, on the shoulders. Both women go down. Crowd are very, very quiet. This is the kind of reaction you really don't want to get. There's a little bit of a... But it's quiet. JC coming over, rolling on court, no joy. Big boot there by Paige. Over the top, roll up there by JC. JC kicks out. I don't know, but I know where Brock started. This is his hometown, says Mark. JC going for a cover on Paige. Gets it. Gets the pin on Paige. So the match is over. It is a win for Fatal Influence. It is Paige that took the pin. Now, that does play into what some of you were saying about the turn. It does play into the potential turn. They're just showing some replays right now of what's happened. Gonna keep an eye on this and just see if it does actually lead to anything. We're keeping an eye. We're keeping an eye. We're not done yet. We're keeping an eye. So rolling on call there by JC gets it. They're in the entranceway. You're not needed here anymore, says JC. Go back home. Yeah, in the ring, look, we've got Nikki and Brie there embracing Paige. Camera is staying on them. Arms up. Paige goes forwards. Nikki charges over. She lays out Paige. Brie kicks out as well. They do the turn. They do the turn. Nikki and Brie lash out on Paige. Nikki yells, "This is my house." Ooh, she's pulling back on the neck as well. Pulling back on the neck. So the Bellas do turn on Paige. Right now, Paige up. Is this going to be a rack attack? Looks like Brie has really done some damage. I mean, she seems to be in a lot of discomfort here, you know. It is going to be a rack attack. She gets it. Paige down. Message is sent. Yeah, Michael said this has got to go deeper than just the loss tonight. The Bellas get out the ring, leaving Paige in the ring. Paige shaking her head. Brie doesn't look surprised. Lesson learned, don't ever take my spot. That might have been a message to John Cena's new wife, actually. So I don't know who that was a message to. It might have been a message to Paige, but it might have been a message to John Cena's that don't you ever take my spot. Okay, let's get some scores in, shall we? Not the Bellas. There you go, guys. You wanted a big dramatic moment. You have got it. They're just showing us around the world how everyone is reacting. Around the world, around the world. Okay, only 2 matches are left, and there's not even 2 hours that's gone, said RTX. Listen, we've got places to be. You know what I mean? It's people that we need to catch up with, loved ones that we need to see. So we're not here for a long time. We're here for a good time. Triple Mania advert. So, 2 matches left? I think these next 2 matches are going to get time, though. Because, you know, it's Cody and CM Punk. We might get the return of Randy. And then, of course, it's going to be the big Hell in a Cell. And that's where we might get the retirement. They've moved Triple Mania to a larger arena for night 1, says Mayor Pete. Oh, that's a good sign. Good to see someone selling tickets. I'm not a fan of the shows ending at 9. It doesn't feel right, says Alex. Okay. They keep going back to this SummerSlam snapshots. I don't need this SummerSlam snapshot thing, to be honest. Have they been showing the same ones all night? Are you like at the commercial? Am I seeing this instead of a commercial break? That would make more sense, wouldn't it? I swear to God, it's like the same one. Terrible match. And predictable turn, said Carl. Radiated Zombie said, I feel a Cody heel turn with the black gear. Robbie said the WWE title match is a minimum 30 minutes, not including entrances. The big question is, will Brock finally work a match longer than 12 minutes for the first time since WrestleMania 38? Ronnie said this card is worse than Night 1 WrestleMania. Do you think so? I don't know, man. We've had 3 great matches. I can understand why people would be a bit down right now, considering the last match we just had did not set the world on fire. But it's funny, isn't it, how after the Nick Aldis match, there's people saying this was better than Night 1, and now we have one bad match. We're starting to see people saying this is worse than Night 1. 4 matches, 3 of them were great. I'll tell you what, I think I know what's missing from this show. I think having commercials on it sucks. I mean, we're not really used to that. It's still hard to get used to that because historically we weren't doing that. But having commercials on pay-per-views, PLEs, SummerSlam. But the other thing, I'm sorry, no video packages is a problem. Do you know what I mean? Video packages, when done right, are meant to get you hyped for what you're about to see, because this is all the stuff that's happened in the build, in the feuds. This is why you should care. And I know what people are going to say, yeah, but we haven't been doing anything good enough to get people to care about it. I hear you, but I think we should be still doing video packages. We also are not getting any backstage segments. Where's the backstage segments? Do you know what I mean? Where's the confrontations backstage? Where's the interesting interactions? You got all these wrestlers backstage and no one's having any interest in confrontation or anything. You know, we used to have people in locker rooms. We used to have backstage interviews. I mean, God, we used to put on a product. Now it is literally match, entrance, match, commercial break, entrance, match, commercial break. If it feels a little bit like it's devoid of anything more than that, if it feels like, I don't know, there's just something missing. Yeah, a lot is missing. But this is what they did at WrestleMania Night 1, and they have not learned from it. They've not changed their mind. They're not doing anything different. They're doing the exact same thing. I'm not a fan. I don't like it. I don't like not having backstage segments. I don't like not having video packages. I think it adds a bit of colour, a bit of something extra to just entrance, match, commercial break. Entrance, match, commercial break. Thankfully, we've had 3 great matches to open up this show, so it didn't, it wasn't too bad. But after having a bad match, all of a sudden, like, it starts to feel a bit like the end of the world. Sonny said, Days, I'm good. I've got some Timmies. Thanks to Alex Can't Drive. Sonny, shout out to you. Kev said, I hope Paige moves on and goes for a belt. I'll take some SummerSlam snapshots over a Hogan documentary every 5 minutes. That is brilliant again. It's brilliant again. Shout out to you. Hope you well, buds. The first backstage we had was like Cody CM Punk warming up. I am missing some backstage segments, said Sally. Yep. Would be nice. See some reaction, see some crash outs. I mean, do you remember back in the day, we used to do some interviews just before the matches as well, before they were about to head to the ring. And they'd send like a final message to their opponent, whatever. I mean, all of these things just provide a bit of colour, just to provide a little bit of just, so it's not so formulaic. So it's not so, I'm going to use the word monotonous. And look at the ring as well. I mean, look at that. What a mess. There are definitely reasons to be frustrated, but there are reasons to give a thumbs up to this show as well. 3 matches, the first 3 matches, all well in the great range. Okay. Liam said, Green Shirt is in real estate. Is he? Where did you hear that, buds? Okay, we got an advert for Street Fighter. Ready. Set. I'm sure this is going to be rubbish. Is that Roman? I don't know, it looks all right, though, doesn't it? October 16th. Oh, it's probably going to be rubbish. Ah! Look at this! SummerSlam done in Street Fighter style. Oh my god, this is amazing! Look at this! Oh, just make the game. Make the game. Make this game now. Dude, this is brilliant. Make the game. Get it signed off. Get it on Switch 2. Oh, that is so good. I need to see a stage where Cody's beating up a car. Cody Rhodes versus CM Punk. Fight! Oh, Cody's getting a Street Fighter entrance! Is he going to come out as Guile? I don't know, how would we feel about that? Would that be okay? Is he going to come out as Guile? Is he going to come up as Guile? Oh, he is as well. Look at that. That's all right, you know, because I think it's on the mask. This is like a special, like, Guile mask with the skull, and it's got the Guile hair. That's all right, you know. It's not like he's got, like, this weird wig on. It's just part of the mask. I thought I like that. I thought that entrance was pretty fun, honestly. I thought that was pretty fun. I actually wanted more of the Street Fighter graphics in the game. And I don't hate the mask. I don't hate it. I mean, yeah, it is some sort of, like, tie-in thing, but... There we go. What do you think? What do you think? That was cool, said Casey. There we go. Look, yeah, he takes it off, and his hair's normal underneath. I mean, if he had to wrestle that whole match with, like, Guile hair, that would have been a bit ridiculous. Oh, I flipping love that. I love that Street Fighter moment. Probably helps that I actually like Street Fighter and it's an IP that I'm into, you know? If it was a case that it was like, you know, a game I like Gears of War, I've never played Gears of War. So I don't have any like I don't have any excitement for Gears of War. But like with Street Fighter, I got a lot of nostalgia. Yeah, do you know, I never played Street Fighter where it had Akuma. I only ever played Street Fighter 2 Championship Edition, and there was no Akuma in that. There was no Akuma, there was no, there was loads of missing ones, actually. Cammy? I've never really dug into any of those. I've never ventured past Street Fighter 2. I'm scared. Don't want to. Punk is going to win. Yeah, we do need to change this stuff over, don't we? Time to watch some old folks wrestle. I love it. I'm here for the old folks. Shout out all the old folks. In fact, these aren't old enough. These are too young. I like 80-year-olds. Breaking news. Okay, Cody in the ring. He's made his entrance. What is CM Punk going to come out and do? Just like a normal entrance. All the way. Freedom. Okay, Cody in the ring then. Let's go. Let's go, kings and queens. Let's get a posting about who's going to win. Who do you think's going to win? Who wins? Cody. Punk. Oh. We're at the back. In the back, he's got a green jacket on. Okay. Well, that wasn't very impressive. He just sort of walked for a bit. Here he is. This feels very reminiscent of WrestleMania. When he came out to like AFI, it's just AFI isn't playing this time. Instead, it's just silence. CM Punk walks out to silence again. Very much like WrestleMania. Taking in the crowd noise. And actually, you do get a glimpse, you know, of that one side. It doesn't look as bad as I thought it was going to look. I mean, the crowd really does not look that bad. CM Punk comes out to silence. Maybe so he can hear the fans, hear what they're saying. It's very reminiscent of WrestleMania. He did the exact same thing at WrestleMania, but he makes his way down. Cult of Personality finally comes in, and CM Punk making his way down to the ring. Cody looking at CM Punk. They've spent all the money on the Oasis theme. Second day. Yes. Yes, that's it. Okay, Punk is making his way down. This is a co-main event. Cult of Personality. Okay, you lot said that last match was... Oh, you didn't rate it. You did not rate it. Good 79. You've gone good 79 for that last match. Okay, so 20 years that CM Punk has been in professional wrestling. This one's going to be spicy. That's what Michael Cole has promised us. Days, I would love to see CM Punk as a heel one more time before he retires. Do we think we will? Can't see why not, to be honest. I think we could do that. Okay, smile on the face of Cody. CM Punk is in the ring. We're going to be getting underway with this real soon. One fall. Okay, Nisha Taylor. Just doing the intros. This has now got a bigger match feel to it. Few boos there for Cody. The American Nightmare. Cody Rhodes. Triple H has put a message out, a picture of him with Nick Aldis. It says, when you fight for everything you believe in, you never lose. I mean, that's not true because he definitely lost tonight. I saw it. I mean, he did. CM Punk getting his intro. It's a nice jacket, that, isn't it, actually? The green jacket. It looks cool. CM Punk holding up the championship. CM Punk. Days we answered that. These are like my 5th and 6th favourite mid-carders, said Metro. Well, it's a big match for you then right now. Big match. No, I think, like, do you see what I mean about how they're making this feel bigger with, like, the announcements and the entrances? I mean, we haven't even had, like, really special entrances. We got some weird Gears of War thing earlier, but, like, it just all feels quite dialed down. Feels all very subdued. Thankfully, the in-ring, you know, has been decent. 3 of the 4 matches have had a great score. I keep coming back to that. But it's hard to find praise for other elements. Stage looks good. Basic, but good size. Okay, Cody comes over, has a word there with CM Punk, backs away. Bella sounded, and we're about to get underway. Okay, locking up. Championship on the line. Both have gone on arduous journeys. Neither man represents the person that they were all those years ago when they last faced in a singles match. Wade Barrett said, "This is why we watch. We watch for these moments." CM Punk over in the corner. Shots coming in. Chops being exchanged. A little bit scrappy in the open. Over the top, lands on his feet. Grabs Cody. Cody goes over. CM Punk is up. He goes over. Kick by CM Punk. Oh, I really seemed to catch him with that kick, you know. Cody grabbing his left arm, and CM Punk just continued to, like, kick away there. Down goes Cody. If you've got a bullseye, go after it. Well, he has. There is a bullseye there for him to go after. Hammerlock is in. Cody grabbing a headlock, though. Early stages of this one right now. Headlock. Over. Against the ropes. Over the other side. Shoulder tackle. Going straight for the cover. No joy. Against the ropes again. Shoulder tackle. Down goes CM Punk. Kick out. Cody up on the shoulders. Headlock takeover. Cody has been on a career roll, says Wade Barrett, as he has got a headlock here on CM Punk in the middle of the ring. If you are just joining us, Liv beat EO. LA and Solo and Royce beat the Bloodline. Gunther beat Nick Aldis. And Fatal Influence got the win over Bellas and Paige. Bellas turned on Paige afterwards. We haven't had any returns so far. Are we going to get Randy Orton coming out during this match? Cody is mostly in white. No heel turns, said Davids. CM Punk might have pooped himself. Okay, I will be looking out for that, because that will be going on my thumbnail if that's what's happened. Has CM Punk pooped himself? Chop's coming in. Chop again there by Cody. Cody with Punk. Working on the arm there of Cody. You've still got the Bellas on the thing. Thank you. I will get to it. Cody is down. CM Punk coming over. Kick coming in. Quite a little bit slow here at the moment. Kick there by Punk. And again, Cody going over against the ropes. Working on the arm. Punk did actually shiz himself in a match against Dean Ambrose on SmackDown, said Kader. He did, said Wall Shoker. It's not, I can see it. Oh my God. Right, guys, we're on Poop Watch. Let me know if any poop falls out of his trunks. I mean, look, he's in there with Cody Rhodes. That is daunting. I think a lot of us would poop ourselves if we had to get in there with Cody, so I wouldn't be shocked. Okay, Cody back up on his feet. CM Punk on the outside. Shoulder being driven in the midsection. Knee there by Cody. Let's go, Punk, says Abram. Yeah. I mean, we were joking earlier about how we're going to be watching two old men, two old people going at each other. I didn't realise one of them was going to poop their pants. I didn't realise that was going to happen. I didn't realise that they were that old, to be honest, where they'd completely lost control of their bowels. But, well, again, you know, I'm here for it. CM Punk going into the timekeeper's area. CM Shiz, says Rogers. Let's go. CM Shiz. Shot coming in by Punk. Who do we want to win this, said Batman Big Fan. I don't really mind, to be honest. I suppose if I could choose, I would go CM Punk. If I could choose. Just because I think Cody has had it a fair bit. There's a lot of people that want him away from the title. I don't think CM Punk has had... Well, he hasn't had the belt that long, has he? So he's going up. He's perched. CM Punk with the double axe handle, and Cody goes down. Cody is grabbing his arm. CM Punk coming over. Cody down. Punk looking for a suplex. Going for the cover. Kick out there by Cody. Kick out by Cody. CM Punk coming round, grabbing the arm. He did have that walk. He was like, damn hot. It's go time, said the one. J14 said, I think this might be the most I've seen the chat debate on something that's not quite wrestling related. Well, is this the great, has he pooped himself or not? Guys, there's only one thing. There's only one way to sort this out. Oh, look, do you know what? He just bent over. I basically just saw up his anus and it looked like he had pooped himself. There seems to be a bit of like a wet patch. I don't know if it's just a shadow. But he bent right... Although, if you had pooped yourself, would you bend over right in front of the hard cam? If you'd have pooped yourself? I wouldn't. I'd be trying to hide it. I ain't bending over like that right in front of the hard cam. But look, that is a wet patch under there, isn't it? That is a wet patch. Listen... If he has pooped himself and he is still putting on a performance like this is one of the greatest performances I've ever seen. Has CM Punk pooped himself? That's the question we're all asking. CM Punk is down. Crowd are obviously quite quiet, but they don't know the real drama that's happening right now. They don't know the real questions that are being asked as they're sat there in the crowds. Yeah, look, you can see it does look like a shadow. The one thing I will say, though, I can't see any weight. You know, if he'd have pooped himself, you'd think there'd be a little bit of weight in there. There's no sign of any runnage. If it was sloppy, we might see some runnage or some colouring. If it was weighty, we would see some sagging. There isn't really any of that. Oh, it's hard, isn't it? There is a patch. There looks to be a patch. I don't think his body is only going to sweat in that one part. Difficult. It's a big question that needs to be asked afterwards. Shots coming in. I don't even know, actually, if people are asking the question online. But I can see what everyone's saying. There does look to be a wet patch there. Kick coming into the leg of CM Punk. Sean said, I'm going with a shot. Sean, thank you. I might just check that. I mean, I think is that like a little nugget? It is a vulgar slang term for accidentally expelling fecal matter whilst attempting to pass intestinal gas. So that's what it translates as. So, yeah, I mean, that's where something's going to fall out that you didn't intend for it to fall out. It could be that. It could be that. Has he gone for a cheeky fart? Has he thought to himself as he's walking down the entranceway, I'm just going to have a cheeky fart, and maybe something more has followed? I don't know. We're going to have to ask him after. I hope someone does. Such a shame we don't do those post-event press conferences. Could you imagine that? Hand in the air. Yeah, this person's new. Yeah. Hi, Wrestling Days from Wrestling Days News. Did you shot yourself during... By the way, that is for anyone that wants to answer, but primarily CM Punk. Kick coming in there by CM Punk. Was it a jump kick? It was like a single leg sort of karate kick. Wasn't it? CM Punk is up. Can I tell you, no one online is asking this question. We are so brave. We are so brave to ask these questions. I feel like we're going in areas other people would be afraid to go. Namely CM Punk's anus. Right now, scooping up Cody. Slamming Cody down. CM Punk, yeah, he's having trouble with his knee. There's a little bit of trouble with the knee there. Navaldo said, this is terrible. It's a quiet crowd, said Tracy. CM Punk is in the corner. Cody is up. Poogate is actually more important than the match itself, says Truth Reality. I agree. Shot coming in there by CM Punk. Shot there by Punk. And again, Cody goes down. CM Punk is sat on that top turnbuckle. He's taking his time. CM Punk looking to go up, looking to deliver an elbow drop maybe. Boom! Lands it. 1, 2. Kick out there by Cody. Kick out by Cody. CM Punk with a elbow drop. I mean, it didn't look amazing. Maybe Grandpa Phil needs to start sporting those Depends. Maybe. I mean, maybe they can start sponsoring. Maybe they should be the sponsor of this match. Instead, it's Street Fighter. Cody. Oh, wow. Coming off the ropes with a Cody cutter, but Poopy Phil gets his shoulder up. Yeah, that was quite close. Cody on his feet. CM Punk trying to get back up to his feet. Cody looking for a disaster kick lands. 1, 2. Punk kicks out. Okay, match is heating up a little bit now, which could be a problem. I don't know what that's going to do to the poop. But shots coming in there by Cody. CM Punk down. Cody is pointing to the corner. He's going to go for a Cody cutter. Is he going to come off the corner? Is that what's in his mind? Yes, yes, yes. And he gets it. And he gets it. 1, 2. Kick out again. Okay. Wow. I mean, he's been hitting quite a few of these. And Punk has been finding a way out. Look at that. Up he went. I mean, he jumps. I mean, it's good. It is really good. Respect, actually. It's really good. Right now, we've got Cody standing over CM Punk. Cody with a couple of marks on his face. Crowd are booing. I don't think they want to see Crossroads was about to come in, but no joy. Cody with that bad leg of CM Punk. Punk goes down. Cody stepping through. Punk kicks out of Cody. Cody into the corner. Roll up there by CM Punk. 2. No joy. Pace picking up a little bit. He's got Cody on his shoulders. GTS, no. Takes him down. Figure 4 is in. Figure 4 is in. Figure 4 is in. Figure 4 is in. Randy had better show up in this match, said Florida Man. Shot coming in there by Cody. One, two. Shoulders up. Right now we got CM Punk. The crowd are making a lot more noise. CM Punk turning over that figure 4. Reversing the pressure. Yeah, right now we got that figure 4 is back in. Better creative team in here with the comments, says Drake. Drake, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to everyone that's joining us. Big Case said Cody's getting poop on his boots. Okay, apparently it's starting to run now. It's probably, that's where we need to start going home, to be honest. Going for a cover? No. I tell you what, it's a good job that Cody didn't poop himself with that white ring gear in it. Woof. Anaconda Vices in there by CM Punk. Anaconda Vices in. Cody gets a foot on the rope. Foot on the rope. Breaks it. Okay, Cody down. CM Punk stomping away. And again, kicking away. But he kicks and it hurts his knee. Another kick coming into the midsection. Shots coming in to the body. Shot coming in there by CM Punk. I think this match was slow at the start. I think there's been some nice moments, though. Knees coming in. Referee having a word, telling CM Punk to back away. Some of those Cody cutters look really good. Anaconda Vice. Not getting the job done for CM Punk. Cody is up on the shoulders there of CM Punk. Is that going to be an Alabama slam? He's got him up on his shoulders. He's going to slam him down. Looks like he is. Spinning him rounds. Cody spinning CM Punk rounds. Yeah, that looked a bit stupid, actually. Kind of going for that Anaconda Vice. Was that your big plan? Your big plan was to have CM Punk on your shoulders and to do like a little jig in the ring spinning. That was your master plan, was it? Okay, Anaconda Vice is in, and it is middle of the ring. We can see Nick Khan. Right there. Boo! Boo! Right now, Cody, middle of the ring. I was hoping for an OMG moment, but so far we got a shiz show, said AB. Well, literally, yes. Right now, Crossroads! Crossroads! Crossroads connects! 1, 2, CM Punk kicks out. Crossroads connected there by Cody. Oof. Did that break the spirit of Cody Rhodes? I mean, he has hit lots of Cody cutters and a Crossroads, and it still can't get the job done. We've got CM Punk chants. CM Punk chants are ringing out. Crossroads does not get the job done for Cody. Cody in the ring. I mean, he's done a little spinny around thing with his legs kind of like, you know, dancing away. That didn't do anything. What else has he got? He's done a Crossroads. He's done a Cody cutter. He's done a little spinny dancey thing. What else has he got? Well, we're going to have a look because right now we've got CM Punk in the corner. Cody's up, throwing down a big shot. Suzanne said, could you imagine the smell? And the reason why Suzanne is saying that is because we have decided that, yes, CM Punk has pooped himself. 62% of you are absolutely adamant. So that's official. Even if he hasn't, he has. That was ugly, mate. A moonsault by CM Punk, and it looked... I don't even know what direction he was trying to go in there. I mean, Cody was over here and Punk sort of went over here a little bit. I think he caught him on his head. Yeah. Is that going to be in Unreal, do you think, where before this match is going to be like, I'm going to try a moonsault. I've not done one for 20 years, and then like we're going to see it and... and it sucked. Cody with a shoulder up. It was a poo salt. It was. It was a moonshot. Okay, let's dial back in here. We've got Cody in the middle of the ring with CM Punk. Right now, he's got Cody up on his shoulders. If you want to see a picture of the beautiful moonsault, there it is in all its glory. Go to sleep connects there by CM Punk, but he can't capitalize. He can't capitalize. He's trying to come over. We're right by the rope too. Shoulder up. Sean Ross Sapp just tweeted, wow. Never do a moonsault again. Never do a moonsault again. That's the advice from Sean Ross Sapp. Never do a moonsault again. Okay. Days, can you smell what CM Punk's cooking? I think he's already cooked it, mate. I think he's cooked it. He's delivered it. Face first, Cody going into that commentary table. And again, this match carrying on. I'm very interested to see how people are going to score this, you know. CM Punk on the table. He's got his arms outstretched. Cody, though, fighting back. Cody with CM Punk looking for a crossroads. Crossroads. Ooh, he was going for a crossroad. No, GTS. GTS. No. No, we'll just push him in the steps. Crossroads. No. GTS. No. Okay, Cody breaks the count. The crowd are on their feet. Wanting to know where this is going to go. Cody stripping the commentary table. Cody standing over CM Punk. I can see Randy returning, said Brooklyn, and costing Cody. Maybe the extra weight of the poo put Punk off his balance, said Nasser. It'll be that, won't it? It'll be that. Up on the shoulders, GTS. Yes. Down goes Cody. 1, 2. Grabs the rope. Cody grabs the rope. There is a cheer for that, actually. I mean, Cody does have support. Cody grabs the rope. So, I mean, we've had Crossroads. We've had Cody Cutters. We've had a spinny little thing. And we've had a few go to sleeps. Cody Rhodes is down on his hands and knees at the moment, trying to crawl his way over to the commentary table to try and use that to climb up. Right now we got CM Punk with Cody. Cody going on to, oh, is he going to do this again? He spoke about this in Unreal, how he hadn't jumped off the top ring post since like 2013 in a match against Undertaker. He did it at WrestleMania. He's going to look to do it again. CM Punk having a look. Well, I mean, the moonsault went so well. Why not? The moonsault was a rip-roaring success, so I can't see this going wrong. Okay. CM Punk is in the ring. Cody is on the commentary table. Punk up top. In Unreal, Punk did just tap his tattoo of Larry before he jumped. He didn't this time, and it went wrong. That's on Punk. He should have tapped Larry. That's what he should have done. And instead, he's gone and driven himself through the table. Silly boomer. What a silly boomer. Cody moving out the way. CM Punk going through the commentary table. Cody has got to get Punk back into the ring. You cannot win. Probably has wiped out both knees. That table broke quite a satisfying way. We do now have a "This is awesome" chant, you know. We do now have a "This is awesome" chant. Guys, breaking news. Liv Morgan showing off a black eye. That's breaking news. CM Punk like a dead weight right now. He's being put back into the ring. You're never going to get a better chance than this, Cody. Dig deep. Okay, Cody in the ring waiting for CM Punk. Cody Cutter. Cody Cutter. Oh, he went and got the ref, didn't he? Oh, my God. He ended up getting Charles Robinson. Now there's going to be a GTS. Okay, are we going to get Randy? Are we getting Randy? This is a nice callback to WrestleMania, actually, because he couldn't power up, could he, for this at WrestleMania? When Roman came off the ropes and flopped back onto Punk, Punk didn't have the strength to get back up on his feet, but he did this time. Cody, though, with a Crossroads. CM Punk rolls out the ring. CM Punk goes out the ring. Here we go! Here we go! Randy in the ring! Randy's back! Randy! Boom! RKO connects! RKO connects! Randy Orton is back. First time seeing him since WrestleMania. He came through the crowds. Lays out Cody. We don't have a referee. We haven't got a CM Punk, to be honest. But Cody is there for the taking right now. We're seeing CM Punk move, although we are seeing Cody move as well. So this might not be the finish, but Randy has appeared, has got involved, but CM Punk couldn't capitalize. He was on the outside. We didn't even have a referee. How is this going to play now? Who is going to get the advantage here? Both guys getting back up to their feet. He's going for a GTS. Oh, gets it. Gets it. Here we go. 1, 2. CM Punk gets it. Thanks to Randy Orton. CM Punk gets it. I thought he had left it late, you know. I thought he had left it late. But Randy comes running into the ring, lays out Cody with an RKO. I thought that was all right, you know. I think it's slow at the start. I think it does find its way. I think there is some nice moments in there. I mean, I watched the WrestleMania match and I was like, oh, is that 5 stars? I don't know. I don't know. Meltzer gave the WrestleMania. I do not feel this is 5 stars. But I think it was all right, you know. I think it got a lot better. But it's not about what I think. Let's get the poll up and see what you lot think. So, Randy making his presence felt. That was fire, says Reyes. Cody is going to get pink eye now. Cody's going to get pink eye. Okay, get your thoughts in. What did you think about this finish? What did you think about this match? Yeah, it was the slowest count in history, actually. Wait, Barrett said the referee with the slowest count in history. Cody on the outsides. He does not get his hands on that championship. Well, we saw it. We sort of expect... Well, we did expect it. I said I'd be more shocked if we didn't get it. So we can't say that we didn't see it coming. Okay, we got some sort of Zuffa promotion. I thought the pace could have been taken up a notch. It did have some strong moments, though, but nothing over the moon. Okay, get your thoughts in. Get your thoughts in. We've only got one more match to go. Oba Femi versus Brock Lesnar. Can we deliver a really fun final match here? Can we deliver a moment? Michael Cole calls that a classic WWE Championship match, as you would expect him to. Wade Barrett said, imagine how the bodies of CM Punk feel. All right. Vic Joseph and Booker T are, they've got, they're on the radio right now. That's a good idea, isn't it? To use those two, actually, because they're the commentators for They're the commentators for NXT. It's kind of fun. We're set for our main event. The cage is being lowered. Cage is being lowered. The cell is coming down. And it is time for our main event. Randy with some new merch. RKO everyone. It's nice, isn't it? I mean, it's nothing revolutionary. But new Randy Orton shirts. This is the sort of no one turned heel, said WrestleMania. Didn't expect him to. I think didn't we all expect Randy to get involved? I feel like that is what people were saying. Randy will come in and we'll do Cody and Randy. SlamX said, we've still got Brock Oba. Night 2 is going to have to do some serious work to come close to tonight. So, these two have put on a technical classic. I don't know that I was as giddy about it as what I'm seeing online, actually. Normally I look online and there's loads of negativity, but actually there's like quite a bit of positivity out there right now. Not down on that. What do you think, though? Get your scores in. Do we think we get any top of the cell spots, said Ian? Oh, it's difficult, isn't it? Because, I mean, these two are so big, size-wise. I don't know. I don't know that they'd want to be going up there and doing stuff like that, so... I mean, I certainly don't see one getting chucked off the top or anything like that. Could they go up there and do a little summit up there? It'd be an amazing visual, wouldn't it? It'd be iconic if they were to do that, but I don't know. It's hard to sit here and say, yes, I see that happening. I think WWE is going to swerve us. I think Oba is going to retire in kayfabe, and then Brock says, you think it's that easy? I've got a lot left in the tank. Well, Mark Henry is there. He could lend him his salmon jacket. We need to talk about Money in the Bank being in October when it's supposed to be a summer event, said Digital. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they just want to get past SummerSlam and because, to be honest, you're probably not cashing in at Survivor Series. So I wonder if they just want to try and get the belts to WrestleMania, the briefcases to WrestleMania a bit more. Because sometimes it can be difficult to do that. It can be difficult to kind of get to those WrestleMania shows and everything because, you know, you might cash in at SummerSlam or you might cash in before. I wonder if they're just trying to make it a bit easier to take those briefcases to WrestleMania. I don't know. There is no good reason, really, as to why in my mind, why we've moved it after SummerSlam rather than before SummerSlam, because, you know, it'd be good, wouldn't it, to have a couple of Money in the Bank holders that could get involved on this show. So it is a shame that we don't have that. Just sort of in the background. So it's a good question. Yeah, I have not heard the reasoning as to why they've moved it. Heyman is going to turn and go off with Oba, said Joseph. Right, we are at commercial break. If you are wondering what's happening, not much is the answer. We have just at commercial break. When we come back from commercial break, we got one last match to go. Our main event coming up. Okay, Days Randy will probably be another 4 months out for another 4 months judging by his history, said Saluta. Connor said, here we go, it's time. These entrances could be good. Robbie said, even though Randy is meant to be a heel, the crowd is going to be behind him like they were at WrestleMania. Randy has just ascended to that level. That is going to be the challenge. We were talking about that, weren't we? About how it's going to be a challenge to get people to boo Randy. We were very interested to see how they were going to do it. And we never really got the answer because, of course, Pat got involved and the whole story ended up getting derailed. So we never quite got the answer. I suppose we'll get the answer now. Oba is going to... Hickory dickory dock. Oba is going to lose to Brock. It'll baffle the fans, but get defended by the stands. All I know is AAA will say, enjoy the show, says Power Warren. Okay, human monies. You can get human monies on WWE Shop. Okay, there's Danhausen handing out... some of those look disgusting. What flavour are they? I don't know. Well, very nice, very evil, apparently. So one's very nice and one is very evil. But what's the very evil flavour? I don't think there's much they can do. Randy is just at that level. And there is Cody fatigue, said Robbie. Okay, Joe saying a few words, but we can't... Microphone issues, can't hear him. Can't hear Corey. I think, is this... Yeah, it's not working. I think it might be going into the arena, but it's not coming to us. Wow, this is making me sad. Is anyone else sad? Jojo said Triple H wants to know if you're having fun. Yay! I think so. I think so. I do miss the video packages and I do miss backstage segments just to provide a little bit of extra, something a bit different. But I mean, the in-ring has been pretty decent tonight. Worst match being the women's tag match. I think we sort of probably could predict that. And everything else has been, yeah, pretty enjoyable stuff. Get your scores in for that last match. Obviously, we're going to be ending that soon. So that we can then ask who you think's going to win. Surely over. Surely. Okay, Casey, shout out to you. Hope you're doing well. Hope the kids are doing well. Hope everyone's enjoying SummerSlam or at least getting something out of it. I tell you, at the moment though, what is the thumbnail? What is the thumbnail? I don't actually know. Randy coming back? Is that the thumbnail? I suppose it is. I suppose it is. I suppose it's Randy coming back, Cody down. Yeah, I think it is probably that. Or CM Punk pooping himself. Just got a video package right now for... Actually, this is a video package for our main event, isn't it? We have got a video package. Okay. Interesting. The Beast. The thumbnail needs to be Punk's poopy pants, says Iron Sentinel. I mean, I can try. That's going to be a challenge. I could try and get AI to help out. God only knows what that would look like. Maybe we get something here, though, that's going to... You know, this is our main event. I want violence. I want weapons. I want a match of the year. That's what I want. Anything less than that, and I am going to go online and I am going to complain. Okay. So no video packages except for this final one is strange to me. You can't run from Oba Femi. Let's go. Here we go. Let's go. Oh, the cell's not quite down yet. Did he say 96? If he said 96, he was wrong. Actually, I think you'll find it was 97. Okay, great 59. That's interesting, isn't it? That's interesting. That's interesting. Kendall said, I doubt that tomorrow is going to measure up to this. Well, yeah, it's set a bar. Is it a bar that can't be bettered? I don't know. I don't know. It is Oba first. Oba is making his way out. Here we go. John Kane said, it's Kane. It's gotta be Kane. John Kane, shout out to you. My favourite Kane. Cocaine. Jared said, because JC got the win for the team, this is the best SummerSlam of all time. It might even be better than Rock Austin at WrestleMania 17. Wow. Scott Turner, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support, buds. And Panthers J-Dub, thank you, my friends. Appreciate it. Oh my God, are his balls bigger? Have Oba's balls got bigger? I think they have, you know. Guys, if you're not watching, tune in. Have a look at Oba's balls. They are flipping huge. Yeah, look at that guy in the crowd. He's got little balls. Did you see that guy? He was embarrassed, actually. There was a guy in the crowd there that grabbed his balls. And he was like, oh, my God. Mine are nothing compared to Oba's. They're flipping huge. Game recognizes game. Yeah. Look at them. Oh, my God. Oba, looking at the structure. Let's go. So, sorry, Panthers J-Dub. I was saying thank you for the support, but I got distracted by Oba's balls. Jimmy J, shout out to you as well. Said long time no see. I hope things are going well. Going very well, thank you. Going very well. Oh, this could be good, couldn't it? Oh, that's a nice bit of art. Nice. Steven said CM Punk's going to end this with a stink face. That is how it should have ended, to be honest. That would have been a brilliant ending. Casey said, Days, Sonny has wrote you a poem. Sonny, fire away. Fire away. Okay, here comes Brock. Here comes Brock. This could be the last entrance for Brock. Probably won't be. Oba in the ring. Days, the pole is effed up. Oh, it is effed up, isn't it? It is effed up. It's an effed up pole. Is Brock going to get a special entrance? There you go. Okay, we got loud Oba chants. Loud Oba chants. That cell is still not lowered, you know. I mean, it's not a big problem, but sometimes the cell's down and they just walk in. It's making us wait. What if he's not going to show? Still waiting. Oh, here we go. Lights going down. Oba in the ring. Okay, the music hits. I wondered if there was going to be a video package. Here comes the pain. Yeah, I wondered if there was going to be a video package or a special entrance. This could be, might not be, Brock Lesnar's last ever entrance in WWE. The streets have said for a long time that this is where we're expecting Brock to call it quits. Brock Lesnar on the entrance stage coming out with Heyman. Taking a second there to maybe drink it in. And Brock Lesnar still looking like every inch the beast that he is. But so does that man, Oba Femi. Is he going to fall over for old time's sake? Do a bit of a bounce? Oh. No, he didn't. Coward. Right. Sonny said there once was a man named Oba. He walked through the halls with huge balls. He stands very tall. Very emotional, Sonny. Thank you. Oba making it. I mean, all of it checks out. He is tall. He has got big balls. And Brock Lesnar is making his way around the ring. He looks up at Oba, nods. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. This could be great, said Real John. Do Oba Brock climbing on the top of the cage, said Jose. Where did the other poll go? I haven't got that on my chat right now. Is it? Yeah, it is still there. Okay, let's end this one then. I'm getting poll requests. I don't hate that. So, you lot, yeah, like we expected. Will Oba and Brock climb up the cell? Are they going to climb up the cell? To be honest, even if they don't get to the top, but just maybe get past halfway or something. Or is it all just going to stay inside? Do you know, this could be really good. I'm quite excited. Okay, bell is sounded. It's too bad the crowd aren't singing Brock's entrance, says Jojo. Chris said, I think I just saw Sable in the front row. Yeah, as you say, she could be. It would make sense. WWE Shop have dropped this reveal right here. Sonny, you collect Funkos. It's a drawing though, isn't it? That's not the real one. But there we go. Oba Femi, they've waited for the exact moment that Oba is going to be in the ring. Oh, Heyman's going to do the announcing. Heyman doing the announcing. Heyman climbing up on the commentary table. Tell you what, that commentary table's doing well. That commentary table's doing well. Must be double reinforced. The beast of the Broctagon. Fighting. Fighting out of the University of Minnesota. Brock Lesnar. Okay. Lower the cell, you cowards. Here it is. It's coming down. We're lowering it. We got flames shooting up as well. Do we need the flames? Are the flames necessary? I don't hate them. Okay, the cell has been lowered. Brock and Oba are inside. And we are about to get underway. Oba staring over at Brock. Brock over at the other side. Do not blink on this one because we have no idea how long it's going to last. It is the main event, though. So it's sure to get some time. Yeah, look, we're faffing around. You could have had this cage down by now. Instead, we've got to move those flamethrower things out the way. Faffing. It's not, look, the referee's having to do this as we're waiting. We're still waiting. We're still waiting. We're still waiting. We're still waiting. I'm not joking. We're still waiting. We're still waiting. Cage is now finally coming down. Still waiting. Ring the bell. Okay, we're underway. Big boot coming in there by Oba. Big shot there by Oba. Brock goes in the corner. Oba driving his shoulder into the midsection. Femi exploding. Straight away as Brock goes in the corner. Uppercut coming in there by Oba. And digging into the midsection. Charging in. Brock moves. Brock moves. German. Suplex City. Number one. Number one. Number two. Here we go. Suplex City. Number three. Whoa, Oba! 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 Ah! On his feet. Oh, he just eats suplexes. He just eats them. Look at that. He just went to Suplex City, had a lovely time, and decided, right, let's get back to the match now. Right now, on the outside, Brock's getting hurled into the side of that cage. We're on the outside of the ring. And Oba goes into the ring steps. Oba down. Three suplex City to a clothesline there, Brooklyn. No wasting time. No wasting time. I don't hate that, to be honest. Straight into it. Right now, on the outside of the ring, we got Brock Lesnar with Oba. Oba with a suplex. Oba with a suplex. Ah, he felt that. Brock Lesnar felt that. Okay, right now, Oba grabbing Brock, grabbing him, picking him up, looking to throw him into the ring steps. Brock goes into those ring steps. Oh, Brock feeling that in his arm, and we're getting weapons. We're getting some weapons. Oba grabbing a table. Let's go. Table is set up against the side of the cell. Shot coming in. Oba with a big shot. He's got Brock. Brock going into the... Oh, mate. He just went so hard into the table. That table was set up against the cage. He goes crashing into that. Whew. Look at that. Snap into a Slim Jim. Right now we got Oba on the outside coming round. Brock Lesnar trying to find a way of getting back up. It's one-way traffic at the moment. Oba getting loads of weapons. Brock Lesnar getting chucked into the side of the cell. Chucked into a table. Oh, Brock with the ring steps. Brock with the ring steps. And again, Oba goes down. This is so much like what we were looking for. This is exactly what we were looking for. Weapons being used. Some, both guys being, like, chucked around. Oba getting back up to his feet. Ring steps right to the head. Oba goes down. Oba chucking those ring steps off of him. Oba down. Brock Lesnar on his knees. Look at that. You can hear the thud as well. Very satisfying. Brock grabbing Oba. Suplex City. Bang. Suplex. Look lovely. Lovely looking suplex there by Brock. Bit of grey in the old beard for Lesnar there, isn't there? Look. Bit of grey in the old beards. Lesnar getting back up to his feet. Brock grabbing Oba, looking for another German and getting it. I don't even know what number we're up to now. Don't know what number we're up to. This is the best way for this match to go, said Who Dat Saints J. Full on brutality. Right now, we've got a chair. Boom! Lovely. Lovely. Sonny said, I've got a much better poem. There once was a hunk named Punk. Turns out that he shattered his trunks. And now he smells like a skunk. With his butt all covered in gunk. You're right, Sonny, that was better. Painted quite a picture. Brock in control. Right now, we got Oba down. Brock standing over him right now. Oba getting back up to his feet. Brock grabbing Oba. We've already seen a few suplexes. Oof. German suplexes. We had a snap suplex there. We're bringing out a few different suplexes. This is lovely. Pace of this is slowed down, and it is very much Brock in control. Yeah, slow, methodical. Brock getting the advantage, grabbing Oba. Looking for a suplex onto some steel chairs. Oh, look at that sell by Oba. Look at that sell by Oba. He's sort of down and he sort of looks up. Sort of looks up as he's down, like he's only just there. That was nice. That was a nice sell. Right now we got Oba getting back up to his feet. We've got Brock Lesnar coming over. He's got Oba up on his shoulders. Going for an F5. No. Doesn't get it. Brock against the ropes. Boom. Drives him down there, Oba. Okay, that's opened the door here for Oba. The power, said Drake. Most of us couldn't lift Oba Femi or Brock Lesnar off their feet, says Wade. That's true. Both of these are big, big guys. And shot coming into the midsection. Throwing in these blows to the body. Brock goes over in the corner. Oba colliding into Brock. Back over the other side. Oba charging in. Another uppercut coming in. Oba back over the other side. Charging in again on the shoulders. On the shoulders, F5, surely going to connect. No, doesn't. Bang. Another choke slam. Right now he's grabbing Brock round the back looking for a... hurls him. Picks him up just... I mean, that's Brock Lesnar, by the way. If anyone's forgotten momentarily... If you just think you're watching a lovely match like normal, that is Oba Femi picking up Brock Lesnar and throwing Brock Lesnar. He's going for it again, look. He's got him up. He's got him in position for a fall from grace. 1, 2. Shoulder up there by Brock. Shoulder up by Brock. This match is carrying on. This match is carrying on. Brock sat up, kicks out there at Oba. Duck underneath, picks him up. F5. F5 connects. F5. Oh my God! Oba gets back up. Another F5. A second F5 connects. Oba gets back up. The hell is going on? I don't think he knows where he is. It's going to be a third F5. A third F5. Boom! And he doesn't get up this time. 1, 2. Kick out there by Oba. 3 F5s in a row. And Oba kicks out. Woo! Oh my God. We've seen a fall from grace. Kick out by Lesnar. 3 F5s. Kick out by Oba. We've seen loads of weapons. Tables have been broken. Stairs have been used. And right now, Brock going over to the chairs, maybe? He is. He's grabbing a chair. He's going to look to nail Oba with it, and he does. And again, beating down. Look at this. Absolutely unloading on Oba. Chucks it out the ring. Bit of frustration there by Brock. Bit of frustration there by Brock. I think the fact that Oba kicked out at... what are we doing? What are we doing? Brock is pulling up the canvas. He's going to expose the ring, isn't he? He's going to probably expose those wooden panels. Yeah, he is. He's trying to pick apart the padding. We've seen this before. Look at that. There are the boards. There are the exposed ring boards. Oh, we haven't seen this in ages, actually. We've done it before, of course, but we haven't done it for quite a long time. I think didn't he do it when he was inside Hell in a Cell with Undertaker? I remember the boards being exposed. He's going to go F5 onto the boards. Look at that for an image. Right now. No, Tombstone! He's going Tombstone! He's going to go Tombstone! Oba! Oh, he hits it! Tombstone pile driver! Wow! 1, 2... Oh, my God! What a moment! What a brilliant moment! What a brilliant moment! A tombstone! Brock Lesnar with a tombstone onto the exposed boards. Dude, Oba Femi. Oba comes back on his feet in the corner. So good. So good. Chair. Boom. Oba Femi picking up Lesnar. He's going to go fall from grace. Oh, 1, 2. Oh, he gets it. Oba gets it. Ah. I would have loved that fall from grace to have been on the exposed boards. And I think I would have liked a little bit more of kind of like calling back, if you will. I love that tombstone moment, though. I'm so pleased we got that in before the finish. Oba's picked up the victory, as we kind of thought he would, of course. But what happens now? What happens now with Brock Lesnar? Oh, God, I did enjoy that tombstone moment. Was it enough? I think that'll be an interesting question. Was that moment enough? Was the tombstone moment, which was so great, enough? Well, I mean, it's not over yet, to be honest. I mean, we've got Oba in the ring. Like the entirety of the audience, I am lost for words, says Wades. Let's get a poll up. What did you think? But obviously both my guys are still locked inside that cage, so we don't know as to where this is going right now. What did... I did love that moment. That is really goated. I really do like that moment. Oba's just unbeatable, said Comrades. We saw lots of German suplexes, Suplex City, F5s, weapons. I would have liked some bloods. I would have liked some bloods. And I like the callback. I think I would have liked a little bit more of that. This is not a normal man. I'm interested to see what we... there's the guy with the little balls. Okay, the cell has gone back up. Oba is in the ring on his own. I don't know where Brock has gone to. The next big thing is here. Oba is in the ring. He's looking at the entranceway. He goes back over to the other sides. Brock Lesnar is coming back. Brock Lesnar stands in the entranceway. He looks over at Oba. I don't know what they've got planned here, but it doesn't feel like we're moving away from this yet, you know. Is this the passing of a torch moment? Like, what is this? Oba in the ring. Brock on the outside looking at Oba. Feels like a handshake's coming or a hug or something. It feels like something's coming here. Oba has got his fist clenched, but I don't think he needs to worry about that. Yeah, the hand is extended by Brock, and he gives Oba a hug. Brock Lesnar gives Oba a hug in the ring. I mean, still keep your wits about you a little bit, right? I mean, I'd still, you know what I mean? It's still Brock Lesnar. But Brock raises Oba's arms. I think he wants to say something here, Brock. I think Brock wants to say something. Yeah, microphone. Microphone. Minnesota. And the whole world's come here. Listen. He calls Oba the future. Congratulations. This is the future, says Brock. This is the past. This is the future. Well, a true passing of the torch, says Michael Cole. Brock Lesnar refers to himself as the past. Is Oba yelling me? Did he yell, it was never them, it was me! It was me! It was me all along, Austin! It was me! Well, there we go. That was SummerSlam Night 1. I mean, fair play to Brock, in all fairness to him. I mean, he's not, you know, he doesn't have a beautiful way with words. But fair play to him for getting back in there and, you know, making it very, very clear. You know, I'm the past. This is the future. This is the guy. I'm telling you, I've been in there with him a few times now. This is the guy. I mean, to be honest, we already knew, to be honest. Do you reckon there was anyone at home when Brock went there, said that they were like, do you know, I never thought about that. I suppose he is, actually. Thinking about it. I suppose he is the new Brock Lesnar, isn't he? Because he's big and strong and powerful and a badass. Oh my God, thank you, Brock. I didn't realise. Yeah, thank you for spelling that out. I'm the past. This is the future. Oh! So his way with words is maybe not as poetic as Sonny Wolf, but fair play to him, you know. He's done absolutely everything he can there to, you know, really kind of put him over. He's took the loss in the main event of SummerSlam. He has... I wonder if that was a little message to Undertaker with the tombstone. I wonder if that was a little bit of a respect type moment. I don't know, but either way, he hit it well, actually. And then afterwards coming in, embracing him, saying those words to the crowds, and yeah, cool. Get your thoughts in. What did you think about it? I love that tombstone moment. I know I keep banging on about it, but that really was a highlight of the night for me. I will get to your comments in a second. Normally we run away at this point, but actually I'm not going to just yet because, well, I don't know. Sometimes there's some interesting stuff that goes down on the post-show. So I do just want to have a look at that. I don't know if Triple H will be talking. Obviously, this is just halfway as well. Don't forget, we are back tomorrow. We do have Roman Reigns tomorrow. Roman Reigns is going to be in action. And we've also got Chad Gable trying to win that Intercontinental Championship. We've also got Sami and Finn Balor, which should be really good. And we've got the women in that ladder match. We're going to crown an interim champion. So lots to look forward to tomorrow as well. 100% it was a message. Take out him over. He's now putting Oba over. It was beautiful, said Wes. It was good. Not amazing. 6.8, said Tri-Beam user. The cell wasn't needed. Hell, it wasn't used. The match would have done just as well on its own if it was a no DQ street fight, said Real DJ. Lukey said it was much better than WrestleMania. It was a great night. I'm going to go with a 9. Matt Pete said Brock is wrong. Kendall is the future. Well, that's true, actually. That is true. I can't argue with that. Kendall is amazing. Matt Pete, shout out to you. An ode to Undertaker is what Big E calls that tombstone. An ode to Undertaker. My prediction was right. Randy is back, said Damien. RTX said it was a great match, but a bad Hell in a Cell due to not really using the cell. They could have used the cell more. Yeah, I think these criticisms are fair. I'm not sat here thinking they're unfair, because I must admit you are kind of saying what I'm thinking. I think the match was good. I think that it started really well. We had the fighting on the outside. I was looking for it to kick on from there. And actually, we didn't really use too many more weapons. We certainly did not get bloods. I don't know what it's clocked in at time-wise. Oh, hang on, we're hearing from Oba. The future is me, says Oba. I didn't see the hug and the endorsement coming. Deep down. I know Brock's always respected me. And he knows that deep down, I respect him as well. This is a career-defining moment, a legacy-defining moment. Everything has led to this moment. Okay. So we heard from over there, not loads that he kind of added. Mr. Unfamiliar said the Undertaker tribute symbolizes the momentum that Brock got from ending the streak and now transferring that to Oba. An amazing match, said Mr. Unfamiliar. That's a really lovely way of looking at it, actually, Mr. Unfamiliar. I think that's a really great way of looking at it. That actually, because it is true, a lot of people, you know, will tell you that Brock shouldn't have ended the streak because he didn't benefit from it. I don't feel that way. I think that he did go to a different level. And what I would point to is I would point to the fact that it was such a surprise when he won against Undertaker because we didn't expect him to. He did not, this beast that destroys everyone did not go into that match with Undertaker as the favourite. He did not go into that match with us expecting him to get the win. And I think the version of Brock we get after that match is of a higher level than the Brock we had before it. And I think that's nice. I think you're right. I think he definitely did benefit from beating The Undertaker. You can make an argument that he benefited, but it wasn't as much as someone else would have benefited. You know, that's a different conversation, right? That's a different conversation. But I do think that he did benefit. I do think that he did get, obviously, somewhat out of that massive victory. So, yeah, this is a passing of the torch moment. And maybe you're right. Maybe the tombstone did symbolize that. I like that. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. The embrace after. So, Mr. Unfamiliar, shout out to you. I mean, he beat him at 2014. Here we are in 2016. So, I mean, if he did benefit from it, he's had kind of 12 years of benefiting from it. Which is, I know he's not been around all that time, but, you know, this is you bring me to another point, actually, because, again, people have said it shouldn't have been him and he was over already. I think he does go to a different level after beating Undertaker. And I think as well, you could have given it to someone like, I don't know, you could have given it to Ryback, yeah? You could have given it to a load of people over the years that actually might have wasted it. You could have given it to them and then, you know, they peter out. Whereas with Brock, here we are 12 years later and he's still in main events and still kind of, you know, mixing it up with the young talent. And as you say, that torch being passed tonight. I like that. I think that's a really good way of looking at it. I think that's a really interesting way of looking at it. Right, they are just running back down through the card. I don't know if we're going to be getting loads of people jumping onto this post-show or not. They're just looking at CM Punk Cody right now. You lot scored that great 59. Get your thoughts in, though, for this. Get your thoughts in for this main event match. Obviously, I want to get people's thoughts on this. What did you think about it? T Melonhead said, it was a good show. Hats off to you, Days. Here week in, week out. Thanks for all you do for entertaining us. Oh, thank you, my friends. Yeah, amazingly, you know, we started at 5 o'clock. It's 2 o'clock in the morning now. Apparently, we've done 9 hours, which it does not feel like we have done 9 hours. I'm feeling really good, actually. I'm feeling pretty fresh. I don't feel like we've done a 9-hour stream. My voice has probably felt a bit better than it does right now. But yeah, thank you to everyone that's joined us. As we said, don't forget, we are back tomorrow. We're going to do it all over again tomorrow. We'll start early as well. Try and start at the same time that we did. And yeah. Oh, okay. I thought that was CM Punk making his way out to the table, but it's CM Punk's entrance. CM Punk making his way out for his match. So, T Melonhead, thank you, my friends. I really appreciate it. The guy Matt said, it's a 5 out of 10 night one show for me. The bar is so low that these days. Fans are saying that with these high scores, it's hilarious. With the Disney Channel ending as well. Take care, guys, says that guy, Matt. So that guy, Matt, not impressed? Not feeling it? Not thinking that this reached the heights that he was looking for? What did you think, though? What are your thoughts? It was a great way to pass the torch, said Andrew. RTX said, Drew, CM Punk, Bad Blood. That was a Hell in a Cell. This was a street fight in a cage. Triple A said the stadium looked close to full on both sides. The camera showed both sides with Punk's entrance. I'm surprised they've not announced the attendance, said Triple A. Sweetie Pie said when Charles Robinson was knocked out, I knew someone was going to return. I was happy that it was Randy Orton. Dave's big push for Oba, said TJF. Brock doesn't just give put-overs, and nice nod to Taker. Gave Brock putting over with the streak and the 2 Hell in a Cell matches. I think the cell is the closest to a UFC cage that you can get. Nice end for both for Brock. Benny said, Brock didn't retire. This is going to be the start of a new gimmick. Happy Brock. Also, you're not feeling tired because you've got the stamina of a fit YouTuber. I don't think I do. I think it's probably because I'm just smacked off my face on caffeine pills. It's probably more that, to be honest. Robbie said the match clocked in at 11:40. It hardly felt like a retirement confirmation. They will inevitably struggle to sell tickets for the next stadium show. And then they'll have to call him for Saudi Mania 2. Well, I do think 11:40 is disappointing. I think that's disappointing. I think for me, I was looking, as I said, for 15 minutes. I'm not going to cry about the fact that it's like 3 minutes short, just over 3 minutes short of what I was looking for as a minimum. But yeah, I would have liked a little more. I would have liked a little more. I think, you know, I do really like the Undertaker tribute moment. I think that's brilliant. But I would have liked a little bit more. Bronson said, and they were scared of Braun being shoved down your throat. What's that from Bronson? What's that mean? Is that a dig at Oba, is it? And they were scared of Braun being shoved down your throats. Bronson Reed. Tell us how you really feel. Okay, we do have Liv out on the stage. So let's see what Liv has got to say. Oh, as long as she doesn't sing Trouble, I don't mind watching. Although this is annoying as well, to be honest. Wolf Grimm, shout out to you, my friends. Member for 29 months, buds. Amazing. Thank you, my friends. I saw a tweet. You don't have to defend your title when you're as iconic as I am. Big E said, ESPN did you dirty by putting the thing at the bottom that you hadn't defended your belt in 100 days. And she's like, I'm iconic. I don't have to defend. No one challenged me. When have I ever said anything that wasn't true? Yeah, she's showing off her shiner. I'll give it to my opponent. She is one of the best in the world. She almost had me, but she's no Liv Morgan. Oh my God, it is super annoying. Okay, they're just giving Raquel a bit of praise. It's a good crowd actually outside for this, you know. Oh my God! Now is that Corey joining in? Whoa. Shout out to Big Sexy and Roxanne. You'll win something one day. Oh, hello. What's the shirt? Is that Rhea? Oh, it's the 2-year anniversary of when I beat and embarrassed Rhea Ripley. So she's got a shirt that's got Rhea on crying. All right, there we go. Liv is on the post show. She is. Corey joining in with the all-time. I know. Oh my God. Okay, going for a quick break. CM Punk will be joining them after the break. That shirt is hilarious, said Metal Mama. Yeah, so she had a shirt on of Rhea all upset from a few years ago when she beat her at SummerSlam. So throwing a little bit of shades. I'm here for that. What do we think of night one? What would we rate this show, said Mr. Dell Jr. Don't know. It's quite interesting to see what people are saying, to be honest. I think there is room for improvement. I don't think the cage match got to the heights I was hoping for. I don't think Gunther Nick Aldis got to the heights that I was hoping for. I think the Liv EO was fine. That was probably in line, maybe slightly above expectation. I think Bloodline LA Solo Royce was fine, probably again above expectation, although we didn't get any turn. Solo providing some entertainment though. Gunther Nick Aldis, good, fine, yeah, not down on it, but not quite the level I was hoping for, but you know, fine, I'm not down on it. Obviously the Fatal Influence, all of that match was a bit throwaway, but we did get, again, we got a turn in that match. CM Punk Cody maybe a little below what I was hoping for, a bit slow at the beginning. Main events, well, we'll get that score in a second, actually. We do have Nick Aldis. Let's see how Nick felt about tonight. Yeah. How are you feeling? A lot probably going through your mind. Here's Triple H. What's this? What's going on? He's going to shake his hand. What's happening here? I'm glad you're here. What's happening? What's this? Is he resigning from being a GM? Wow. I came up short. That's my letter of resignation. What's Triple H going to say? I appreciate this. I don't know where this is going. I mean, is he just going to now say, no, it's good, it's fine for you to carry on as GM? Triple H is saying it doesn't matter the outcome. You're a hell of a man. I'm proud of everything you did tonight. He rips it up. Triple H is not interested in the letter of resignation, but okay, so I feel like something way more exciting was teased then. Nick Aldis handing over his letter of resignation. I honestly thought he was going to say, I've had a taste of being a wrestler. I can't go back to being a GM. I thought I could, but what I experienced tonight, I still love that. I need that. That's what I thought was going to be happening. But instead, it was just some stupid segment where we're trying to act like because he lost, he now can no longer be GM. What the flip's that about? And Triple H is like, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Rips it up. You can still be GM. Oh, great. Thanks. I mean, I'd like to be a wrestler. Can I not be a wrestler? Well, no, I mean, you can't do that. I mean, you could be a GM, though. Oh. Okay, Gunther's come out. He's just here in the news that Nick Aldis has been reinstated. Oh my God, we've got you tapped out chance. We've still got you tapped out chance from WrestleMania last year. Okay, so Gunther's out there. We just saw what happened with Nick. Get back to your job. I'm not afraid of CM Punk. Make me the #1 contender, says Gunther. Okay, so Gunther is out there right now. He's very chilled. He's very relaxed. He brought his family here. That's what I thought as well, said Acom. Maybe you could leave in kayfabe and come back as a wrestler. I'm glad that he'll be back on SmackDown, though, so I am torn. Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I like him. Of course we want him to be around. But at no point did I think that this meant that he was leaving, win or lose. I mean, we never made a big thing, did we, about if he lost, he was out. We never did that. Did we? Did I miss it? I don't remember a big thing about if he loses, he's out of a job. That was not a stipulation going into this match. Okay, Gunther is just taking a couple of questions here. We got some CM Punk chants. Gunther loves that. Gunther loves that. It didn't matter who was going to win out of CM Punk or Cody. I know. All of you know. And all these idiots know. If you do get the opportunity... What does WWE look like with you at the top of the mountain? A lot of fun for me, and not so much for everyone else. That's what it looks like. Okay. Days, are you watching AAA tonight? No, bud, no. We've got to do the breakdown video. We've got to do the opinions videos. I've probably got some reaction clips that need to get chucked up in different places. So, no, when we've got these big streams where we have to focus on these. So, even though the show has concluded and we could find our way going to, we could get to AAA, there's still other things that get in the way. Akon said it did matter that who was going to win because now we can have Randy Cody the right way with no title involved. And we can also do Randy Punk for the title, said Akon. Jennifer said he's never going to live down tapping out to a guy who gets gassed walking to the ring. That's true. TGF said days eat pills, stream and sleep and then repeat and then a new shirt. It's my life. It is my life. Okay, Fiend Mask in the crowds. Hello. Okay, CM Punk's coming out now. CM Punk is coming out. So we've had Liv, we've had Gunther, we had a little moment with Nick Aldis, and now, of course, got CM Punk coming out. Oh, he's hobbling. Do you reckon he's wiped? Do we think he's wiped? I mean, he might have shorted even more, to be honest. CM Punk is making his way out there, and big cheers. Okay, you lot said that main event was Great 71. Felt like I was in a war tonight, says CM Punk. We got CM Punk chants ringing out right now. You've always been there for me and you carry me to these moments. Look at that, kids. That kid is like front and center right now. So CM Punk thanking the fans, saying you've always been there for me. So the question is, did you have feelings when it turned out you was not going to be closing the show tonight? And he was like, of course I did. But whether I'm first, whether I'm the popcorn match, CM Punk is always the main event. It's an interesting question, that, isn't it, from Biggie, actually? Asking, did it bother you when you found out you weren't closing the show? I'm the belle of the ball. Daisy, it's clear that Punk used dude wipes. Oh, good shout. Good shout. Got to get a sponsor in there. Literally in there. CM Punk said, I'm not stoked about what Randy did. Randy's a snake. I'm a target. I welcome every archer that wants to shoot a bow and arrow at me. Whoa. It's funny that Punk says that there's a main event and then there's a last match. He said the opposite 14 years ago, said XCOM. I like loud CM Punk chants. I like how we were asking, will they go on top of the cage? The poll should have been, will they even use the cage? I'm still here. With them behind me and with this around my waist, I can do whatever I want. Yeah, Sammy, tomorrow. That's the #1 contenders. He says, I do consider... CM Punk said, I do consider Finn a friend. I don't know if I want to face a friend again. Melonhead said, do we think CM Punk is in the top 10 all time? Talking, yes. Top 10 all time wrestlers. That's tricky. If he is at the bottom. I'd feel comfortable saying top 20. I don't know about top 10. I'm mentally running down a list of names. He might get in, actually. He might get in. Obviously, he's just been out the game for so long, hasn't he? That's the problem. He had an amazing run before he left, but I mean, then he was gone for, what was it, like 10 years? CM Punk really interacting with the fans here, really laying it on. Give me some names. Do you want to see me against Mini Vikingo? How about someone from TNA? Oba is the future, but I am the present, said CM Punk. Wow, I tell you, he's cooking here. He's cooking. CM Punk. Okay, so we've got Oba Femi and Triple H still to come. Oba Femi and Triple H still to come. He said, this is my boss right here, and started chanting at the crowds. He's turned the post-show into a full-on press conference. The city is screaming, said AB. Yeah, they were really with him. Yeah, they were really, really with him. To whoever was asking, WWE is World Wrestling Entertainment. Kabobot, shout out to you. Benny said, my prediction for tomorrow, I think Jade wins. I think the childhood dream is coming true. Finn is win by faking a shoulder injury like in 2016. JD wins from finger poke of doom, and Roman Reigns on top. Cheo said, so Oba can still choose who fights for the championship. I don't know if that's true or if it's a case that he's got a bit confused. I mean, I don't know that I would necessarily take what CM Punk has just said as gospel. But yeah, he did sort of suggest that he's got a choice. Oh, hang on. See it. Triple H is sat down in a room. Is this have we gone back to a press room? So we're back to doing press conference. Okay. Yeah. Big thank you to Senator Jeremy Miller. Great guy. He might not be. I don't know. He could be awful. Okay. Who's in the room, though? The first question is from WWE Radio. Love it now. Who else is in the room? Someone from Club WWE. Someone. Hello, this is John Johnson from WWE Kids Magazine. What's your favourite colour? Yeah, we've got hard-hitting questions coming in right now, guys. Hard-hitting questions. Talking about Nick Aldis. Working here was his dream job. I know that desire to compete never dies. It was short notice. Always stay ready. It was short notice. Was it short notice or was it just short notice in story? What about Oasis? Maybe no. Apparently Oasis is in, according to Triple H, yeah. That's breaking news from 1994. Oasis are in. They're hip. Everyone's listening to Oasis. That was sick, actually. That was a great moment. Proud of Nick Aldis and Gunther. Okay. We'll see where it goes. That's what he says. Is this the last we'll see of Brock for a while? That's not a bad question. He's talking about putting Oba over. Triple H. Yeah, that was a pretty bold statement from Brock. He doesn't just say things like that. Brock does what he wants. A new star is born. Well, Oba's been around for a little while now, hasn't he? Michael said, I thought it was an incredible moment coming out of What's the Story. Very special. Especially if you are, Brit says, Michelangelo Dad, 83. Justin said, so Ray can be the GM of AAA and wrestle whenever he wants, but Aldis can't wrestle a match without him feeling like he's got to give up his GM job. Justin, that's a good question. It's a good point. We just saw a little bit of I'm going to say it's like a bit of backstage nonsense between Nick Aldis and Triple H. I was not crazy about that. Okay, there's an article that's out already. In the press conference, Triple H said, never say never. We'll see if he ends up back in the ring again at some points. But it didn't seem like that was the imminent direction. Triple H just talking about Brock Lesnar and how Brock's brought a little bit of that UFC to WWE. He's really just glazing Brock Lesnar right now. He's an incredible performer. Okay. Question is, what made you go with Livaneo opening up? And he said, well, you just want to go in there and shoot with a bang. Shoot with a bang. I don't know what's that mean. Shoot with a bang. It's my new catchphrase. Hey, shoot with a bang. It was an incredible match. Does anyone know what he's on about? Hang on. Triple H is saying that we're making stuff up about how people get upset about them not closing the show and it's just fans and fans. We've literally just heard from CM Punk being asked, like, did it bug you about not closing? Yeah, it bugged me. CM Punk's literally just said that. And now you got Triple H going off on the fans going, they just make this stuff up. You know, acting like it matters where you are on the cards. Well, maybe you want to go check with CM Punk, who just said the exact opposite to what you've just said. Guys, as I've always said, you got to shoot with a bang. You've got to shoot with a bang. Oh, he shouldn't do these. Do you know, he actually seems a bit tired. He seems a bit tired. I can understand that, though. It's been a long day. He's done a lot of work backstage. He seems a bit like running on low energy. It's like he's talking and like we're trying to get to the point, and it's a bit labored. We're in a period of time where there's a lot of top performers. There's no turns. The narrative that this is my turn. It's very interesting listening to him speak about booking. I love the fact that sometimes talent get frustrated. Work harder, figure it out. Yeah, okay, I can vibe with that. 99% of the time, the person gets over, then gets the push. If you want the spot, take it. Why am I not in that spot? Are you more over than Roman? Are you more over than Cody? I love that mentality because I think it makes people work harder. Okay. That's the kind of answer I honestly would have expected him to have given. Brie Bella, she did pick up an injury. She is injured. Oh my god, we get Nikki back and then we lose Brie. She's hurt her shoulder. We'll pivot accordingly. The last Hell in a Cell was like 31 minutes long, said RTX. Sometimes the stuff that looks like it's really complex and stuff that's going to hurt is actually not the stuff that hurts you. Oh no, phone going off. He jokes that it's time for him to take his nighttime pet. Could you imagine if he picked it up and went, Vince? Oh, imagine that. Vince, you right? But no, it just turned out he needs to take his pills. Oh, we've cut away from Paul Triple H Levesque because even the post-show got bored. Days here are my predictions for tomorrow. Roman, Finn, Trick, Chad, Danhausen, Charlotte. Oh, the phone, says Sonny. Okay, well, yeah, there was no big, like, thank you, goodbye, or anything along those lines. It was, boom, gone. We just cut away from him. Are they going to put the other questions and answers at? Some of that was genuinely quite interesting, I thought. Some of it was a bit dull. But some of it was genuinely quite interesting. And he did seem quite tired. Nikki can apologize to Paige and then team with her again. Said, yeah, that's good. Hey, do you remember Saturday night? I don't know if you do, but I am sorry about that. Turns out Bree's injured, so I'm thinking, how about you and me as a team now? Yeah, you're right. Oh, we've gone back because of Oba. We've gone back because of Oba. Oba's coming out. Oba. 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 Right, Oba's making his way out. Here he is. I think this might be the last guest. This might be the final person that we've got to speak. We'll look to do the breakdown after this as well, of course. We've still got opinions video coming up tonight. Lots of things on the way. Let's see what Oba's got to say. Oba. Oba. He has got to do this all again tomorrow. We all have. Let's go. Okay, Oba. Here we are. Joe says, this just all feels like it fits for you. You've just beaten Brock Lesnar in a Hell in a Cell. I feel amazing, says Oba. He seems like he's got something else on his mind as well, actually. I mean, he's come out and he's kind of like sat there. I don't know if he's a bit drained or something. I mean, he might still be feeling the effects of that match, but... The person with the most energy so far was CM Punk by a mile. Certain people are bred for the spotlight. That's a nice line. For once, you don't have to tilt your head, squint your eyes to see who the guy is. I am that guy. He can cut a promo, can't he? He can cut a decent promo. Yeah. Did you know that you had all the tools for WWE? I was bred for this. It's like they made me in a lab. I am that guy. Is he sending a shot here to CM Punk? Your bombs don't work when it comes to Oba Femi. Oba Femi sending a message to CM Punk. You might drop pipe bombs, but your bombs don't work when it comes to Oba Femi. Oh, we are teasing a little CM Punk Oba stuff here on the post show. And I'm here for it. I am here for it. Your bombs don't work on Oba Femi. Oh, I bet CM Punk's got a great response for that. It's been a lot of pressure. When people keep telling you you're the future, that pressure can break men. I'm here. Pressure makes diamonds. Pressure makes diamonds, and diamonds stay shining. Remember that. Remember that. Corey said, can you do me a favor? Can you look at this landscape behind you? This belongs to you. And obviously the fans burst out into loud Oba chants. Oba. Oba. AAA is running late. They must be waiting for this to end, said Edwards. Oh, is it really? I actually think there's been a couple of interesting things on this show. We've had confirmation about Brie and her injury. We've not really get any answers in regards to Nick Aldis, but definitely feels like he's back to being a GM now. I think CM Punk cut the most interesting lines. And we just had a bit of back and forth there, haven't we, between Oba and CM Punk, so... Yeah. How'd you feel about Brock doing what Brock did, putting you over? We know Brock's a beast. He's a monster. He might be superhuman, but he is still human. I wish you all the best. Go hunting. Do what you do. Well, maybe don't do what you do, actually. Go hunting. Okay, nice. Nice. I love CM Punk, but Oba would whip his ass. Well, he could do with wiping his ass. Wham. Let's show you what you're in store for tomorrow. Okay, they're just showing us the card. So we've got Danhausen tomorrow with Dominic. We got Trick against Baron. We got Finn Balor against Sammy. Penta against Chad Gable. Obviously, the women's ladder match. And then, of course, Roman Reigns against Seth Rollins. Okay, this show has come to an end. Okay. Boom. Right. Would we agree and say tonight was missing a big OMG moment? Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that there was a lot of negativity going into this show. And I think that I would like to think that this show has landed for people. I've got a feeling that if you went into it glass half full, you've probably got more out of it than when you went into it glass half empty. If you went into it glass half empty, I think you could look at Randy getting involved as predictable. I think you could look at the Hell in a Cell not being what you wanted, not going long enough. I think you could look at Nick Aldis-Gunther just maybe not quite reaching those dizzy heights we hope for, delivering, but maybe not being that sort of match that everyone's going to be buzzing about, you know? The women's tag match probably doing what you thought it would do. They're not really being a real OMG moment outside of Randy's return. And so, yeah, I think that if you're glass half full, you can definitely talk about a lot of good things that went down and that happened. If you're glass half empty, I think you can probably do the opposite. And I think the truth is probably somewhere in the middle. So, I don't know. I think this is a tricky one to put a number on because I think there could be some quite extremes about this show. I won't be shocked if there's a lot of people when we do our opinions video, and we are going to do an opinions video. I won't be shocked if there's a lot of people getting in touch with me saying, this didn't deliver. I think it's a 5. You know, this didn't happen, that didn't happen, blah, 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 blah. But then equally, I won't be surprised if I've got people tell me it was amazing. You know, pretty much every match outside of the women's tag match delivered. We got Randy return. It was a lovely moment. Great hearing Oasis. Lovely moment with Mickey in the ring. Like, I feel like the show was good, really good, borderline great. That still might not be enough for some people, and I think you can go glass half full, glass half empty. Yeah, I do. I think you can, and I think you will see a variety of opinion out there. Someone who was it that got in touch? Sent in that super chat. There was a message, wasn't there, that was like, this was rubbish, and it had a Disney ending and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah, I don't know. I think putting a number on it's going to be tricky, but that's what we're going to do right now. So we're going to run away, and we're going to try and figure out what we score it. So I want a big thank you to everyone that joined us. Don't forget, we are back tomorrow. We're going to look to start early. We're going to look to get into whatever conversations. Obviously, there's going to be fallout reaction to all of this. We're going to get into all of that. Let's do the breakdown. Let's do the opinion videos. Let's get a few reaction clips and bits and bobs up. Get to bed. Get some sleep. Come back tomorrow. Do it all over again. And I'm looking forward to it. I think you're right. I think tonight missed that big OMG moment. Do we get it tomorrow? Does it arrive tomorrow? I mean, listen, if you get The Rock tomorrow coming out, I mean, I don't know that we do. I'm certainly not expecting it, but I mean, you could, you know. Do you get Kevin? You had Randy today. Do you get Kevin tomorrow? That would be big. We haven't had Kevin around since early 2025. And here we are in, like, you know, mid 2026. So, I mean, that would be big. So, yeah, I'm optimistic for tomorrow. Let's see if it can deliver maybe that missing OMG point. But I'm going to jump over to the breakdown. We have just clicked over to 10 hours. 10-hour stream, mate. Nothing. Easy work. Easy work. 10 hours. We've managed to just click over to that. I wasn't trying to get to that. I didn't even notice, but I just looked up as I was about to end the stream, and it literally just clicked over. So, yeah, we'll try and do the same again tomorrow. Kyle, shout out to you. Abram said, are we watching AAA now? We got to do the breakdown. Got to do opinion videos. Got to get stuck into all of that. So we're going to run away and do that. Thanks for watching. Massively appreciate it. Appreciate everyone that stopped by and shared their thoughts. Hopefully I'll see you again tomorrow. We'll be starting nice and early. We'll be trying to get another 10-hour stream in, and we'll be doing all of day 2. So I'll see you.